Chapter 718. In the sky above the divine prefecture, clouds surged as a silhouette in plain clothes descended upon the world, using the faith of all living beings as a beacon. The falling snowflakes blocked the black flames in the sky. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the world turned upside down. In the aftermath of the shock waves, white clothes appeared. The familiar back and spotless white clothes indicated the identity of the person who had arrived. That is, the people were shocked, and then tears fell from their eyes. The heavens were protecting the divine prefecture. Woo-ho! On the ground, as far as the eye could see, the old man knelt down and pulled the woman beside him. The woman knelt down and pulled the child beside her. In the next moment, the deafening sound of kneeling rang out like thunder, echoing throughout the entire divine prefecture. Greetings, woo-ho! It was a shocking scene. The man in gray's expression darkened. Who was this person? Get up. In the void, Su-yi said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, thousands, tens of thousands, millions of people got up. The fear on their faces disappeared, and hope was reignited. In the imperial palace of the Xia dynasty, Qi looked at the figure in the sky. His handsome face, that was no longer young, flashed with excitement. Master had finally returned. In the northern Meng imperial court, Mingyu, who was dressed in imperial clothes, looked into the distance. Her beautiful eyes overflowed with tears. He had returned. Who are you? In the sky, the man in gray said coldly, the Xia dynasty's Jiming Marquis. Ning Chen said slowly, a marquis in the human world is actually so capable. I admire you. The man in gray said coldly. Then, with a flip of his right hand, thousands of Xian thunders fell from the sky. The destructive power surged. Seeing this, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed, and with a flip of his palm he sent the severely injured Light Elder and West Jade Lord out of the battle. I'd like to see how you're going to stop me by yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tianqiong's palm pressed down. Suddenly, the sand was like a wave, and the thunder spread in all directions. Boom! The extreme power attacked, but Ning Qin did not dodge. He gathered the power in his palm and rolled out in all directions. His peerless foundation met the destructive Xian thunders head-on. With a shocking sound, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. The two strong forces did not retreat. They were actually evenly matched. Extraordinary opponent, come again! Li Tianqiong stepped forward, and the power of his fist was unparalleled. The black flame roared, and the divine power shook the world. Ning Qin didn't show any signs of weakness. Wind and snow swirled around his body. He opened and closed his palms, causing the sky to rise and the earth to sink. In close combat, every punch landed on the flesh. Unparalleled cultivation clashed with peerless foundations. Sounds of tremors resounded throughout the universe. There was not a single place within 1,000 miles that was unharmed. There was only battle to the death. Soul-devouring palm. The battle was hard to determine. Li Tianqiong turned his fist into a palm. The great evil qi spread out, and the terrifying power rose rapidly. Wherever the evil qi passed, the surroundings turned into darkness. This was the strongest opponent he had ever seen before. Ning Chen's eyes didn't change. He clenched his left hand, and the remembrance blade appeared. The pure white long and narrow blade shone with a blue light, illuminating the world. Scroll of heaven, absolving heaven of sin. Nian Qing waved her hand, and the void in all directions shattered. A powerful suction force spread out, continuously swallowing the evil qi that was spreading in the sky. Heavenly book. Seeing the former's martial arts, Li Tianqiong's expression turned serious. He raised his cultivation by 30%. Evil qi gathered, and an evil weapon sealed in a stone scabbard appeared. Its might shook the universe. The similarly long and narrow blade was shrouded in gray qi. It was bone-chilling. Before the stone scabbard was opened, its ferocious might shook the heavens. Li Tianqiong raised his hand and held the evil weapon. Fierce thunder from the 9 heavens descended, and the stone seal collapsed. In an instant, the world within 1,000 miles darkened rapidly. An indescribable and terrifying pressure surged out, destroying the mountains and sinking the earth. In a flash, the 2 blades collided. It was fast and heavy. 2 completely different martial arts had different comprehensions. One was domineering, while the other was free and unrestrained. It was a matchless battle that was rarely seen in the world. 1,000 miles away, 2 figures walked over. The man in front was wearing a silver-gray cloak. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. The fierce temperament of a peerless expert was fully displayed at this moment. "Building master, aren't you going to help?" Hong Wan looked at the battle in the distance and asked worriedly. "No need." The Dawn Moon building master shook her head and said, "Watch the battle carefully. There aren't many battles of this level. Jiming Marquis, you have made me look at you in a new light again." It turned out that other than the phoenix body and the demon body, there was an even more powerful original body left in the world. 1 body, 3 transformations. Such a technique was truly terrifying. However, the young man in front of him was even more terrifying. Only today did he understand why a young man who had only learned martial arts for 30 years could have such a shocking battle strength. Cultivation was limited by talent and was determined by the heavens. However, battle strength was constantly accumulated after experiencing life and death situations. It was determined by people. At this moment in the distant horizon, the battle between the 2 experts became more and more intense. It was supposed to be the happiest moment in one's life to meet a worthy opponent. However, one wanted to destroy while the other wanted to protect. There was no turning back. The intertwining blade lights were stunning. They didn't yield an inch and fought head-on until the yellow springs opened. Craftsmanship is extremely dangerous. Not bad. After fighting for a long time, it was difficult for Ning Fan to gain the upper hand. A trace of admiration flashed through Li Tianqiong's eyes. It had been a long time since he met such an opponent. The evil weapon waved again, and the 9 heavens fell. The power of the true realm was revealed. Heavenly scroll, unparalleled in the world. Ning Chen's figure flashed past. The blade lights illuminated the 9 provinces. Rays of blue light whistled through the air, threatening to kill. Li Tianqiong shook the blade lights with a flip of his palm. With his supreme cultivation, he forcefully destroyed the blade lights that filled the sky. After one move, the evil weapon chopped down. A vast and berserk might press down on Ningqin. The evil weapon descended. However, Ningqin saw Ningqin turn around and turn into a watery light. As the light flickered, it was hard to distinguish her. "Oh!" Li Tianqiong squinted and took a step forward, charging forward again. The evil weapon chopped down, and the watery light scattered. On the other side, Ning Yi reformed. Her figure turned around, and the blade pressed down. Li Tianqiong turned around and blocked the blade with the evil weapon. The watery light flickered again, and Ning Yi disappeared. What a strange movement technique! Li Tianqiong spread out his spiritual sense and covered the surrounding 50 kilometers, searching for traces of Ningqin. After one breath, Ning Yi reappeared. A cold light flashed in Li Tianqiong's eyes. The evil weapon chopped down, destroying everything within 50 kilometers. The blades clashed and the shock waves howled. Ningqin used the momentum to retreat. He held his fingers together, and his aura instantly changed. Earth scroll, earth destruction, mountains destruction. The ground rolled, and the wind and clouds turned chaotic. Amid the raging sandstorm, many sword lights soared into the sky, engulfing the people in front. Li Tianqiong's eyes sank. He stepped forward and swung his blade. The 10,000 swords shattered, unable to get close. one sword, formless. The shock waves howled, and Li Tianqiong's spiritual sense was restricted. Just at this moment, Ning Yi disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Li Tianqiong. A sword with blood-colored patterns appeared. The patterns spread out of the sword and pierced into Li Tianqiong's arm. The Knowing Destiny sword appeared, and the four origins surged. The sword intent continuously gathered and surged wildly, breaking toward Li Tianqiong's chest. When the killing intent approached, Li Tianqiong's pupils constricted, his figure flashed, and he subconsciously retreated. 300 meters away, a gray figure gathered, avoiding the fatal killing move. Suddenly, a streak of eye-catching red fell from the white sky. It was so dazzling in the wind and snow. The battle situation was clear, and for the first time it was extreme. It turns out that your forte is not the saber. Blood gushed out of Li Tianqiong's chest. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. It turned out that the previous battle was just a trick. When dealing with an expert like you, fighting strength is the greatest unwise choice. Ning Chen said indifferently. He waved his sword, and the blood fell into the dust. Chapter 719. In the sky above the Divine Land, the battle situation changed. Caught off guard, Li Tianqiong was heavily injured for the first time. 30% of his meridians were destroyed. The blood that flowed out dyed his clothes red. It was glaring. You are unforgivable. Li Tianqiong couldn't suppress the anger in his eyes. He shouted, and the gray air around him burst out and rushed into the sky. With a rumble, lightning fell and lit up the dark sky. An unusually heavy pressure quickly spread out, making it hard for people to breathe. Black patterns appeared on Li Tianqiong's face. They were strange and cold. The power that was beyond human understanding healed his injured body in an instant. Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him and said, "You are not human." "It's too late to know that now." Li Tianqiong's eyes turned black. He took a step forward, and his body flashed like a black thunderbolt. He was extremely fast. He waved his evil weapon and split the sky. The saber light collided. Bai Yi flew out and his body stopped. He turned back in an instant. The sword was destroyed and the wind and thunder roared. Fast, fast, fast. The sword was hanging in the air. The sky above the Divine Land changed. The saber and sword moved together. Bai Yi fought bravely like a god. His body rose rapidly. Below, thousands of people looked at Bai Yi in the sky with tears in their eyes. After so many years, Wu Ho once again risked his life to stand in front of them. It was like reincarnation. They had returned to the time when the divine tribulation came. God bless Wu Ho. One by one, the people closed their eyes and prayed sincerely. They hoped that the heavens would open their eyes and protect their Wu Ho. Waves of psyche power rose into the sky and gathered. The enormous power poured into the pure white saber. Ning Chen waved his sword and pushed away the people in front of him. He looked at the people below and said calmly, "Thank you." With the addition of faith, his power increased. The saber light shone brightly, and the purple aura spread for 3,000 miles. Li Tianqiong received the attack, but he felt an extremely heavy pressure. His body flew out immediately. Ning Chen stepped forward and quickly caught up. The four origins on the sword appeared. Wind, water, thunder, and fire roared and surged. The purple aura gathered, and the heavenly book combined again. Heaven and earth together, life and death defying fate. The saber and sword combined and turned into a cloud that pressed down on Li Tianqiong. Seeing this, Li Tianqiong's eyes darkened. He turned his palm to absorb the spiritual qi from all directions, blocking the heavenly book martial arts. Great rumbling sounds shook the earth and sky. The remaining shock waves spread outwards, destroying everything within 1,000 li. This was the most powerful battle. His dyed gray clothes rapidly recovered. His regenerative ability surpassed his understanding, making this life and death battle even more desperate. The sound of the sword rang out, and the desolate blood illuminated the universe. The saber light whistled, and the purple light shook the 9 provinces. Li Tianqiong, who had regained his original appearance, was invincible with his special martial arts body. However, Jiming Marquis, who had returned to the divine prefecture, was even more fearless with the faith of all living beings. Something's wrong. All of a sudden, Li Tianqiong's mind shook as an indescribable sense of danger assaulted him. Instantly, his figure retreated rapidly and moved 300 meters away. A race with such powerful recovery abilities, it really makes me curious. As he spoke, the space behind Li Tianqiong swirled, and a man in a silver-white cloak walked out. His aura was sharp, and he had the bearing of a peerless expert. The silk string rang, and a mist of blood gushed out. Li Tianqiong felt a pain in his heart. He looked down and saw that a silver silk string had pierced through his body and blood was dripping down. The first sound of the netherworld. The house master of the Dawn Moon Tower moved her right hand, and the silk string vibrated. Blood filled the sky like a tide, dyeing the void red. With a muffled groan, Li Tianqiong's pupils constricted. He waved his saber to cut the silk string, but it did not break. 7 rulings of the netherworld. Judgment of the 3rd night. The silk string rang again, and the king of hell took the life. The house master of the Dawn Moon Tower waved her right hand, and the heavenly soul silk moved rhythmically, instantly destroying the martial meridians of the cultivator. The battle had changed rapidly. When they came back to their senses, the battle was already over. Li Tianqiong's heart was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the 2 in the battle were both sent flying. Thousands of meters away, the 2 steadied themselves and looked at the space black hole formed by the self-explosion. Their eyes darkened. After a moment, Ning Qin shifted his gaze to the figure on the other side and said, "Sir, don't you want to give an explanation?" "Sorry." The house master of the Dawn Moon Tower revealed a smile and said, "I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to stop it in time." Brilliance flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. It seemed that after the Netherworld King's barrier was broken, the inner world would also change. "Sir, you are a guest from afar. Why don't you come to my residence to rest for a while?" Ning Chen said, "Deference is no substitute for obedience," the house master of the Dawn Moon Tower replied. Ning Chen nodded and walked down from the sky. He arrived in front of the 2 Buddhas who were heavily injured and on the verge of death. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand, and wind and snow drifted down, freezing the 2 Buddhas. In the imperial city of Grand Xia, figures knelt down one after another, respectfully welcoming the return of the Marquis. "Welcome, Marquis! Welcome, Marquis!" Deafening sounds of kneeling resounded through the imperial city. In the distance, Su-yi walked over, her expression calm, without the slightest ripple. Beside the house master of the Dawn Moon Tower, Hong Wan's face was filled with shock. Was this his true appearance? At this moment, hundreds of officials appeared in front of them. The leader wore a dragon robe and had a handsome face. He was the current emperor of Grand Xia. "Master." The excitement in Qi Er's eyes could not be concealed. He quickly walked forward and bowed. Ning Qin stopped. Looking at the handsome young figure in front of him, a gentle smile appeared on his face. He had grown up and was no longer the little fellow who was chased around the courtyard by Ning Shi. "Greetings, Marquis." The hundreds of officials knelt down without exception. Even the most unruly young officials did not dare to be rash at this moment. This was the Marquis of Grand Xia, the teacher of the emperor and even a legend. "Stand up." Ning Qin glanced at the hundreds of officials and calmly said. Soon after, he helped the emperor up and said with a gentle expression, "I saw everything on the way here. You did very well." Grand Xia had regained its former glory and had truly walked out from the heavy injuries of the divine tribulation. It's because Master taught me well. It was rare for Chi Air to embarrassingly scratch his nose and reply, "As an emperor, you cannot lack methods. However, you cannot lack benevolence. For Grand Xia to be able to recover so quickly, it means that you have truly worked hard." Mingri and Zi's efforts were not in vain. While speaking, a trace of emotion flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. During those difficult times, he was fortunate to have Xia Mingri, Xia Zi, and seniors who risked their lives to protect their beliefs. "Go back. Master still has guests to entertain." Ning Chen patted the shoulder of the young emperor before him and walked towards the Marquis' residence. Looking at the leaving figure, a young general among the hundreds of officials heaved a sigh of relief. This Marquis gave them too much pressure. There was not only one Marquis in Grand Xia, but there were 7 in the current generation. However, compared to the one in front of them, the difference was not small. Could it be that the previous Marquis were all so powerful? Yui looked clearly. This is the guardian of Grand Xia, the true Marquis. In the future, whether or not you can catch up to his footsteps will depend on your willpower and hard work, an old general said. Yes, the young general replied softly. His eyes were shining as he looked at the leaving figure. The waves in his heart could not be concealed. There would be a day when he would also become a Marquis, a hero revered by the people. Marquis' residence. After not returning for many years, everything was different from before. Unfamiliar faces were filled with respect and nervousness as they knelt in the residence to welcome him. In the backyard, a pretty young lady was cleaning. She was the granddaughter of the old housekeeper. Her name was Yu Lian. She had just entered the residence for 2 years and was in charge of cleaning the backyard. Ning Chan walked over, causing Yu Lian to jump in fright. She hurriedly went up to stop him, not allowing him to enter. Her grandfather had said before that no one was allowed to enter the backyard. Xiao Lian quickly moved aside. This is the Marquis. Seeing this, the new housekeeper hurriedly went up and reprimanded her. Hearing this, Yu Lian trembled and immediately knelt down in fright. This servant did not know. Marquis, please spare me. Ning Qin lightly smiled and said, "Those who do not know are not to blame. Go prepare some tea. An important guest has arrived." Yes. Yu Lian secretly heaved a sigh of relief and respectfully accepted the order. The study room was still the same as before. No one had touched it at all. Ning Qin brought the 2 of them in. Not long later, Yu Lian came in and poured tea for the 3 of them before quietly retreating. Outside the backyard, when the housekeeper saw Yu Lian walk out, he also heaved a sigh of relief. The Marquis' return was too sudden. They were not prepared at all. "Uncle," Yu Lian called out apologetically. She had never seen the Marquis before. She did not expect the Marquis to be so young. He seemed to be only a few years older than her. "Xiao Lian, there cannot be a next time." The housekeeper's face became gentler and said, "But there is no need to be afraid. The Marquis' personality is gentle. He will never easily punish people. Regardless of what other people say, our Marquis is the best Marquis." Yu Lian lightly nodded. Inside the study room it was slightly cold. The entire residence had a stove, except for the study room. Other than the master of the study room, no one knew why. "Should I call you Brother Ning or Jiming Marquis?" The Dawn Moon Tower master looked at the person in front of her and faintly smiled. "Won't you first introduce yourself and this lady?" Ning Qin glanced at the 2 of them and said, "Does Sir Ning really not recognize us?" On the side, Hong Wan could not help but ask, "Oh, it seems that the 2 of you have already seen my phoenix body. Sorry, before the 2 bodies merge, I cannot know the memories of the phoenix body. I wonder if Sir and Miss can explain it in detail," Ning Qin calmly said. The Dawn Moon Tower master's lips slightly curved. Of course. Outside the study room, the sky gradually darkened. Yu Lian would go in every hour to pour new tea for the three of them before silently retreating. She did not dare to disturb them. The Dawn Moon Tower Master recounted everything that happened before and after the two bodies. She did not hide anything because there was no need to. Cooperation must be built on the basis of mutual trust. The person in front of her would know everything once the three bodies merged. Concealing it now would only cause suspicion. Only fools would do things that did not make up for the losses. Ancient battlefield, time restriction. Ning Chen raised his tea and lightly took a sip. Soon after, he looked at the person in front of him and calmly said, "Tower Master, what is your purpose in coming to the inner world this time?" Chapter 720. In the Jiming Marquis residence, the sky was already dark. In the study, the candlelight flickered and the tea on the table had been changed countless times. Yu Lian was busy coming and going. She was still a bit excited and nervous. She had heard many legends about the Marquis, but this was her first time seeing the Marquis in person. He was gentle, indifferent, and approachable. He was completely different from the heartless people in the legends. At the same time, all the forces in the imperial city and even the entire divine land were paying close attention to the Jiming Marquis residence. He was back. What was his purpose this time? In the study of the Marquis residence, the flickering candlelight gradually burned out. Yu Lian came in and replaced it with a new one. She unconsciously looked at the Marquis, and a trace of curiosity flashed across her beautiful face. In front of the table, the two sat facing each other. White steam rose from the tea on the table. The atmosphere was surprisingly calm. Purpose. The Dawn Moon Tower Master took a sip of tea and put it down. She looked at the person in front of her and said, "Heavenly Book." "Oh." Ning Chen's eyes flashed with surprise and said, "It seems that the Tower Master knows a lot about the Heavenly Book." "You flatter me." The Dawn Moon Tower smiled faintly and said, "The origin of the Heavenly Book is very mysterious. No one dares to say that they know a lot about it. I only know a little about it. Tower Master is too modest." Ning Chen picked up the teacup and said, "The fact that the inner world's boundary was broken is a secret that few people know. I have already told the venerables of the Tianfu planet not to spread this news. It's already not easy for the Tower Master to know this secret. Moreover, the Tower Master immediately came to the inner world from the sky beyond sky. Clearly, you are very sure that the Heavenly Book exists in the inner world. If that's the case, then I have nothing to say." "Huh." The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled and said, "Talking to a smart person like the Jiming Marquis, I really don't dare to be careless." "Same to you." Ning Chen drank the tea in his cup and said calmly, "Tower Master, let's not beat around the bush. Just tell me your purpose." "Light scroll." The Dawn Moon Tower Master said slowly. Hearing this, Ning Chen's hand paused. After a moment, he returned to normal and said calmly, "The light scroll is destroyed. This is not an absolute secret. With the Tower Master's ability, it should be easy for you to know. I know that the bright Chaos Twin Scrolls were destroyed during the War of Sending Off the Gods." The Dawn Moon House Master nodded and said, "Jiming Marquis, have you ever wondered why the tomes of the arcane are still complete in this generation? There have been so many disasters over the years, and the tomes of the arcane can't be passed down forever?" Ning Chen was silent. After several breaths of time, he said, "Heavenly tomes aren't books." As expected, the Jiming Marquis also noticed it. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress nodded slightly and said, "The heavenly tomes aren't books, they're laws. Even if they're destroyed, they'll reappear after a few days. However, no one knows how long that will take." "Tower Master, why are you so obsessed with the light scroll?" Ning Chen asked calmly. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress looked at the tea in her cup and smiled. "Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? Tower Master is right." Ning Chen shifted his gaze to the maidservant who was cutting the candles and asked, "Xiaolian, is it?" It's getting late. Go and rest." Hearing this, Yu Lian's delicate hand trembled, and she hurriedly bowed and said yes. After saying that, Yu Lian didn't dare to stay any longer. She turned around and left. The Jiming Marquis is really someone who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress chuckled. Ning Chun retracted his gaze. His expression didn't change much as he said, "Tower Master, you're joking. Let's continue." The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress glanced at the girl behind her and said, "Hong Wan, you should also go and rest." "Yes." Hong Wan respectfully bowed and silently left. After the two girls left, only the two of them were left in the room, quietly drinking tea. After a long time, the Dawn Moon Tower's mistress put down the teacup in her hand and said, "The Jiming Marquis was once the owner of the Light and Chaos Scrolls and should have a special connection to them. I wonder if you can help me?" Ning Chin didn't say anything and waited for her to continue. "In a transaction, there are gains and losses. For the Jiming Marquis help, I'll also pay the same price," the Dawn Moon Tower's mistress said seriously. "The time restriction?" Ning Chin looked up and asked calmly. "No." The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress shook her head and said, "The time restriction isn't in my hands, so I can't make the decision. As long as you can open the ancient battlefield, someone will naturally deliver the time restriction." "Then what's the price you're talking about?" Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. "The secret of the ancient battlefield," the Dawn Moon Tower's mistress replied. "Mistress should know that I'm not interested in these things," Ning Chin calmly said. "What if this secret is related to immortals?" the Dawn Moon Tower's mistress asked. Hearing this, a strange look flashed through Ning Chen's eyes, and a rare trace of seriousness appeared. After a moment of silence, Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him and said, "I can help you find the Light Scroll, but not the Chaos Scroll. It's something left behind by an old friend and can't be given to anyone." "Deal." The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress nodded without hesitation. Outside the study, the cold night gradually deepened and the candlelight reflected the two figures. The door only opened when the cold moon moved to the west. After the Dawn Moon Tower's mistress left, only the white-robed Marquis was left in the study. He looked at the flickering candlelight with deep eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. In the guest room, the Dawn Moon Tower's mistress walked over, and Hong Wan immediately went forward. A trace of nervousness appeared on her beautiful face as she asked, "Mistress, did Sir Ning agree?" "Yes." The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress nodded. "Mistress and Sir Ning are already friends. So why are you still so stubborn?" Hong Wan didn't understand. "Wrong." The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress shook her head and said, "The word friend is not that simple, especially when facing someone as rational and intelligent as the Marquis. Now, we are only in a cooperative relationship and are far from being friends. Perhaps you are more like friends with him." Hong Wan doesn't understand. Hong Wan was confused and said, "If you don't understand, then don't understand. You will understand in the future that growing up too fast is not a good thing." The Marquis is the clearest example, the Dawn Moon Tower's mistress said calmly. As a businessman, profit came first. The Marquis was trustworthy and was no doubt a good partner. However, the Marquis's intelligence was not so pleasing. To be honest, she would rather face a true realm old monster than a Marquis who had cultivated for less than 100 years. In the study, the door creaked open and Ning Chin walked out. He looked at the bright moon in the sky without saying a word. Becoming an immortal? He believed in fairy tales when he was young, but after practicing martial arts, he became less and less convinced. Even though he had seen the East and West immortal realms, he still couldn't overlap the immortals in his memory with the reality. Perhaps he was a frog in a well. "Hong Wan, what do you think his tribulation is?" In the guest room, the Dawn Moon Tower's mistress stood in front of the window and looked in the direction of the study and asked, "The devil's body should be the devil's tribulation. As for the phoenix's body, the tower's mistress said that young Masterning was using the art of bewitchment of the royal family to pass the love tribulation. As for this body, I can't guess, Hong Wan said softly. Infinite tribulation. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress said calmly, it is also commonly known as the tribulation of all beings. In thousands of years, he is the first person to pass this tribulation. Perhaps he is also the first person to succeed. Hearing this, Hong Wan was shocked and said, young Masterning has not reached the perfection realm. I don't know. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress shook her head and said, his body is too special. According to the Foundation, it is not an exaggeration to say that he has reached the immortal void realm or even the reality realm, not to mention the state of mind. For him, the state of mind has never been a problem. However, I feel that there is something wrong with his perfection realm. Why? Hong Wan was puzzled. Heavenly punishment. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress said seriously, if I did not guess wrongly, in order to send away the Netherworld King. He used the power of the bright and chaotic twin scrolls to bury millions of lives to suppress the power of the Netherworld King. Although he succeeded, he also sowed the root of the disaster. The karma of these millions of lives and even the infinite tribulation of all beings have been added to the Marquis Jiming. Unfair. Hong Wan's eyes overflowed with tears as she said, fair. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress said, the tribulation of one person in exchange for the tribulation of all beings. One person bearing the karma of millions of lives. There is nothing fairer than this. This is the mercy of heaven. Hong Wan's hands were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Why? Is heaven's right and wrong so cruel? It's coming. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress looked at the horizon and her eyes turned serious. In the horizon, dark clouds covered the moon and thunder roared. The terrifying and abnormal pressure rapidly increased and kept surpassing the limit. Supremacy tribulation? Hong Wan was shocked. How could the supremacy tribulation be so terrifying? Tower mistress, please protect the imperial city. Ning Chen looked at the horizon and said calmly. Soon after, his figure flashed and swept toward the horizon. In the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. In the sky above the imperial city, billions of blood-colored thunderbolts descended from the sky as if the wrath of heaven was sending down the most terrifying punishment. In an instant, the blood-colored thunderbolts submerged Su-Yi. The power spread and turned the sky above the imperial city into a blood-colored sea of lightning. In the sea of lightning, bolts of lightning spread out and descended on the mortal world, falling toward the imperial city. The wrath of heaven is really something that cultivators do not want to face the most. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress sighed softly. She took a step and swept under the thunderbolts. The heavenly soul silk entered her hand and the yellow spring sounded, shaking away the scattered blood-colored thunderbolts. In the imperial city, countless commoners were awakened by this shocking scene. Looking at the tribulation clouds in the sky, they trembled violently. Is it the Marquis? The commoners were even more shocked. Why was it heaven's punishment again? 30 years ago, the Marquis was burned by the heavenly fire. 30 years later, heaven still refused to let the Marquis go? Thunderbolts descended and the four sources rose. Wind, water, thunder, and fire erupted. A sword with a hint of blood in it appeared. Blood traces spread and pierced into Su-Yi's arm. In an instant, an ancient and primordial power erupted. The four scrolls merged and multiplied endlessly. At the beginning of creation, endless destruction and reincarnation were created. The scene of the absolute beginning opening the sky appeared again. With a shocking explosion, heaven and earth were in chaos. Su-Yi stood in the sea of lightning with a grave expression. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts roared, but they could not get close to her. The most terrifying heaven's might. Billions of thunderbolts descended once again. The power reached the peak. 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, turned into a blood-colored sea of lightning. Heaven's wrath did not allow knowing destiny to advance. Heaven, you dare to be my enemy? Ning Qin stepped out, and his killing intent erupted. His sword went against the world and soared into the sky. Chapter 7:21. In the sky above the imperial city, heavenly punishment descended. Earth-shattering blood-red lightning turned the entire night sky into a sea of blood. Among the millions of lightning bolts, a beam of sword light soared into the sky. The four essences coiled around it with the power to destroy the heavens and shake the universe. The sword broke through the heavens, and the void collapsed. A huge black hole appeared and swallowed everything. Boom! The sinners resisted, and the heavens became angrier. The tribulation clouds rolled, and blood-red lightning formed. The four symbols roared, and the power to destroy the heavens and the earth swept out. The four symbols' deities appeared, and everything was under their orders. The heavens and the earth turned into chaos, and the scene of the beginning of the world was recreated. The four symbols appeared. Around by E, the four essences were extremely brilliant. The heavenly book created the heavenly way, and the supreme intent on the sword rose rapidly. The four symbols descended, and the sword light soared into the sky. The most extreme collision had a majestic power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The clouds in the 9 heavens rolled, and the aftermath shook the 9 provinces. Below, the common people looked up at the sky, not knowing what to do. Even the heavens were unwilling to protect them. Who else could they ask for help? The deities who once wanted to destroy the world? In the backyard of the Marquis manor, Hongwan and Yu Lian looked at the sky, their eyes full of nervousness. At the center of the four symbols' deities, Bai Yi stood alone, facing wave after wave of attacks. Her expression was not the slightest bit flustered. The sword swung and slashed. The four symbols' deities had a tacit understanding of attack and defense and did not show any flaws. The calamity of destruction was endless. It was only to punish the sinners and would not stop until they were dead. The vermilion bird's divine fire burned the heavens and boiled the seas. The azure dragon's divine power could shake the heavens. The white tiger's sharp claws were unstoppable. The black tortoise's defense was unparalleled. The most powerful four symbols' deities worked together to kill the knowing destiny deities. The heavens were merciless and punished the sinners. The sins of millions of creatures could not be forgiven. The deities were solemn and decisive. Beams of divine light streaked across the night sky. The battle became more and more intense. Weapons collided and flames filled the sky. 1,000 earth revolutions. Bai Yi stepped forward and flipped her palm. The earth rolled again, and the earth rumbled in the distance. The earth within 100 miles rose and flew into the sky. With a bang, it closed and sealed the four symbols' deities. With a bang, the earth closed and dust filled the sky. The four symbols' deities were buried within the earth. On the ground, the common people's faces were filled with joy. Before he could finish his thoughts, for streaks of brilliance rushed into the clouds from the combined earth. The deities had broken through the seal. White light flashed as the white tiger's sharp claws tore open the heavens and tore towards the sinners. Pum! Saber light flew out and blocked the sharp claws. The purple chi that lingered around it was the faith power of all living beings. The indestructible claws and unbreakable protection clashed head-on. Purple chi protected his body. After one move, the sword light broke through the sky and forcefully counterattacked. The black tortoise roared and blocked in front. It used its unbreakable protection to forcefully block the sword light. After a momentary stalemate, the vermilion bird, divine flame, burned through the sky. The extremely high temperature caused the void to distort. 3,000 li of sword snow. Flames descended, rolling up the heavens, catalyzing the martial arts of Taoism. Thousands of miles of snow drifted, instantly freezing everything. Roar! The azure dragon roared to the sky. As the dragon tail swept across, the surrounding space collapsed. The terrifying divine power destroyed everything in its path. The four symbols, which combined both offense and defense, displayed a terrifying strength. After countless years of evolution from the heavenly Tao, the four symbols' deities were endowed with the most terrifying battle prowess. They surpassed the limits of the mortal world, and even surpassed the limits of the realm. The heavenly punishment that did not leave any life was not willing to give sinners any more chances. The four symbols descended to kill, knowing destiny. The dragon tail approached, and the destructive power attacked. The space in front of her turned black. However, Sui did not dodge. Her sword and saber left her hand, and she turned her palm to face the azure dragon's divine power. With a loud rumble, Sui flew out 1,000 feet. She grabbed the dragon tail with her right hand and threw it towards a distant mountain peak. In the next moment, a shocking rumble sounded. A mountain peak caved in, and waves of dust surged tens of thousands of feet. The extremely intense battle shocked all the people in the imperial city. For the first time, they clearly saw the power of the martial Marquis. In 10 years, he has grown so much. In the polar regions of the North, Nanling, Central Plains, and West Earth, the human supremes looked in the direction of Great Xia. Shock flashed through their eyes. The current knowing destiny Marquis was too terrifying. In the forbidden grounds of Chongling, the seals were undone. Nu Chang walked out and looked into the distance. A strange expression appeared on her beautiful face. He had returned. Female Supreme, I am going to find young master. A beautiful woman walked out from behind Nu Chang. She looked to the east and spoke. Go. Nu Chang was silent for a moment. Thank you for taking care of me these days. Ruashi will remember it, Lu Ruashi said softly. No need to be polite. Your young master has repaid this favor for you, Nu Chang said as she looked to the east. I am leaving. Female Supreme, please take care. Ruashi said softly. Then she took a step forward and flew towards the east like Chang-yi rushing to the moon. Seeing the former leave, Nu Chang's eyes flashed. Knowing destiny, Marquis, Nu Chang has repaid your favor. In the imperial city of Great Xia, heavenly punishment rumbled endlessly. The sounds of fierce battle were endless. Saber light and sword shadows crisscrossed as they fought the strongest of the four symbols gods. With mental power, Sui stood in the purple energy like a true immortal. There was no fluctuation on her cold face, only the dancing saber and sword interweaved with killing light. The battle reached its climax. The four symbols gods were injured by the saber and sword. With the four scrolls' destructive power, even the gods could not completely destroy them. The power accumulated and quickly nibbled away the power of the heavenly Tao. Roar! The four symbols roared to the sky, representing the uncontrollable anger of the heavenly Tao towards the sinner. Thousands of thunderbolts fell to help the gods kill, knowing destiny. Noisy! The saber light was waved in the opposite direction, breaking the sky and splitting the sea. The mighty purple energy blocked the thunderbolts and annihilated the heavenly Tao's anger. The four symbols followed, but the sword light also swept through the sky. The wind and fire surged and collided with the gods. The shocking battle against the heavenly Tao was beyond everyone's understanding. The sinner who blasphemed the heavenly Tao's face was proud and unyielding. In the peak battle, knowing destiny's sword let out a low hiss. The co-life sword's brilliance became more and more dazzling as the fighting spirit of the main body rose. In a radius of 1,000 miles, the sound of swaying chains could be heard. In an instant, the world seemed to be bound by invisible chains. The four symbols could not move. Four scrolls at the same time, no life in heaven and earth. The moment the four symbols were blocked, knowing destiny's saber and sword changed positions. The 4 scrolls opened instantly, and the endless power of the heavenly Tao spread rapidly. The moment the 4 symbols broke into the forbidden area, the power of the laws around them was quickly annihilated. Roar! At the moment of crisis, the white tiger's sharp claws tore through the air. With the power to destroy itself, the other 3 gods rushed out and escaped the death area. After a breath, the white tiger collapsed and disappeared completely. The 3 symbols roared. Even though they were just the incarnation of the laws, they still received the soul power of the 4 symbols in ancient times. The rose finch spread its wings and burned the sinner in front of it with divine fire. The azure dragon also rushed to the former with unparalleled divine power. Its dragon tail swept through thousands of obstacles. Ning Chun snorted and flashed over. In a flash, he was above the rosefinch deity. Sky fall! The sword light rotated, and a horrible sword light fell from the sky and slashed at the rosefinch deity. The black tortoise rushed to block it. However, the tacit understanding of the 4 symbols was broken. The black tortoise deity, who was not good at speed, was still half a step slower. The sword light penetrated the rosefinch deity's body with dazzling brilliance. The rosefinch deity screamed and disappeared immediately. The situation of the battle changed rapidly in the blink of an eye. The rosefinch deity and the white tiger had been killed. The rumbling thunder tribulation blocked the power of all living beings and could not fall. Is that all? God, how can you take me? Ning Chen looked at the sky and said coldly. Then he disappeared again. The azure dragon was in front of him. The sword light blocked the enemy for a moment, and then the sword light penetrated his body. The scattered green light was the mark of the failure of the divine punishment. The 4 symbols had fallen one by one. Only the black tortoise was left. At this moment it was so weak, a talent of the generation. Below, the master of the Dawn Moon Tower said slowly with a flash of light in her eyes. It was over. God could not take him. Although the divine punishment was strong, the knowing destiny was stronger. As soon as she finished speaking, Su-yi moved in the sky. The sword light was dazzling, and the sky was full of snow. The moment the snow fell, the black tortoise collapsed and disappeared between heaven and earth. Sky shattering. The black tortoise disappeared, and the sword power changed direction. Tens of thousands of wild clouds rushed to the sky and swept toward the rolling thunder tribulation cloud. In an instant, the sword light broke through the sky. The thunder tribulation cloud could not bear the power of the ultimate marshal and disappeared. The sword light disappeared. In the wild clouds and waves, Su-yi stepped down and returned to the human world. In the imperial city, there was a short silence. Immediately, the people were happy. The Marquis had won. The past grudges had passed with time. The only memory left was that the Marquis had fought bloody battles again and again to protect the Great Xia and the Divine Prefecture. The people were forgetful. However, no matter how temporary the legend was, they were the most devout believers. Congratulations. In the backyard of the Marquis mansion, the master of the Dawn Moon Tower looked at the young man in front of her and said. Ning Chen nodded and said calmly, "Thank you for protecting the imperial city." "It's nothing." The master of the Dawn Moon Tower smiled and said, "Such a wonderful battle is really rare. The Marquis of the Great Xia is indeed the strongest in the world." "Master, you are too kind," Ning Chen said softly. Suddenly his eyes focused and looked to the west. That was Ruoshi? "Master, please wait a moment. I will go pick up someone." As soon as she said that, Su-yi disappeared and swept toward the west. Thousands of miles away, Su-yi flashed by. Her speed was extremely fast. With the absolute foundation, she was infinitely close to extreme speed. In the east, the dark night passed. Under the first ray of sunlight, it was so warm that it dispelled the cold of the night. Ruo, she looked to the east, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. She was almost there. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. It was so familiar. "Girl, long time no see." He walked out and looked at the maid in front of her. Ruashi's body trembled. She looked at the person in front of her in a daze. Tears instantly overflowed from her eyes. "What's wrong? Are you not happy to see Master? Then I will go back." Ningchen smiled. "Master!" "You are making fun of this servant again." Ruashi came back to her senses and smiled through her tears. She took 2 steps forward and hugged the former tightly. "Where have you been all these years? Have you forgotten Ruashi?" Longing, excitement, and now all turned into tears. She had followed him for a lifetime. The person in front of her was her everything. "Okay, don't cry. Didn't I come to pick you up? Let's go home." Ningchen reached out and patted the little beauty in his arms and whispered, "And let's go home." Ruashi raised her head and smiled. Suddenly, it was like 100 flowers blooming, bright and charming. Chapter 722. The return of Marquis Ming's manor had caused a stir in the imperial city. The civil and military officials didn't dare to be careless and sent their greeting cards one after another. In the front hall, Ning Chen's gaze swept over the greeting cards one by one. He immediately looked at the steward and said, "Tell the people who sent the cards that Ji Ming has stepped down from his position and will not return. Tell them not to waste their time here and do what they should do." "Yes." The steward respectfully responded and turned to leave. Next door, Ruashi poured tea and put a very small black pill in it. She immediately called Yu Lian and whispered, "Little Lian, bring the tea to the young master." Yu Lian looked at the black pill disappearing in the tea and felt uneasy. "Sister Ruashi, what did you put in?" "Don't ask too much, go." Ruashi smiled. But Yu Lian didn't dare to reach out and took 2 steps back. "I won't harm the young master." Helpless, Ruashi could only carry the tea to the next door. In the front hall, Ning Chen saw the 2 girls coming one after the other. He smiled and said, "You've been busy for half a day, take a rest." "No need, this servant isn't tired. Please have some tea." Ruashi offered the tea and smiled. Ning Chen took the tea and was about to drink when he heard an urgent voice. "Marquis, there's something in the tea. You can't drink it." Yu Lian couldn't help but say anxiously, "Oh." Ning Chen was slightly surprised. He looked at the tea in the cup and said, "There is indeed something in it." "Ruashi, what did you put in?" "I can't say, but this servant won't harm the young master." Ruashi whispered. "Then don't say." Ning Chen casually responded and didn't ask any more questions. He thought about things while drinking tea. Seeing this, Ruashi's beautiful face flashed a bright smile. She stood quietly beside him, just like in the past. "Tomorrow, when we go to pay respects to the Empress, prepare some pastries. Don't be too sweet. The Empress doesn't like it." Ning Chen put down the teacup and said, "Okay." Ruashi nodded and whispered, "I haven't seen Xanyu for a long time. Let's go together." Ning Chen continued. "Okay." Ruashi responded again. At this time the steward came and bowed. "Marquis, the people have been sent away and your words have been delivered." "All right, you can leave," Ning Chen said calmly. "Yes." The butler accepted the order and retreated respectfully. After dealing with the matter, Ning Chen stood up and looked at the maidservant beside him. "Let's go." Ruashi nodded and stepped forward to catch up. After taking 2 steps, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the little maidservant in the hall, who looked a little lonely, and said, "Xiaolian, you should come as well." Hearing this, Yu Lian was first startled. Then joy appeared on her face as she hurriedly followed. Ruashi chuckled. After so many years, the young master really hasn't changed at all. He's still so good to the people around him. Seeing the smile on the little handmaiden's face, Ning Chen smiled and walked out of the hall. Back then, the old steward had done his best for the Marquis' estate. Now that the old steward was gone and only left behind this granddaughter, he would take care of her as much as he could. Ruah! She looked at the slightly uneasy maid beside her and showed a gentle expression. Xiaolian, there's no need to be so nervous. Young master doesn't beat or scold people. Yu Lian answered uneasily. She glanced at the Marquis in front of her and quickly lowered her head. Ruah! She reached out to take the little handmaiden's hand and gently squeezed it to ease her nervous mood. In front, Ning Qin looked at the changes in the imperial city. His eyes flashed with a little brilliance. The scenes of the past seemed to still be in front of him, but things were still the same and people were no longer the same. Great Princess Royal Residence. The mansion was still the same as before. It didn't seem to have changed much. When Ning Qin arrived, the guards in front of the mansion immediately went inside to report. In the courtyard of the mansion, Xia Xinyu, who was planting flowers and plants, heard the report and nodded gently. Invite them in. The guard trotted back. Not long after, 3 figures came in. The one in the lead was dressed in white and had a calm and gentle face. Xinyu, I trust you have been well since we last met. Ning Qin whispered. Xia Xinyu looked up and glanced at the former. Her face was still as delicate and charming as before, without the slightest trace of age. It was as if even time couldn't bear to take away this stunning face. Come in and help. Xia Xinyu said calmly. Ning Qin nodded and walked into the flower garden. He immediately squatted down and planted flowers and plants with her. How long will you be back this time? Xia Xinyu handed over a purple sunflower and casually asked. Ning Qin received it and carefully planted the flower seedlings. He said, I will leave soon after I finish my business. Xia Xinyu nodded. There was no disappointment on her face. She asked, You still haven't succeeded? Ning Qin shook his head and said, No, it's more difficult than I imagined. Now that I have found the immortal peach tree and the jade lake, I still can't solve the problem of the 9,000 years of blooming and bearing fruits. Since we have already reached this step, let's continue. Don't leave any regrets. Xia Xinyu took the water and watered the purple sunflower that she had planted and said softly, Ning Qin nodded lightly and asked, What about you? Are you really not going to marry? I'm not going to marry. Xia Xinyu nodded and looked at the person in front of her. She said, I won't be able to keep my appearance for many years. If you can find a way to revive her, marry me. Ning Qin was startled and fell silent. After a moment, he nodded and said, Okay. A person's life was short. Xia Xinyu's cultivation wasn't high. He didn't know what method she used to keep her appearance, but it didn't change her lifespan by much. Not far away, Ruah, she looked at the 2 people in the flower garden. A trace of sadness flashed through her eyes. In her opinion, the young master and the 9th princess were the most suitable couple. Unfortunately, they missed each other at the best of times. The royal bloodline of the Xia dynasty was full of experts. However, the 9th princess, who was extraordinarily talented, deliberately rarely practiced martial arts. No one knew why. Perhaps longevity wasn't what the 9th princess wanted. What about the girl in Barren City? Have you seen her all these years? Xia Xinyu asked. No. Ning Qin shook his head and said, I haven't seen her since the last battle. I also haven't heard any news about her. It's as if she has disappeared from this world. Hearing this, Xia Xinyu sighed softly and said, Her talent is the best in our generation, and she's also the first person to enter the Xiantian realm. You still have a long way to go. If fate wills it, you'll meet her sooner or later. Is it fate? Ning Qin whispered softly. A trace of emotion flashed through his eyes. He didn't say anything more. If they didn't know each other when they met, then whether they met or not, perhaps it was no longer important. His path was full of thorns. He didn't want to hurt anyone who cherished him. If forgetting each other could allow her to live without restrictions, then he would no longer be stubborn. Looking at the light in the former's eyes, Xia Xinyu sighed again. Was he going to let go just like that? He used to be so persistent. Outside the flower garden, Yu Lian looked at the 2. For some reason, She felt inexplicably sad. She once heard from her grandfather that the Marquis and the eldest princess were once betrothed. However, both of them refused. She didn't understand why such a beautiful pair didn't come together. The Marquis's relationship with the eldest princess was obviously very good. Why did he refuse Zhang Xuan's decree? Feeling the former's gaze, Xia Xinyu raised her head. When she saw Ruoxi, she nodded slightly. Who is the little girl beside Ruoxi? Xia Xinyu asked. Yu Lian, the old housekeeper's granddaughter. She has been in charge of the backyard when I was away, Ning Qin calmly said. Very good, child. Do you need me to help you arrange a husband's family? Xia Xinyu continued. Then I'll trouble you. Ning Qin nodded. He didn't have many days to stay. It was best to let Xia Xinyu arrange these days. Marquis. Great princess. This servant doesn't want to marry yet. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yu Lian hurriedly bowed respectfully. Don't be nervous. You are a member of the Marquis's household. Even if we arrange a husband's family for you, it will still be with your consent. Xia Xinyu's expression was calm. Thank you, great princess. Yu Lian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ruoxi, are you still going to follow your Marquis? Xia Xinyu looked at the girl beside Yu Lian. A smile flashed across her beautiful face. Replying to great princess, Ruoxi no longer has a family. Wherever Lord goes, this servant will follow. Ruoxi nodded. Xia Xinyu smiled and looked at the man beside her. The most beautiful courtesan in the imperial city, but she doesn't want to marry. She only wants to be by your side as a maid. Your luck with women is really good. When did you learn to make fun of me? Ning Qin said helplessly. When did I make fun of you? Isn't this the truth? You must know how to cherish the people around you. Don't wait until you miss them before you regret it. Xia Xinyu smiled. The tenderness on her face was clearly visible. You are actually quite similar to her ladyship, Ning Qin said seriously. Seeing the serious expression of the former, Xia Xinyu was startled and immediately puzzled. Why do you say that? The same long-winded. Ning Qin once again put down a purple sunflower and answered seriously. Xia Xinyu had heard this before. She raised her hand and hit the former. How can you talk to the princess like this? Be careful or I'll beat you. Huh. Ning Qin smiled and said, Speaking of which, in order to run out of the palace, I was often scared by her ladyship. But now that I think about it, other than being punished by kneeling and being grounded, I really haven't been beaten. That's because Imperial Mother is biased towards you. When Imperial Brother and I were young, who didn't get beaten by Imperial Mother? You were the only one who got into so much trouble. Yet Imperial Mother only punished you by grounding you. Moreover, after you ran out of the palace with Miaoyu's wedding procession, the remaining few months of grounding punishment was taken by me in your place. Xia Xinyu said in a bad mood. That's also because I defeated those envoys for you. Otherwise, the one who's married now would be you. In the end, it's still you who got a big advantage. Ning Qin argued. If I knew it would be like this, I would have married. It's better than not being able to marry now. Xia Xinyu rolled her eyes at the former and said while watering the purple sunflower, That's because your vision is too high. If you don't believe me, you can go out on the street and shout, I want to marry. I guarantee someone will agree. Ning Chen's mouth was merciless. Outside the flower garden, Ruo, she listened to the two bickering. At the same time, a trace of nostalgia flashed through her eyes. These years, the young master was too tired. Only in front of the princess and those friends could he temporarily put down the heavy burden in his heart. Chapter 7:23. In the princess's residence, Ning Chen left with two maids and walked towards the Marquis's residence. Xia Xinyu looked at the silhouette in the distance, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a faint sigh. It had been 30 years. Could she still wait for that day? Ruah! She looked back at the ninth princess and felt inexplicably sad. On the side, Yulian looked back and then looked at the Marquis in front. Her young face flashed with confusion and puzzlement. She didn't understand why the Marquis refused the marriage arranged by Zhongsun. Could it be that the Marquis really never liked the great elder princess? In front of him, the silhouette walking forward didn't look back even once. Step by step, she walked forward until she disappeared at the end of the street. Love was heavier than a mountain. He was no longer the young man of the past and couldn't bear it. In front of the guest room of the Marquis's residence, the master of the Dawn Moon Tower stood quietly in a silver-gray cloak. When she saw the young man walking over, she smiled and said, "Brother Ning, have you decided when to leave?" "Tomorrow after I bid farewell to the elders," Ning Qin said calmly. The master of the Dawn Moon Tower nodded and said, "That's good. I have a feeling that something might have happened on the ancient Starry Sky Road. Before that, we must solve the matter here as soon as possible. Master, I want to hear the truth. Is there a fourth realm in the sky beyond heaven?" Ning Qin asked seriously. The master of the Dawn Moon Tower narrowed her eyes. A moment later, she replied, "Maybe, maybe not. It's too early for you to ask this. If you don't enter the treading immortal realm or even the true realm, even if there is a fourth realm in the world, you won't be able to come into contact with that level of existence." Ning Qin was silent and didn't say anything. He just nodded slightly. As the night deepened in the divine continent, in an unknown place, specks of golden light shone. The laws of heaven and earth gathered day after day, writing the will of heaven. Next to the golden brilliance, traces of black aura lingered, blocking all auras and all the mysteries of heaven. In the Marquis's residence, Su Yi stood in the backyard and quietly looked into the distance. As the master of the heavenly book, she gradually felt a clearer and clearer sense of familiarity. Not far away, in front of the guest room, Hong Wan walked out and looked at the figure standing under the night sky and said, "Master, you are the master of the light scroll. Can't you feel its aura?" The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress shook her head and said, "Back then, the light and chaos scrolls were destroyed together. Even if they were reborn now, it's very likely that the two scrolls would appear together. With the interference of the chaos scroll, I am unable to detect the whereabouts of the light scroll. Young Master Ning was once the owner of the Ming scroll. Will he give it away?" Hong Wan asked worriedly. "Yes." The Dawn Moon Tower master nodded and looked into the distance. "That's not what he cares about. In fact, the Marquis doesn't like fighting at all. To others, the tomes of arcane are priceless treasures, but to him it's just a scroll." "What's the price Pavilion Master paid?" Hong Wan softly asked. "The secret of the ancient battlefield." The Waning Moon Pavilion's master calmly said, "Only by knowing what he needs can we make a good deal. To be able to meet him in the inner realm is a pleasant surprise." "Pavilion Master, is young Master Ning really unable to enter the treading immortal realm?" Hong Wan asked with a slightly lonely expression. "The possibility is extremely small. Although he's very strong, shockingly strong, entering the treading immortal realm requires extraordinary talent. This is not man-made, but determined by the heavens. If it were someone else, they might have a chance. But for the Marquis of Jiming, it's almost impossible. The heavens won't let him take this step," the Waning Moon Tower's master said honestly. "Isn't the path of cultivation always going against the heavens? Even mortals believe that man can conquer the heavens. Why is Pavilion Master so pessimistic about young Master Ning?" Hong Wan asked seriously. The Waning Moon Tower's master smiled faintly and said, "What is the heavens? Mortals are frogs in a well, so they don't know the immensity of the heavens. Cultivators fight against the 3 disasters and 5 tribulations, but they are only fighting for the recognition of the heavens. Going against the heavens has always been empty words. After all, human strength is limited. How can one fight against the heavens? The Marquis of Jiming's strength has long surpassed the supreme realm by many times, but he still can't take this step. This is the truth. Hearing this, Hong Wan fell silent, and a touch of sadness flashed through her eyes. Young Master Ning has clearly worked very hard, harder than anyone else. But why can't he get the reward he deserves? The cold moon moved west, and the long night gradually passed. When the sky in the east was about to brighten, in the backyard, a plain-clothed figure who had been standing quietly all night looked at the room not far away and said, "Ruashi, let's go." With a squeak, the door opened. Ru-ah! She carried a cake basket and followed the former out of the mansion. Imperial tomb, in front of a quiet tomb. Two people walked one after the other. The man in the lead was dressed in plain clothes, untainted by the filth of the mortal world. 30 years had passed and everything had changed. The ruthlessness of time would never change because of anyone. Ning Qin placed a plate of pastries in front of Zhang Xuan's tomb. The tiredness in his eyes could no longer be concealed. After returning, he really took off his mask in front of the elders. He was still the immature young man from 30 years ago, reckless and bold in front of the Empress of Daxia. "Your Highness, I'm back, but I'll be leaving soon." These pastries were made by Ruashi. This girl didn't know how to make anything before, but after coming to the Marquis estate, her skills are getting better and better. "Didn't you always want me to marry Xanyu? Yesterday, Xanyu brought it up, and I agreed. However, the ghost girl hasn't woken up yet, so my responsibility is not over yet. If your spirit is in heaven, please bless me to find a way to bring the dead back to life as soon as possible. Otherwise, your daughter really won't be able to get married. Also, Z is doing very well now. He's with Luo Fei of the Eternal Night cult. This was all told to me by the Dawn Moon Tower. She's from the sky beyond sky, and met a strong cultivator when she went to look for the Jade Lake. He came to the Divine Land in search of the Bright Scroll. After I pay my respects to you, I'll leave to find the whereabouts of the Bright Chaos Twin Scrolls. The next time I come back, I'll try to bring Z back with me. You know, he's different now. If he doesn't listen to me, can I kidnap him and bring him back? You used to scold me all the time. At that time, I always felt that you were long-winded. Now that I can't hear your scolding, I feel that something is missing. By the way, Senior is getting more and more powerful. I don't know where he went to prove his swordsmanship. I can't control him, nor can I beat him. When he comes back, I don't know when he'll return. There's one more thing. When I used to cultivate, Sister Qingning always said that my aptitude was poor. At that time I wasn't convinced, but now I really feel it. Why is the heavens so unfair? There are so many geniuses in the world. Why can't I be one more? If you're in heaven, you must bless me to enter the immortal realm as soon as possible. Let's work together. The strength of two people is always greater than one, right? Also, in front of the mausoleum, the long-winded figure in plain clothes was completely different from her usual calm and taciturn self. She talked endlessly, as if she wanted to tell all the grievances and unwillingness of these years to her elders. Not far away, she quietly looked at the figure in front of her. A touch of sadness flashed through her eyes. She knew that the Empress was the most respected person in the young master's life. In the past, in the present, and in the future, it was only in front of the Empress that the young master was Ning Qin, not some famous Marquis of the Granxia. Chapter 7:24. The Divine Great Land, a vast divine land. For people were traveling together, led by two people. One was dressed in plain clothes, while the other was dressed in a luxurious robe. They were the top powerhouses in search of the heavenly book. Behind them, Hongwan and Ruashi followed. They were equally peerless women, making it difficult for people to look at them. Traveling thousands of miles without stopping, the masters of the heavenly book from different eras gathered together today. On Tianqing Peak, the two of them stared at each other. A mountain range that stretched for an unknown distance appeared before their eyes. It was lush and verdant. "Let's go down," Ning Qin said. "N." The Dawn Moon House master nodded and agreed. The two leaped and rushed towards the mountain range. Behind them, Hong Wan and Ruo, she looked at each other and also rushed down. At the foot of the mountain, ancient dragons moved about freely while numerous ancient trees shot into the sky and blotted out the sun. This unknown place that was rarely visited by humans was filled with exuberant vitality. "We're here." Sensing the familiar aura nearby, Ning Qin stopped in his tracks and asked. The Dawn Moon House mistress narrowed her eyes. The Chaos Scroll? It was really worthy of being the Heavenly Book's main transformation. They were so close, yet he still didn't notice. "You two stay here. Don't go forward." Ning Chen looked back at the two girls and calmly said. Hong Wan and Ruo, she nodded and obediently stopped following. The Tower Master waved her hand and summoned the Heavenly Spirit Silk, which turned into a heavenly law and blocked the two girls. No one knew what danger would appear later, but one thing was certain: it wouldn't be easy for them to get the Heavenly Book. During the war, the Chaos Volume absorbed too much resentment. Now that it was reborn, it was very likely that there would be variables. After 100 steps forward, the air pressure in the mountain range suddenly dropped. Streams of air continued to converge in front of them. A powerful suction force turned the surrounding area into a vacuum zone. "Be careful." Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Their worries were true. The Chaos Volume not only reborn at the same time, but the resentment of all living beings it once absorbed was also reborn. It was even more terrifying. In the forest ahead, a muffled rumble of thunder sounded. Two clouds of mist lingered, one shining with golden light and the other as dark as the abyss. They had completely different auras, but now they were both full of resentment and bone-chilling resentment. In order to resist Hell King, millions of people sacrificed themselves. The remaining resentment was terrifying. After more than 20 years, it had increased instead of decreasing. "You're finally here." At that moment, specks of blue starlight floated up and a familiar figure appeared. She looked at the plain-clothed young man and said, "I've done my best. I'll leave the rest to you." After she finished speaking, the blue figure dissipated. The last remnant, soul mark, vanished from the world. That is. The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master's eyes narrowed as she spoke. "Fan Linghua." Ning Qin replied calmly. With just a remnant soul imprint, she was able to suppress such a huge amount of resentment for over 20 years. "This woman's soul force is truly terrifying," said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master. "If it wasn't for the lack of time, the current divine continent would have already belonged to the Northern Meng imperial court." Ning Qin said as he strode forward. The waning Moon House master looked at the young figure walking forward, and a strange look flashed through her eyes. She knew that the young man before her was not someone who spoke nonsense. A woman who could make him give such an evaluation must have such ability. Was the divine land weak? The truth was definitely not like this. Otherwise, when the underworld king descended, the inner realm would have already been destroyed. Perhaps he had really missed out on too much. After a while, the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master collected her thoughts and walked forward. She looked at the Chaos Light Scroll and asked, "Can we separate them?" "Yes, but—" Ning Chen looked at the resentment between the Chaos Light Scroll and said with a serious expression, "The biggest problem now is that the Chaos Light Scroll is suppressing the resentment of all living beings. Once we take one scroll, the resentment of all living beings will immediately erupt. You take the Heavenly Scroll, and I'll suppress the resentment within," said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master after a moment of thought. "Impossible." Ning Qin shook his head and said, "You haven't experienced the battle back then, so you don't know much about the resentment. Resentment is different from other powers. This is the final resentment of living beings before they die. It's very terrifying. Although your cultivation is extraordinary, it's still very difficult to suppress this resentment without relying on the power of the two scrolls." "Oh," The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master frowned slightly and said, "It's that difficult." "It's even more difficult. It can be said that if it weren't for the resentment of millions of living beings back then, we wouldn't have had any chance of winning the battle with the Netherworld King." Ning Qin nodded and explained, "Among the 10 heavenly scrolls, only the Chaos Light Scroll isn't a cultivation technique. One governs the heavens, and the other governs the variables. Back then, Fan Lingyue and I used the destructive power produced by the fusion of the 2 scrolls to kill millions of living beings in the Divine Prefecture, barely suppressing the Netherworld King's cultivation technique. However, we didn't expect that after the 2 scrolls were destroyed, the resentment didn't dissipate. Instead, it gathered together with the 2 scrolls. Is there a way?" The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master asked seriously. She really didn't know much about the resentment. She had never experienced it personally, so it was difficult for her to understand it. "There is a way." Ning Qin nodded and said calmly, "But the price is high. The reward for the pavilion's master isn't enough." The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master looked at the person in front of her and pondered for a moment. Then she said, "Brother Ning, as long as you can solve this resentment, I can promise to help you once in the future, no matter when, where, or who the target is." "Deal," Ning Qin responded. He waved his left hand, and a long and narrow blade surrounded by purple gas appeared. A vast and boundless psyche power spread out rapidly. "You only have one chance. Just take the heavenly book. Understood?" As soon as she finished speaking, the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master's figure moved instantly. She condensed extreme essence in her palm and reached toward the light scroll. The moment her finger touched the golden light, the balance was broken. A surge of surging and heavy resentment burst out. It was eerie to the bone, and it made people feel a chill in their hearts. The completely different power went straight to the divine sense, and genuine qi couldn't stop it. The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master's expression darkened. Her soul power was strong, and she resisted the terrifying resentment that kept attacking her. After a moment of stalemate, Ning Qin moved. He waved his psyche power, and a majestic purple gas fell, resisting the psyche power of all living creatures. With a bang, the power of faith and the resentment of all living creatures collided rapidly. A shocking aftershock spread out. The 2 scrolls trembled and separated. Seeing this, the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master took the opportunity to put away the light scroll. She took a step and quickly retreated. At this moment, the resentment of millions of living creatures burst out completely. Terrifying, angry waves roared and surged, spreading out rapidly. 100 feet away, the heavenly soul silk vibrated, and the 7 laws of Yellow Spring rang, protecting the 2 girls. At the center of the resentment, Ning Qin and the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master stood side by side, looking at the screaming Yin spirits around them. Their expressions became solemn. "Pavilion Master, take Ruoshi and Hong Wan away first," Ning Qin said. "Be careful." The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master didn't hesitate. She took the 2 girls and rushed out of the mountain range. Millions of Yin spirits roared, and resentment spread out, trying to seal the mountain range. However, the sky was filled with purple gas, and a path was opened in the endless resentment. Knowing mandate Marquis. Among the millions of Yin spirits, a malicious spirit surrounded by Yin Qi spoke. When he was alive, his resentment was so great that his soul didn't disperse after death. Looking at the plain-clothed figure standing in the middle of the resentment, endless hatred flashed across his ferocious face. "You demon!" Another malicious spirit showed a terrifying face. His hatred was monstrous, and he wanted to eat his flesh. "What right do you have to sacrifice us? Demon, you don't deserve to be human. We curse you. You won't have a good death." Hateful figures and vicious curses came one after another. The resentment of the innocent people who died in the battle was so strong that it was shocking. There were old people, women, children, and so on. There were so many resentful spirits that it was impossible to count them all. Chapter 7:25. In an unknown place, millions of Een spirits were freed from their shackles. Their ferocious faces were filled with hatred. In the midst of the spreading resentment, a figure in plain clothes stood quietly. Her calm face didn't change much, unyielding and proud. Her knees finally touched the ground. Knowing Destiny's hands were stained with blood. There were enemies and innocent people. Millions of lives in the divine land were buried in the war of death. There was no reason to shirk, no matter what the purpose was. No one was qualified to take the lives of others, not even Knowing Destiny. Sorry. The late apology, the Knowing Destiny kowtowed. Her clothes were stained with dust. Her black hair was stained with dust. The apology came 20 years too late. Among the millions of resentful spirits, the resentment around the few who had been kind when they were alive dissipated and chose to forgive him. However, even more resentful spirits were still filled with hatred and resentment. Marquis, blood debts can only be repaid with blood. You deserve to die. The sinister-looking old man, woman, and child were surrounded by Een energy. They were supported by resentment. After hating for 20 years, how could they be forgiven so easily? The road to Knowing Destiny is not over yet. Before that, no one can take my life. Nian Qing's blade pierced the ground. Purple chi surged. Ning Chen stood up and looked at the sky full of Een spirits. He calmly said, "If one day the ghost girl wakes up, Knowing Destiny will give you an explanation." What explanation? The wraiths looked at the purple aura in the saber with fear and said coldly, "At that time, Knowing Destiny will be at your disposal. I will not resist." Ning Chen said. Millions of Een spirits heard this and pondered. In the center of the endless resentment, Nian Qing exuded a majestic purple chi. The powerful pressure made the Een spirits not dare to approach half a step. Marquis, remember what you said today. We will wait for you for a few more days. After weighing for a long time, the Een spirits made a decision. They turned into a tide of resentment and disappeared into the Book of Chaos again. Thank you, Ning Chen calmly responded. He waved his hand and took the Book of Chaos. He turned and left. Outside the mountain range, the master of Dawn Moon Tower looked at the figure in plain clothes in front of her. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. He thought there would be a fierce battle, but it seemed that was not the case. However, Knowing Destiny was protected by the power of faith of all living beings. Even if Een spirits wanted to hurt him, it would not be easy. "Master, are you okay?" Ruoshi came forward and asked worriedly. "I'm fine. Let's go. It's time to leave." Ning Chen smiled. Ruo, she responded softly and stepped forward to catch up. 10 days later, in the starry sky, the Dawn Moon House Master looked at the beacon and said, "Jiming Marquis, let's part here. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future." "Take care," Ning Chen said calmly. "Take care." The Waning Moon House's Master responded and left with Hong Wan shortly after. Ning Chen glanced at the maid beside him and said, "Ruoshi, let's go as well." Ruoshi nodded and looked at the beautiful starry sky. "Young lord, can you tell me why those resentful spirits haven't made a move yet? Did you promise them something?" She knew that although young Master's hands were stained with blood, he was definitely not someone who would willfully kill innocent people, nor was he someone who would shirk responsibility. It was difficult for young Master to treat the resentful spirits of those innocent people as ruthlessly as he treated his enemies. "I agreed to a few things, but they're not important. Right now, the most important thing is to obtain the time seal. Other than that, everything else can be set aside for now," said Ning Chen calmly. Hearing this, Ruoshi sighed in her heart and didn't ask any more questions. 9 Cloud Sky City, in front of the 33rd Sky Pillar. Hong, he looked ahead, alone. looking at the sky pillar that pierced through the starry sky. Suddenly, she turned back, her eyes flashing. He's finally here. In the distance, two figures walked over. The one in front wore plain clothes and had a delicate face. Only a pair of eyes were engraved with the wind and frost of time. "You're back." The phoenix body looked at the two people walking over and said, "Where's Ener?" Ningchen asked, to fulfill the promise from back then and repay the favor she owed. The phoenix body said softly. Ningchen nodded and looked at the phoenix body in front of him. "You've worked hard along the way. Leave the rest to me. Find the God Scroll as soon as possible. Otherwise our path will really come to an end." The phoenix body disappeared and turned into specks of starlight that merged into her body. Her soul returned and fell into a deep sleep. Memories came flooding in. There was pain and tiredness. Knowing Destiny's 3 bodies had experienced hundreds of tribulations. Even if her heart was as hard as stone, there would still be times when she felt tired. Ji Yuqing. Among the many names on the 33rd sky pillar, there was one name that stood out. Ningchen glanced at it, then walked toward the city. On the second floor of an inn in 9 Cloud Sky City, a violet-robed man looked at the young man walking toward him. His eyes flashed with coldness. Was this the person Yan Jiushi was talking about? Other than the executors of the Ancient Road and the doyens from the Starfield domain, the only other person who could fight Yan Jiushi to a standstill was this person. Ning Chen sensed an unfriendly gaze from the distance, but when he looked over, he didn't see anyone. Was it an illusion? "Young master, what's wrong?" Ruoshi asked. "I don't know why, but ever since we entered the city, I've been feeling like someone has been watching us," Ningchen said. Ruoshi looked around, but aside from the passers-by, she didn't see anyone suspicious. At the same time, in a majestic palace in an unknown dimension, the doyens from the Starfield domain walked out. The Dawn Moon Tower's master also appeared for the first time in over a year. "Tower Master, something happened on the Ancient Road. Do you know about it?" asked one of the leaders from the Z-Way star system. "I know a bit." The Dawn Moon Tower's master nodded. "Shinji, among us, you and the Dawn Moon Tower's master are the most proficient in the art of derivation. Should we work together to see where these people came from?" asked the leader from the Luo Jia Starfield. "We can give it a try." Shinji nodded. Looking at the illusory figure on the other side, he said, "Tower Master, let's begin." The Dawn Moon Tower's master nodded and waved her hand to form a hand seal. Not far away, Shinji also cooperated with her. Specks of starlight appeared on a compass. The mysteries of heaven evolved and time reversed. For silhouettes flew out from the Starfield's fog. Their powerful auras were shocking. Oh, seeing the face of one of them, the Dawn Moon Tower's master's eyes flashed. It was actually him. "Is there something wrong?" asked the All-Heaven Starfield's leader. "These people came from the Red Phoenix, Starfield's fog. I've already seen one of them. His strength is astonishing. Even if we were to fight him head-on, we might not necessarily be able to kill him," said the Dawn Moon Tower's master. "Since you say that, you must have fought with him," said the leader from the Z-Way star system. "Yes." The Dawn Moon Tower's master nodded and said, "That person has already died by my hands. However, it was not by my own strength. Instead, he was assisted by an unknown expert." The Dawn Moon Tower's master did not say anything about the Knowing Destiny Marquis 3 transformations. People's hearts were unpredictable. Before their own interests were threatened, the Starfield Exalteds could still give in. However, once they knew that the Knowing Destiny Marquis had the strength to threaten them, their patience would instantly disappear. Earlier, in order to stop the gods, the Exalteds had no choice but to send out the immortal trapping sword. Now that the Knowing Destiny Marquis had 2 immortal swords in hand and his original body had returned, no one knew how powerful he had become. "In that case, there are only 3 people left," said the leader from the Luo Jia Starfield. 3 peak corporeal or even true realm experts. If they were determined to hide their identities, it would not be easy to find them, said Shinji calmly. After they appeared, many of the 9 kings died in battle. What I'm most worried about is that these people will be among the 9 kings, said the leader from the Z-Way star system. It's not appropriate for us to interfere with the matter of the ancient road of the stars. Have the enforcers keep a close eye on them, especially the 9 kings, said Shinji. The Starfield Exalteds nodded. Observing the situation was indeed the only way. The ancient battlefield was about to open. There could not be any accidents at this time. What about the 9th son of the Mahist clan? Where is he now? Asked the leader from the Sky Mist Star system. 9 Cloud Sky City, said Shinji. How did he end up there? Asked the leader from the Sky Mist Star system with a slight frown. The 9th son of the Mahis clan had left from the Hongwan star system. Logically speaking, he should not have passed through 9 Cloud Sky City. He seems to be looking for someone, said Shinji calmly. Did anyone pass by on that road? Asked the leader from the Z-Way star system. 2 new kings and Ji-Yuqing, said Shinji calmly. The daughter of the Ji family of the Spirit Void star system. Asked the leader from the Sky Mist star system. The Ji family is said to be the descendants of gods. They have the blood of gods in their veins. Could it be that the 9th son of the Mahist clan wants to steal the power of Ji-Yuqing's blood? Asked the leader from the Spirit Void star system. It's not impossible. The leader from the Z-Way star system also had a serious expression. He said, that child's talent is insufficient. He has reached the end of his path of cultivation. If he is able to use the blood of gods to temper his foundation, he might be able to enter the immortal treading realm. This is troublesome. The hearts of the various star system exalted sunk. The Ji family of the Spirit Void star system was a true colossus. If the 9th son of the Mahist clan truly attacked Ji-Yuqing, the Ji family would definitely be enraged. At that time, the ancient starry sky road would be in complete chaos. Everyone, you're overthinking things. The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master looked to the crowd and said, that child is not someone who cannot distinguish right from wrong. There is no enmity between him and Ji-Yuqing. He would also not casually attack others. It's difficult to know a person's heart from their face. Before absolute benefits, who can distinguish right from wrong? We cannot take this risk, said the All-Heaven Starfield's leader with a deep voice. At the very least, he has done what he promised. That child promised that he would not rashly attack others. So far, he has never taken the initiative to attack others. Otherwise, why do you think Ningqin is not one of the 9 kings? Said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master calmly. I also do not approve of interfering with that child's actions. Going too far is just as bad as not going far enough. Although that child's cultivation has reached the end, his battle strength is still world-shocking. Everyone should know that there is no benefit in angering him, said Shinji. Since there are differences, then, according to the rules, the minority's opinion must be followed by the majority's opinion, said the leader from the Z-Way star system. I propose to further restrict the actions of the 9th son of the Mahis clan, said the All-Heaven Starfield's leader for the first time. I agree. Voices of agreement covered up the voices of opposition. The various exalted had reached an agreement to restrict the Knowing Destiny realm once again. Chapter 726. Within 9 Cloud Heavenly City, 2 enforcers of the ancient road of the starry Heavenly City appeared, each of them in the late corporeal realm. The enforcers of 9 Cloud Heavenly City sensed them and came out to greet them. Huaigu, Wenqi, why are you here? Asked the enforcers. We're here for Mo Gates, 9th son. Enforcer Wenqi, who had a higher cultivation base, replied, Oh, Mo Gates' 9th son is here? The enforcer frowned. He hadn't sensed anything at all. The star sovereigns and domain lords are worried that he'll harm the Ji family's daughter. So they sent us to warn her, said Huaigu. Ji-Yuqing. 9 Cloud's eyes flashed. The G family's waters run deep. Mo Gates' ninth son shouldn't overestimate himself. He can't be measured by ordinary standards. In order to step into the immortal treading realm, he risked universal condemnation to steal the G family's god bloodline. It's not impossible, said Wen Qi. After all, this is just a guess. Using this to repeatedly warn an expert with such shocking strength, it's undoubtedly a provocation. Don't you think it's a bit excessive? Enforcer 9 Cloud was worried. Ever since Mo Gates' ninth son disappeared for 3 years, he's changed his direction. He's been chasing after Ji Yuqing's name on the heavenly pillar. His goal is obvious. There's no need to argue about this. The sovereigns have already given the order, so we'll just carry it out, said Wen Qi. 9 Cloud sighed and didn't say anything else. He felt that this matter was too unfair to Mo Gates' ninth son. In front of the 34th heavenly pillar, a violet-robed woman stood there. Her features were picturesque, and her temperament was otherworldly. She was so perfect that she didn't seem to belong to the mortal world. Suddenly, the space in front of her shook, and a powerful aura appeared. Although it was just a clone, it gave off an unbearable pressure. Ji Yuqing, said the newcomer. Sovereign. Ji Yuqing bowed respectfully when she saw the person who had arrived. Mo Gates' ninth son might harm you. Starting today, you're forbidden from leaving your name on the heavenly pillar, said the illusory figure. Oh! A strange look flashed across Ji Yuqing's eyes. She said softly, I have no enmity with him. Why would you say that? The god's blood in your body is what he needs. He has been looking for you for a long time. I think he will catch up to you soon, the phantom said. Thank you for your reminder, venerable one. However, as a daughter of the Ji family, I will not lower my head to anyone, Ji Yuqing said calmly. This kid is different from ordinary people. Ji Yuqing, I'm not asking you to avoid him because I'm looking down on you. It's just that this kid's strength is far beyond the younger generation. Even the law enforcers are no match for him. The virtual shadow continued to persuade her. Ji Yuqing frowned. How was that possible? Those words aren't false. Mo Gates' ninth son currently has 2 immortal swords, and his strength is unfathomable. Although you are one of the 9 kings, your chances of victory against him are still slim. Avoid him if you can, said the illusory figure. Yu Qing will remember honored one's words. Ji Yuqing bowed respectfully again. Her expression returned to normal, and she didn't say anything else. The illusory figure frowned. He knew that it was useless to force him. He reminded him once again before his figure scattered and disappeared. If you run into the 9th son of Blackgate Society in the future, head to the nearest city, Heaven City. The executors of the ancient road will be there to help you. His final voice echoed throughout heaven and earth, lingering for a long time. Ji Yuqing turned her head, a light flashing through her eyes. Mo Gates' 9th son. She hoped honored one's guess was wrong. After traveling 100 miles, Ji Yuqing suddenly stopped. She looked up into the sky, her gaze sinking. Who is it? God Bloodline. I've been looking for you for a long time. At that moment, clouds began to gather in the sky, and a red-robed figure slowly descended. His powerful aura shook people's hearts. Just who are you? Ji Yuqing's expression turned cold. Ning Chen. As soon as she said that, the red-robed figure flashed, and a sharp sword light pierced through the sky. Ji Yuqing pushed aside the sword light and clenched her fist. Multicolored light overflowed, and a long purple silk appeared. In an instant, the sky was filled with intertwining curtains, forming an inescapable net that sealed the intruder. Mo Gates' 9th son, there is no enmity between us. Why are you forcing me? Said Ji Yuqing coldly. Your god bloodline is the reason. Within the curtains, the red-robed figure's speed was 30% faster. She was like the wind. Your martial spirit is filthy. How disgusting. Ji Yuqing's expression turned cold. She dodged the sword light and condensed yuan in her left hand. Purple light surged out, and a peerless martial art appeared for the first time. Divine dance of the heavens. Purple light dazzled the world, and a powerful aura spread out. In the sky above, huge stars swayed and starlight descended. This is... The red-robed figure narrowed her eyes and took a step forward, dodging the starlight. Heavenly book, what a pleasant surprise! After a few steps, the red-robed figure turned back. Black chi overflowed from the tip of her sword, and a cold, evil chi appeared. The sword light shook the stars, and a violent wind howled. In the wind and waves, the sound of battle rose again. The girl of the G family displayed her shocking ability for the first time. God bloodline is indeed different. After exchanging a few moves, the red-robed figure withdrew her sword and condensed yuan. Evil Qi whistled, covering the starlight in the sky. Ji Yuqing raised her head and her eyes sank. What a dense evil Qi! The ninth son of Mo Gate actually practiced such a filthy martial art, traversing 100 eras, God as the master. With the evil Qi in her way, Ji Yuqing took a step forward, and her divine yuan circulated. Her true Qi flowed through her 8 meridians, and a boundless divine aura broke through the evil Qi and rushed into the sky. What an unimaginable bloodline power, as expected of a god's descendant. Unfortunately, this power will soon belong to me. The red-robed figure flipped her palm, and her evil Qi condensed into a pitch-black spear. Suddenly, the evil Qi shook the sky, and the stars sank. The two extremes collided, shaking heaven and earth. Terrifying shockwaves violently shook the area. Divine power and evil vitality clashed with each other. After a moment of stalemate, there was an earth-shattering tremor as the evil weapon broke through the heavenly net. A purple-clothed figure flew out, stumbling and vomiting blood. Drip! Blood dripped down, dyeing the long silk red. Ji Yuqing's right arm was also bleeding. The scene of a god dying and an evil growing was too glaring. The difference in martial arts cultivation made the already unfair battle tilt. Ji Yuqing looked at the former and said, "So you're not a supremacy?" It was rumored that Mo Gate's ninth son was only at the peak of the Xiantian realm. It was only because he had the protection of the enforcers that no one dared to provoke him. But now it seemed that Mo Gate's ninth son had deceived everyone. It's too late to realize this now. It's over. As soon as she finished speaking, Hong Yi's figure flashed past. The evil weapon gathered evil Qi that filled the sky and shot out. Night fell in 9-cloud sky city. The white-robed figure stopped and looked ahead. Everyone, since you've come, why don't you show yourselves? The space in front of them shook, and 3 figures walked out. They were all at the late corporeal realm, and their auras were abnormally powerful. There are actually 3 enforcers in a single sky city. It seems they've come to target me. Ning Chen calmly looked at the 3 of them. Mo Gate's 9th son, this is our first time meeting. Greetings, said the leading enforcer. I wouldn't dare. Ning Chen's expression was indifferent. The 3 of you are all seniors. If you want to greet me, it should be me greeting you. On the path of cultivation, those who have reached the top are first. You're so young, but your strength has already surpassed us. We really can't accept you calling us seniors. The enforcer calmly looked at the youth in front of him. Sir, Ruoshi took half a step forward, worry flashing across her face. Don't worry. Ning Chen looked back and comforted her softly. Then he looked at the 3 and said, Everyone, please speak your intentions. Mo Gate's 9th son is indeed a straightforward person. We won't beat around the bush. Star Venerables, we hope you can change your path. As for which path you choose, it's up to you to choose. Enforcer Wen Qi walked forward and said directly. Ning Chen frowned slightly when he heard this, and he said, The ancient path of the starry sky is boundlessly vast. Could it be that the path I choose obstructs the plans of the Exalted Ones? That's not it. Enforcer when Chi shook his head. Star Venerables, we don't mean to force you. We just hope you can return to your original path. After all, every star field has their own path. There's no need to walk on the ancient path of another star field. Sorry, I don't have any plans to go back for the time being. It's just a path. Aren't you all too nervous to make such a big fuss? Ning Chen said indifferently. M.O. Gates' ninth son, we won't talk nonsense. If you don't want to change your path, please give us a convincing reason. Enforcer Huai Gu said in a deep voice. Do I need to report to others which path I choose? Don't you think you're meddling too much? Ning Chen's face gradually turned cold. It's not that we're meddling too much, but your behavior has crossed our bottom line. Enforcer when Chi said coldly. Oh. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, I don't think I've done anything outrageous. How did I cross your bottom line? Let's not beat around the bush. You changed your path after returning to the ancient path. You don't need us to say who you're looking for, right? Enforcer Huai Gu said with a gloomy face. Huh. Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, Ji Yuqing made you so nervous. It seems that even the Star Venerables don't dare to underestimate the foundation of the Ji family. You are the initiators of this trip to the ancient battlefield. Naturally, you don't want anything to happen to the ancient path. Please cooperate with us and don't make things difficult for us, Enforcer Jiyun said sincerely. Ning Chen looked at the three people. After a while he said indifferently, I'm indeed looking for Ji Yuqing's whereabouts. However, I don't mean any harm. That's all I have to say. If you still can't rest assured, then forgive me for being unable to help. After saying that, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He walked forward with Ruoshi beside him. Enforcer Huai Gu frowned when he heard that. His figure flashed and instantly blocked in front of them. Enforcer when Chi's face also darkened. He turned and walked forward to block the two people. I have no choice. With a sigh, Enforcer Jiyun also turned and walked forward to block the two people's path. It seems that I've given in too much before. Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his bloody, murderous aura surged. Chapter 7:27. In Nine Cloud Sky City, the law enforcers were blocking Knowing Destiny's way. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy and tense. Although Sui didn't move, the three law enforcers in front of her had serious expressions. They knew very well that the young man in front of them was different from any other expert of the younger generation. There was no other young man in the world who could make the Star Venerables and area lords treat him differently. Ruoshi, step back, said Ning Chen. Okay. Ruoshi nodded and immediately retreated a dozen steps. I thought it would be fine if I endured for a while, but I didn't expect that a moment of patience would be exchanged for a step of pressure. From today onwards, Knowing Destiny will no longer endure. As he spoke, blood chi filled the air and a green sword fell. The moment it touched his hand, blood runes pierced his arm, heart and soul resonance. The three law enforcers' expressions changed slightly. They didn't dare to wait any longer and stepped forward to attack. Her sword had shaken 3 palms. She was as immovable as a mountain, but she hadn't moved a single step. Something's wrong. An unshakable power. The 3 of them were shocked. How could this be? Although M.O. Gates' 9th son's sword cultivation was world-shaking, his foundation and cultivation base were extremely limited. There was no way he could receive their palm energy head-on. Are you distracted? You're really confident. Ning Chen said coldly. He condensed Yuan in his left palm and slammed it into the law enforcer's chest. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the law enforcer was sent flying. He barely managed to stabilize himself after a dozen feet. Wen Qi and Jiu Yin, the 2 law enforcers, quickly calmed down and attacked the young man in front of them together. Back off! Ning Chen's expression was cold. He waved his sword, and a snowstorm surged out. The sword was the only one with a peerless foundation and shook the law enforcers of the ancient road. The sword and palm collided, shaking the entire city. The young experts were shocked and looked in the direction of the battle. The aura of the corporeal realm, it was the law enforcers, who dared to cause trouble in Heaven City and provoke more than one law enforcer. At this moment, countless formation runes in Heaven City automatically awakened, protecting the shaking city from the aftermath of the battle. Rumbling sounds rang out unceasingly. The battle that was already white-hot from the start caused the entire nine-cloud Heaven City to shake intensely. In the battle, the three enforcers pushed their martial arts to their limits. Their late corporeal realm cultivations stirred up clouds in the sky. Although they were not at their peak, they were not far from it. In front of the three, Su-Yi held a sword in her hand. It was as sharp as a divine sword unsheathed from its scabbard. Every sword could split open the heavens. After exchanging several moves, the three enforcers suppressed the impact of the sword chi in their bodies. They gathered their vital essence and joined forces to attack the former. Azure Dragon Shock. Ning Qin swung his sword. Borrowing the power of his opponent, the Azure Dragon sword chi whizzed out, taking on the combined attacks of the three. The two moves collided, and the Azure Dragon roared to the sky. Shocking shockwaves surged out, and the three figures retreated, the power of their palms reduced to nothing. Dragon Phoenix Sky Burial. Not willing to fight for a long time, the sword in Ning Chen's hand glowed with bloody light. Dragons and phoenixes coiled around each other, their cries echoing through the starry skies. This extreme might cause the heavens and earth to tremble. A powerful pressure spread out, and sword intent rumbled, causing the surrounding land to disintegrate. Sensing danger, the three enforcers' eyes changed. They forcefully circulated their vital essence and gathered it together. Their strongest move, the peak, had appeared. Just as the battle was about to come to an end, the clouds in the sky began to rapidly churn. Two powerful figures walked out. One had sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and wore a silver-gray cloak. The other had a calm expression and wore a light blue robe. "Huaigu, Wen Qi Jian, stop," said Shinji coldly. The three enforcers were startled to see them. They immediately restrained their auras and bowed, respectfully saying, "Greetings, venerables." Across from them, Ning Chen also waved his hand to disperse his sword chi. Looking at the two of them, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Ninth son of Mo Gate, it's our fault for not being strict enough. Please forgive us for our lack of manners." Shen Ji looked over at the youth in front of him. "Just because you're not strict enough, you're pushing away all responsibility? Do you think I'm that stupid?" Ning Chen looked at the former and said coldly. Shin Ji's expression hardened, and he waved his hand. Violet energy filled the air, and a violet divine sword appeared. As soon as it was unsheathed, sword chi flashed, and blood sprayed through the air as three severed arms flew through the air. Ugh! The three enforcers groaned and involuntarily knelt down, cold sweat pouring down their backs. "Ninth son of Mo Gate," said Shinji calmly. "Consider these three severed arms our apology. We'll take these three back and discipline them. How about we let today's matter pass?" Seeing the sweat on the three enforcers' faces, Ning Chen didn't say anything. Instead, his eyes grew even colder. These executors of the ancient road were truly pitiful. "Wisdom Marquis, let's drop this matter. You need the time seal, so there's no need to shed all pretense for the time being." Next to Shinji, the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master, who hadn't spoken this entire time, transmitted her voice. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. A moment later, he looked at the woman behind him and said, "Ruashi, let's go." Ruashi followed. As she passed by, she looked at the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master in confusion. She really couldn't figure out who this person was. After the two of them left, Shinji turned to the three enforcers. "Do you blame me?" We wouldn't dare. The three of them bowed their heads. Shinji nodded and didn't say anything else. Looking at the people beside him, he said, "Let's go." The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master nodded and turned, disappearing into the void behind her. "The three of you should go into seclusion to recover. Someone from your heavenly city will come to stand guard." The three enforcers lowered their heads even more, not daring to reveal the emotions in their eyes. "Those three aren't your subordinates. Shinji, what you're doing will not only make those old freaks unhappy, but those three will also hold a grudge against you. Why bother? When Shinji does things, why should he care about what others think?" As he spoke, the swirling space in the sky returned to normal, and not a trace of sound could be heard. At the same time, 100 miles away from the 34th heavenly pillar, a red-clothed cultivator was intercepting the Ji family's daughter. The battle had come to an end, and the heavily injured Ji Yuqing was about to die. At this moment, a blood-red furnace appeared in the void. Waves of fire descended, sweeping away the evil aura in the air. Before anyone could react, a beautiful figure in a crimson dress appeared. She waved the sword in her hand, and a majestic sword aura broke through the void. It was the most familiar sword move. After a single sword strike, the woman carried the heavily injured Ji Yuqing and quickly left the scene. With a bang, the red-clothed man turned his palm to disperse the sword aura. Looking at the two disappearing figures, his eyes narrowed slightly. What a familiar sword move! With a flash of brilliance, the red-clothed man returned to his original appearance. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and the evil aura around him was glaring. 1,000 miles away, the two reappeared. The woman turned her palm and condensed her energy. Vigorous qi continuously flowed into Ji Yuqing's body to help her heal. Half a quarter of an hour later, the woman stopped and looked at the person in front of her, waiting for her to wake up. Not long after, Ji Yuqing opened her eyes and turned to look at the woman she had never seen before. She asked, "You are the Red Monarch?" The blood-red furnace that had appeared in the battle just now was the symbol of the Red Monarch. She had more or less heard of this new monarch. The woman nodded, a warm smile appearing on her face. "Thank you for saving me, Miss Red Monarch. I will definitely repay you in the future," said Ji Yuqing. The woman shook her head. She still only smiled and didn't say anything. Ji Yuqing's eyes flashed. "Miss, you can't speak?" The woman nodded. Her warm smile didn't fade in the slightest. Ji Yuqing sighed inwardly. The heavens were truly unfair for such a kind woman to be unable to speak. The woman pointed at the two of them and then pointed in the direction of the battle just now. She gently shook her head. Ji Yuqing narrowed her eyes. After a long while, she softly asked, "You're saying that we shouldn't fight with that person again? None of us are his match." The woman nodded and made a few more hand gestures. They were becoming more and more difficult to understand. Ji Yuqing frowned. She didn't understand. The woman was silent for a moment. Then she sighed and smiled. She didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Behind her, Ji Yuqing watched the woman's departing figure. Her eyes became more and more puzzled. What a strange woman. 10 days later, Sui appeared in front of the 34th sky pillar. She looked at the name on the pillar and directly walked forward. It was obvious that the name had been carved not too long ago. After walking 100 miles, Ningchen stopped. He swept his eyes over the traces left behind by the battle and narrowed his eyes. This was the God Scroll, the familiar aura of the heavenly book. Ningchen spread out his divine sense and carefully felt the aura left behind by the battle. A moment later, the corner of his mouth curved up. That girl had also come. "Young master, what's wrong?" Seeing the smile on the former's face, Ruoshi was puzzled. "I met an old friend." "Let's go," Ningchen whispered. "A girl." It was rare to see the former in such a good mood, so Ruoshi teased. "Huh." Ningchen gently smiled. "She's just a little girl. I taught her for some time, but I didn't expect her to grow to this extent." Perhaps you too will meet soon." As his voice fell, the two continued on their way. A cold wind blew, causing dust and sand to fly up behind them, covering the vast expanse. At the same time, on the various branches of the ancient roads, young powerhouses were moving forward. More than half of the ancient roads finally converged together. The competition between proud children of heaven had reached its peak. Within the mountain and river sword boundary between black mountains and white waters, the snow sword art was filled with ink. After the final sword strike, a young man in an inky white cloak walked out. The mountains and rivers scattered, and several figures behind him fell to the ground, never to rise again. Almost at the same time, countless miles away, the sounds of battle came to a stop. Black feathers drifted down from the sky, and a white-haired figure in black flashed past. Behind him, figures vomited blood from their throats, dyeing the starry skies red. Figures fell to the ground, and blood dyed the earth red. In the void, the black feathers vanished. The sovereign of demons waved his hand and put away his sword. His icy cold eyes looked into the distance. An undetectable beam of light flashed past. He had finally caught up. Madame Luo stepped forward. Looking at the ancient road ahead, she said, "We must be careful. In just a short year, no less than 5 kings have died in battle. This is far too unusual. There should be some unknown influence that has infiltrated." Chapter 728. On the ancient starry sky road, many branch roads converged. One by one, young powerhouses stepped onto the main road. Heaven's prides from different star fields were competing together. Under the starry sky, Bai walked over. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her pair of calm eyes looked ahead without the slightest ripple. Behind Bai was an exceptionally beautiful woman. The breath of time seemed to have never left a trace on her face. In the distance, a city floated above the starry sky. It was majestic and the first city on the ancient starry sky road. Young master, feeling the majestic aura in the city, Ruashi's face flashed with worry and whispered, "With such a powerful aura, a powerhouse from a star field should have come in person. This may not be a good thing for young master." "It's fine. Well water doesn't interfere with river water. His target shouldn't be me. Let's enter the city first." Ning Chen responded and immediately walked towards the city. Ruashi nodded and stepped forward to follow. Sin Abyss Sky City. The ancient and thick city walls were more than 10 feet high. The entire structure was made of divine wood and gold stone. It had endured countless years without falling. In the ancient city, one powerful aura after another loomed. Among them, Six Dao's aura was exceptionally strong, surpassing everyone else. 6 kings. Ning Chen's spirit sense swept over, and a little light flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the young powerhouses of each branch road had arrived. Why isn't anyone continuing on the road? Why are they all staying here? Feeling more and more auras gathering in the city, Ruashi was puzzled. "It's not that we don't want to leave, but we can't." Ning Chen retracted his spirit sense and calmly said, "This city only has an entrance and no exit. Moreover, the starfield map ends here. It's obvious that the second half of the ancient road is not without restrictions." For a long time, the ancient starry sky road had been in a state of laissez-faire. However, after passing through the city, the ancient road would become one again. It would certainly be impossible to ignore it like before. At this moment, above the sky, a majestic voice sounded and spread throughout the ancient city. 3 days later, the entrance to the next part of the ancient starry sky road will open. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait another 100 days. Please cherish it. As soon as the voice fell, the sky returned to calm. There was no more sound. In the city, the silent kings opened their eyes. After a moment of thought, they closed their eyes again and adjusted their breathing. The great era we've been waiting for so many years has finally begun. 100 miles away from Sky City, 3 figures stood, their powerful auras shaking the starry sky. The black, clothed man's body was surrounded by a piercingly cold, evil aura. He was incomparably valiant, and wherever he passed, the stars would lose their color. On the other side, the purple-robed man had a faint smile on his face. His genuine was restrained, and if one did not pay close attention to him, it would be difficult to sense his aura. Between the two of them, the man in the silver-white, divine robe had a handsome face and an incomparably noble temperament. He was like a god that had transcended the boundaries of the mortal world. "What about Li Tianqiang? Is there still no news?" asked the silver-robed man. "No." The purple-robed man shook his head and said, "I've already used a secret technique to call out to him, but he hasn't responded." The silver-robed man frowned and said, "Strange. Perhaps he found an opponent he's interested in." The black-clothed man said indifferently, 9. Has the person you spoke of arrived?" The man in the silver robe asked again. "We're here." The black-clothed man nodded and calmly said, "They entered the city not long ago. They're just waiting for the net to be pulled in. Having such a young expert on the ancient road is not a small variable for us. Eliminate him or expel him from the ancient road as soon as possible," said the silver-robed man. "Understood," replied the black-clothed man. "You can enter the city now. Be careful." The silver-robed man calmly said. Then his figure scattered and disappeared into the starry sky. In Sin Yuan Heavenly City, 3 days quickly passed. On the 4th day, when the first light of dawn scattered, thunder rumbled in the sky. A powerful heretical aura soared into the sky, piercing through the starry sky. "It's starting." At this moment, young experts walked out one after another, looking at the sky where the wind and clouds were swirling. Their expressions all became serious. They knew that the next part of the road would be the true test. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering tremor, the space in the sky cracked, and a huge vortex appeared, connecting the 2 worlds. "Everyone, there's not much time left. Let's go." The dignified voice calmly rang out once more. Ning Chen looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. No wonder there weren't many legends about the ancient battlefield and the starry skies ancient road. It turned out that the true ancient road wasn't in this world. "Ruashi, let's go." After saying that, Ning Chen's figure moved, turning into a stream of light and rushing into the sky. Seeing this, Ruashi immediately leaped up and followed. 100 people, 1,000 geniuses, one after another, flew out from the city and disappeared into the spatial vortex. Coming to this point, no one was willing to give up. They had to take the last step. Among the countless rays of light, 6 were the most dazzling. The 6 kings of the world illuminated the world. A moment later, the rays of light disappeared into the vortex in the sky. In the vast ancient world, the collapsed stars swayed and dimmed. The last part of the ancient starry sky road appeared in front of everyone. In a desolate area, Ruashi appeared alone. There was no one around her. Ning Chen frowned at first, but gradually his eyes overflowed with coldness. There was no need to ask. It was the doing of those old fellows again. At the same time, Ruashi walked out from an unknown place. Looking at the several young cultivators not far away, her eyes shook. What's going on? She clearly came in with the young master. In Sin Yuan Heavenly City, several more figures rushed over. However, the spatial vortex in the sky gradually disappeared. It was no longer possible to pass through. Am I a step too late? Mu Qianshan looked at the sky. His demonic eyes flashed with a trace of light. It was really bad luck. Not far away, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A black-robed devil cultivator walked over. Beside him, a woman followed. She also had a powerful aura that attracted people's attention. Xiazi. Mu Qianshan looked back and said lightly, "It had been 20 years. The benevolent emperor of the past could no longer be seen. Xiazi went up and passed by. His cold face did not change at all. Ruo Fei sighed and nodded to her former comrade, who had gone through life and death with her. She immediately followed. Ruo Fei, have you seen the others? Mu Qianshang asked. Madam, Luo Fei stopped and shook her head. She softly said, Z and I walked a different path from you, so we haven't seen anyone else. However, I once saw the name of the knowledge mandate Marquis on the 34th heaven pillar. He should have arrived before us. Ning Qin, Mu Qianshang frowned. This guy walked so fast. How long do we have to wait? Xiazi stopped in his tracks and said coldly as he looked at the sky. 100 days. Mu Qianshang said calmly. Vast ancient world, barren wasteland. The earth suddenly shook. The plan of the strongest of the star field was to bury the ancient path variable. Ancient world's forbidden land. Death Qi soared into the sky, connecting to the collapsed stars. Thousands of li fell, and 10,000 li trembled. You're going too far. Ning Chen's face sank. He clenched his right hand, and the execution immortal sword appeared. The broken sword body surged with baleful aura. The sword stabbed into the ground, and the entire forbidden land collapsed. Amidst the crumbling heaven and earth, gigantic stone golems stood up one after another. Their gigantic fists smashed down with earth-shattering might. You want to take Ji Ming Marquis life with this? You're too naive. He clenched his left hand, and the immortal trapping sword appeared. Red light soared into the sky, and killing intent spread out. The huge fist descended, and the immortal sword met it head-on. The indestructible power instantly destroyed the stone men. Amidst the rumbling, the two stone men collapsed. Rocks flew everywhere, and sand flew everywhere. Bai Yi's figure flashed past, and water light flickered as she leapt into the starry sky. Divine scroll, celestial dance. The only move, execution immortal, filled the sky with stars. The majestic power of starlight gathered and turned into a meteor sword rain that fell from the sky. With a violent tremor, an earth-shattering explosion rippled out. One after another, the huge stone golems collapsed and scattered all over the sky. In Abyss in Sky City, in the deepest part of the ancient path, a groan sounded. Bits of red fell and dyed his clothes red. An old face appeared with cold eyes. What a good ninth disciple of Mahe's sect. He had underestimated him. Bang! In the Sky City, a sword Qi broke open the spatial passage that had not completely closed and swept into the depths of the ancient city. In the depths of the ancient city, Luo Jiastar Field's leader's face sank. He turned his palm to block the sword Qi. With a loud bang, the sky fell. Boundless sword Qi spread out. Inch by inch, the ground collapsed, reaching hundreds of li away. In the aftermath, Luo Jiastar Field's leader walked out. He looked at the sky and became colder. In the city, Xiazi, Mu Qianshang, and Luo Fei felt the familiar sword Qi from afar. Their expressions froze. It's him. He actually came back. In the next moment, the spatial passage that was about to completely close was opened again. The boundless power of the four scrolls kept increasing and multiplying, preventing the spatial passage from closing. After a moment, Hong Yi walked out. His killing intent was surging, shocking people. Jiming Marquis. Xiazi raised his head and looked at the red figure walking out from the horizon. His eyes narrowed. Mahe's sect's ninth disciple, how is it possible? In the depths of the ancient city, Luo Jiastar Field's leader was shocked. To open the spatial passage between two worlds, one needed to be at least in the true realm. How could this kid do it? With a bang, the trapping immortal sword fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. Immediately, the entire ancient city was filled with red light. The crisscrossing sword Qi cut off all escape routes. I have endured for a long time. Today, new and old debts will be settled together. Hong Yi swept past and landed in the ancient city. Boundless, baleful aura surged out from Zhu Immortal Sword. Seems like I am not late. Mu Qianshang stepped forward. Without asking anything, he waved his hand and a sword appeared. Looking at the two, Luo Jia Starfield's leader's face sank. Arrogant and ignorant juniors. Ninth son of Mo clan, you cannot bear the consequences of taking action. Old man, you can talk to King Yama after you go to hell. Ning Chun waved his hand. Zhu Immortal's sword trembled. Above the void, rays of red light gathered. The broken sword was replenished. Its power shook the universe. Zhu Immortal's sword, Qi, soared to the sky. Boundless sword realm spread out. The power of the immortal sword was fully displayed. Not far away, the black-robed and white-haired demonic cultivator walked over. Without saying anything, he glanced at the leader and said calmly, "Jiming Marquis to kill or not to kill?" "Kill." Ningchen nodded and said coldly. Chapter 729. Sinful Abyss Sky City, the Phoenix body returned. Separated by a realm, knowing destiny used the power of the Four Scrolls to forcefully open a spatial passage, trapping immortals into the ground. Red light filled the sky, and a terrifying, murderous aura spread for hundreds of li. The spatial passage is difficult to support. We don't have much time. Let's end this quickly. Ning Chun said, "Understood." Mu Qianshang and Xia Zi nodded. Juniors who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, you will pay the most painful price for your ignorance. Luajia Starfield's manager's expression turned cold. He took a step forward, causing the ground to shake violently. His cultivation constantly rose, breaking through the corporeal realm and rushing to the supreme true realm. Facing an unprecedented opponent, Ning Chen did not hesitate. He turned his palm and condensed the power of the 4 divisions into his body, activating the Phoenix Ancestral Awakening. His long black hair instantly turned blood red, fluttering in the wind, extremely dazzling. On the other side, Xia Zi's hand swiped across the air. The demonic sword transformed and the mad Doomsday reappeared. The 6 Qi long black sword was filled with demonic Qi. It seems that if I don't show my true ability, there will be no room for me to interfere in this battle. Seeing the changes in the two's aura, Mu Qianshang said calmly. His eyes immediately opened and turned into a demonic silver color. At this moment, ink lingered and specks reflected the sun. His cultivation rapidly rose, breaking through the great circle and reaching the treading immortal realm. "My 2 friends, if you win this battle, I'll treat you to tea." Ning Chen's figure flashed, executing immortal cold strike, started the battle. The palm and sword met, causing a violent tremor. Executing immortal cold chi shook and boundless rage spread out, causing the houses within 100 li to collapse. Tea again, knowing destiny, Marquis. Your stinginess is even more memorable than your sword. Mu Qianshang took a step forward, opening the ink realm with his sword. Mountains and rivers appeared out of thin air. Sword mastery illuminated the world. Wine. The mad Doomsday entered the battle. Demonic Qi surged. Xia Zi turned his palm and urged his sword. "Sure." Ning Chen replied and waved his left hand. Blue frost appeared and an extremely cold Qi spread out. Arrogant. Luajia Starfield's manager's eyes surged with killing intent. He sent out a palm, causing boundless true Qi to erupt, pushing the 3 back. 6 meridians origin art, 100 tides chasing the heavens. In front of the immortal sword, no one was willing to fight for a long time. The Luo Jia, Starfield's manager, flipped his palm and transformed it into martial energy. Between heaven and earth, violent waves surged, as if the heavenly river was overturning. The terrifying might shook the world. Xia Zi, who had the strongest foundation among the 3, instantly appeared in front of the other 2. The frenzy of Doomsday swept across, and the demonic yuan erupted, blocking the extreme power head-on. With a loud bang, The 100 tides destroyed the mountains, rivers, and red light. The remaining force arrived in front of the three of them and collided with the demonic sword. With a muffled groan, blood splattered everywhere. Xiazi took half a step back and released the force beneath his feet, causing the ground behind him to crack. Can Hong! In the blink of an eye, Red Robe was in front of the old man with absolute speed. The immortal slaying sword pierced through the air. The domineering and sharp sword Qi pierced through layer after layer of obstacles, stabbing towards the old man's heart meridian. The Dawn Moon Tower's master has repeatedly warned us not to attack you. Now it seems that his evaluation of you was exaggerated. The moment the sword was about to reach the old man's heart, the Luojia Starfield's manager raised his hand and grabbed the sword's edge, then slapped towards Ning Chen's head. When the palm arrived, Ning Chen did not dodge. He loosened his grip on the sword and slapped towards the sword's hilt. He doesn't need anyone's evaluation, and you don't have the qualifications to do so. The moment the palm landed, the demonic sword swept across the sky, and black feathers fluttered in the air, blocking the deadly palm. With absolute trust and flawless tacit understanding, Ning Chen added 30% of his strength to his palm, and the immortal slaying sword advanced, breaking through the obstacles and piercing into the old man's chest. Are you going to risk your life? The Luojia Starfield's manager's expression sank. He flipped his right hand, and waves filled the sky, forcefully counterattacking. Half a day can Hong reflect the moon on the river. The waves rushed towards the sky, and an ink-white figure flashed past. The sword moved and the mountains and rivers shifted. The ink-colored mountains and rivers scattered, turning into a shocking sword intent that slashed towards the waves. The two moves collided and the sky and earth shook. Red Robe flashed, bringing the two of them away from the aftershock. Soon after, he turned back, and the sword pierced through the old man's heart meridian. At the same position, with exquisite control, the red light in the air gathered on the sword, like a dragon breaking through the clouds. 6 Meridian Yuan technique. Waves crossing the dome of heaven. The extremely fast sword was unavoidable. The Luojia Starfield's manager gathered his true essence and split his palms. One palm blocked the sword, and the other palm broke through the dome of heaven. Ka! The sword and palm collided, and a crisp sound rang out. The sword that had reached its limit cracked, and in an instant frost bloomed. It was like the last scene of the broken sword in the world. 100 li was instantly frozen, and soon after it evaporated into mist. Caught off guard, the aftershock spread out, and Red Robe flew out, retreating more than 10 steps. With a clang, the immortal slaying sword entered the ground and stopped its retreat. Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the old man in front of him. A cold light flashed past his eyes. A true realm expert was indeed incomparable to Master Amo. How are you? Mu Qianshang's gaze swept across Jiming, who was not far away, and asked, I'm fine. Ning Chen suppressed his injuries and replied, Be careful. He is not weaker than Nether King. On the other side, Xiazi calmed down the churning blood in his body and reminded, So what? We are not the same as before. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with coldness as he replied, Who is Ammonius? Mu Qianshang took a step forward and looked at the star domain expert in front of him with a solemn expression. An illiterate fool. Ning Chen casually replied, and with a step he rushed forward again. You overestimate yourselves. You have angered this lord. The Luojia star domain expert snorted coldly, and his figure flashed, increasing the intensity of his attacks. Seeing this, Mu Qianshang and Xiazi immediately joined the battle, and joined forces to resist the true realm expert. The intense battle instantly turned white-hot. The sword Qi and palm energy shook, and inch by inch, the ground crumbled and scattered into the starry sky. Outside the battle, a beautiful figure stood quietly, watching the battle without making a move. 3 swords against a true realm expert, a battle that surpassed the limits of the younger generation, shook the entire Heaven City. The young experts who arrived later were shocked, and no one dared to take half a step closer. After a moment of stalemate, Luo Fei's body gradually lit up, and the white moonlight illuminated the world. The heavenly book martial arts were stunning. Scroll of the moon, silent moonfall. The scroll of the moon appeared in the world, and immediately where the moonlight shone, everything became silent and still. In an instant, the world seemed to have died, and Ning Qin stepped forward, rushing out of the battle. Luo Fei, use your full strength and help me. Luo Fei nodded, and with a flip of her delicate hand, her body was surrounded by moonlight, like a fairy from the 9th heaven descending to the mortal world, shocking the world. Scroll of the moon, cold moonfall. The divine moon appeared, falling from the sky, and in the dazzling aurora, Hong Yi leaped into the sky. Scroll of the sun. Rising Sunday, the divine sun rose into the sky, and in an instant the sun and moon intersected, and the brilliance was extremely dazzling. It was a shocking scene. Hong Yi's hands condensed the sun and moon, and in the next moment the sun and moon merged, and a terrifying scene descended. Immortal technique, sun and moon ascending heaven. Chapter 730. In abyss of sin, the sun and moon rose into the sky, illuminating the mortal world with their red and white brilliance. With the heavenly book as the source, the sun and moon merged together. The immortal technique shook, and in an instant, the entire ancient city collapsed and countless palaces turned to dust. With the sun and moon in the sky, the runes kept dispersing, unable to stop the apocalypse. The immortal technique fell, and the sky was filled with dense mist. Rumbling sounds echoed, and the earth-shattering power destroyed everything in sight. The Luo Jia Starfield manager was shocked. He raised his voice and condensed his qi, pushing his true essence to the limit to block the destructive power. The moment he blocked the attack, Luo Fei forcefully raised her true qi. Moonlight filled the air and her power increased. Before he could react, the Luo Jia Starfield manager felt the void stagnate and his attack suddenly slowed down. The next moment, the sun and moon set. After a short moment of silence, there was a great terror that felt like the sky was collapsing. A pool of blood splashed, and the sky was filled with sand. Drip! The sound of blood dripping entered his ears and heart. When the dust and sand dispersed, an old figure appeared. His left arm was hanging, and blood was dripping down. In front of him, for people stood quietly with solemn expressions. This person had actually blocked the attack just now. Be careful, this battle won't be easy. Ning Qin looked at the old man in front of him and said, The 3 nodded. This was the first time they had met a true realm expert. Only by fighting could they know the depth of their strength. The title of the strongest in the Starfield was not just for show. Luo Fei, your body is not suitable for a frontal battle. Retreat for now, Xia Zi said with a solemn expression. Luo Fei nodded slightly, and her figure flashed, temporarily withdrawing from the battle. Good friend, although I don't know why you want to fight, if we lose in Sky Beyond Heaven, we won't have the face to go back. Mu Qianshang turned his palm and slashed the sword. Immediately, blood stained the sword. The mountain river sword realm was activated again. Knowing destiny will not lose never again. Ning Qin calmed his origin and took in qi. Endless phoenix fire rose, and the scorching heat waves rolled over and over. The entrapment immortal sensed it and flew into the sky with a clang. It coiled around the phoenix fire and continued to absorb the fire elemental energy between heaven and earth. At the side, Xia Zi did not say anything. He half knelt, and the 12 sinful wings spread out behind his back. The black divine wings were surrounded by demonic aura and shook the universe. You are all unforgivable. The face of the Luo Jia Star Region's manager was unusually gloomy. He took a step forward, and with a flip of his palm he condensed a torrent that filled the sky. A power that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged out. Inch by inch, the void was annihilated by the torrent, completely turning into nothingness. As soon as they received the attack, heaven and earth were in chaos. The three figures retreated several steps at the same time, their clothes dyed red. 4 symbols divine seal, dragon sparrow transformation. Borrowing the power of his opponent, he forcefully counterattacked. In the aftermath, the dragon and sparrow flew past each other. The swift and fierce sword Chi chased after his soul and took his life, opening the path to the Yellow Springs. Rip! The sound of clothes tearing was heard. The old man flipped his palm to disperse the sword Chi, but he only saw a flash of light. He did not manage to dodge it completely. Demon sword, samsara! At the same time, the frenzy of doomsday entered the ground, and a stream of black swords soared into the sky. Demonic waves rolled, covering the sky and the sun. 6 meridian origin art, tide settling for 1,000 years. The 2 swords worked together to kill Wu Xia. The Luo Jia Star Region's manager took a step forward and leaped into the sky. He concentrated his energy and used his ultimate move again. Thousands of autumns and hundreds of generations, the tides converged into one. The dark moon appeared in the sky. The gloomy essence force rolled along with the tide, destroying the rising swords. When the moves collided, it was as if the sky and earth were about to collapse. Seeing this, Mu Qianshang's snow-white sword flew through the sky and rushed towards the former. Naive! The Luo Jia Star Region's manager flipped his palm and parted the waterfall. His figure flew out and directly attacked the 3. Azure Dragon Descent! The red figure flashed and instantly appeared in the sky. The Azure Dragon's shadow coiled around the 2 figures and fell from the sky. The ground shook violently and cracked. In the rolling waves of dust, an old figure rushed out. His clothes were messy, and he looked to be in a sorry state. The 3 swords worked together and took turns to attack and defend. There was no flaw in their teamwork. Even someone as strong as a true realm expert could not gain the upper hand when his arm was heavily injured and his moves were restricted. Injured, but not dead. Strange! In the crisscrossing battle, Ning Chen's sword was unusually fierce, but his mind was calm. His eyes looked at the former and observed the changes. At the crucial moment of the battle, the Luo Jiastar region's manager did not use his heavily injured left arm. He only used one palm to block the 3's attacks. Blood splattered everywhere. It was glaring to the eyes. However, the wounds caused by the swords gradually healed and no longer bled. Something's wrong. Ningchen focused, and his sword moved like lightning. His eyes stared at the former's left arm, and his heart sank. Die! Before he could warn them, the demonic sword slashed and demonic waves surged. The Luo Jiastar region's manager flipped his palm and caught the sword. In an instant, the left arm that he had not used all this time suddenly shot out. With a groan, the demonic cultivator flew out. Blood splattered all over the sky. Mu Qianshang and Luo Fei's pupils shrunk. Before they could react, the red figure had already swept past them. Zhu Xian slashed and cut off the arm. How can this be? A shocking palm strike and a shocking sword strike. The only miscalculation in their plan was that the Luo Jia Star region's manager's left arm was cut off. Blood gushed out and dyed the ground red. The secret was exposed. The Luo Jia Star region's manager hurriedly circulated his true qi to heal the wound. Immortal trapping sword. At this moment, Ning Qin shouted and his figure flew out. In the sky, the immortal sword that absorbed endless fire energy fell into knowing Destiny's hand. With the support of the 2 swords, the 2 unprecedented immortal swords exploded with a terrifying demonic power. Suddenly, the demonic aura attacked and devoured the opponent. The Luo Jiastar region's manager hurriedly used his qi to block the sword. He had lost the initiative and made a mistake in his plan. Outside the battle, Luo Fei rushed into the battle. Her true qi flowed into the demonic cultivator's body, snatching life from the heavens. Vast true qi continued to surge. Luo Fei's face was full of anxiety. She circulated her true qi to the limit to suppress the spreading injury in the former's body. Feeling the heavy injury of Zi not far away, Ning Chen's murderous intent surged. He circulated the two immortal swords to the limit. The immortal swords trembled. The demonic aura that had been silent for thousands of years surged and quickly attacked the host's body. The true qi and slaughter immortal collided. Waves of fire surged. The palms might send the immortal swords flying and pressed towards knowing Destiny's chest. The shocking killer move was about to reach him, but knowing Destiny did not retreat. Before the god of death, experts fought with their lives on the line. Slaughter immortal slashed across. The sword sealed his throat. The Luo Jiastar region's manager wanted to block it, but his arm was already severed. He could not reverse the situation. Ugh! The old figure that knelt on the ground had shock in his eyes. Even with his unique true qi, he could not revive in front of the immortal swords. Dust and sand flew into the air as heaven and earth wailed. A true realm expert, whose name had shaken the entire region, had fallen. Ning Chen's figure flashed and arrived in front of the two. He looked at the heavily injured Xia Ziyi and said, "It's too late. Go to the main body immediately." Saying so, without waiting for Luo Fei's reply, Ning Chen's body shone with red light. He brought the two of them and flew towards the spatial passage in the sky. Below, Mu Qianshang saw this and did not stop. He stepped forward and followed. Chapter 731. Vast ancient world, an unknown forbidden area. A white-clothed figure stood in the void as the four essences surged around her, forcefully opening the space passage. Without reaching the true realm, one's cultivation would be difficult to reach heaven's will. However, with 4 scrolls in knowing destiny, her foundation was unparalleled in the world. She forcefully opened the space passage that was about to close. The void swayed as streams of turbulence flashed past. As time passed, the space passage became more unstable and would disappear at any time. At this moment, 3 streams of light flew out and arrived at the last moment. With a loud bang, space closed and the ancient world shook. After a while, it gradually calmed down. Red clothes flashed as the two merged and their aura reached the peak. Ning Chen immediately went forward, his body covered in snow as he activated his palm energy. The Azure Dragon's power of regeneration surged and forcefully poured into the body of the demonic cultivator. Ugh! With a groan, Xia Zi's demonic aura surged out and clashed with the demonic aura, constantly resisting the Azure Dragon's power from entering her body. Huh! Seeing the demonic aura growing stronger, Ning Chen shouted and pushed his body to the limit. Suddenly, wind and snow fell from the sky and turned 1,000 miles into silver. Not far away, Luo Fei clenched her fists tightly. She was so nervous that she did not dare to look away. "Don't worry too much." Mu Qianshang looked forward and said calmly, "Xiaodi has a power that we don't know about protecting her. It won't be that easy." Hearing this, Luo Fei's pale hands loosened a little, but she still did not dare to be careless. Mu Qianshang did not say anything more. It was human nature to be worried. There were not many monsters like knowing destiny Marquis who could remain rational at all times. In front of the two, the wind and snow continued to swirl. In the huge wind and snow whirlpool, the demonic aura dyed the snowflakes black. In an instant, the snowflakes once again swallowed the demonic aura. In the stalemate, the Azure Dragon's power broke through the barrier and entered the demonic cultivator's body, quickly healing his damaged internal organs. Heart meridians, viscera meridians, mending one injury after another, he reached his Dantian regions, Sea of Qi. All of a sudden, an incomparably dark power appeared. Without any warning whatsoever, it exploded out. With a groan, the wind and snow scattered. Ning Chen took a few steps back. The corner of his mouth was red. In the demonic aura, black feathers fluttered and the 12 wings of Sin opened. A powerful demonic aura crazily surged, shaking the heaven and earth. The demonic cultivator opened his eyes. His eyes were as black as ink, but there was no fluctuation in them. He was like an ice-cold puppet, devoid of life. With a mad doomsday in hand, the demon cultivator's figure disappeared instantly. With a slash of the sword, the demon cultivator's demonic qi spread, and the heavens and earth withered. With a loud bang, the sword and saber collided. The purple devil qi surged violently. The ground under Ning Chen's feet collapsed. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. The demented demonic cultivator's sword was violent and merciless. Every move was sharp and deadly. The sound shook violently, reverberating throughout the desolate land. Swords and sabers collided. Flames of war reached the heavens. Outside the battle, the two people recovered from their shock. Luofei revealed an anxious expression, wanting to step forward and separate them. No. Mu Qianshang moved and stood in front of him, saying in a deep voice, "Xiaozi's condition is not right, and Juming Marquis did not ask for our help. Don't act rashly." But Madame Luofei anxiously said, "Believe in them. They have endured so many trials and tribulations. It will be the same this time," Mu Qianshang said. In the battle ahead, kings and marquises exchanged blows. Above Nianqing, the power of faith surged. Every time the sword and saber collided, the purple devil qi and purple devil qi would be consumed. Sensing that his good friend's condition was not right, Ning Chen did not say anything. The purple devil qi on his saber surged, using the power of faith to consume the dark energy surging out of the former's sword. Samsara! After exchanging several moves, the demonic cultivator's sword stabbed into the ground. A black sword flow surged out from the ground and soared into the sky, unparalleled in the world. It was a familiar sword move. Ning Chen brandished Nianqing. The purple devil, Qi, turned into a saber light that fell from the sky. It was an extreme clash of moves. Amidst the waves of dust, Ning Chen leaped past. A white rainbow appeared. The soft sword locked onto the demonic sword in the former's hand. In close combat, the sword and saber collided even more fiercely. The saber light and sword shadows were so fast that no one dared to be distracted for even a moment. Both kings and marquises from Daxia knew each other well. In a battle of weapons, it was hard to tell who was better. Rip! The saber and sword flashed. The king's robes and plain clothes were torn apart at the same time. Their heart veins were just a hair's breadth away. The two figures dodged. The saber and sword turned around and collided again. With a loud bang, the aftermath shook. The white rainbow in Ning Chen's hand swept out and wrapped around the former's arm that was holding the sword. The demonic cultivator's eyes did not change. He turned his palm and condensed demonic energy, slamming it towards the former's chest. Ning Chen held his saber horizontally. The purple devil qi surged as he blocked the demonic palm. At the moment of collision, there was no more move. Their foundation collided. Suddenly, 10 directions mountains sank, unable to bear the aftermath of the clash. The peerless foundation and incomparably dark demonic energy attacked wave after wave. The corners of their mouths turned red at the same time. Their bodies were injured. I can't wait any longer. Otherwise, something will happen to the two of them. Outside the battle, Luo Fei lost her patience once again. Her figure flashed, wanting to enter the battle. Don't be rash. Mu Qianshang took a step forward and blocked in front of her again. He said in a deep voice, "You don't have the corresponding foundation. If you interfere now, you might be devoured by their strength." As he spoke in the battle, the aftermath of the clash of foundations continued to spread outwards. The ground beneath their feet cracked inch by inch, crisscrossing with each other. There was not a single inch of undamaged ground. The most dangerous clash had rapidly consumed the two's cultivation. The demonic cultivator instinctively felt the danger and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. In several breaths of time, the two's strength had been consumed by half. The demonic cultivator's aura gradually weakened. Ning Qin forcefully endured the surging demonic energy. The red light in his body brightened and his two bodies separated. The phoenix body flew out. Palm Chi flipped and yellow springs activated, sealing the former's Dantian Chi Si. A blood-red light entered the demonic cultivator's body. The divine restriction activated, temporarily sealing the terrifying dark energy in the latter's Chi Si. The demonic cultivator fell unconscious once again. Blood flowed from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. The backlash from the demonic energy entering his body had injured his meridians. When the battle ended, Mu Qianshang and Luo Fei immediately went forward, their faces filled with worry. "How are you?" Mu Qianshang asked with a dignified expression. "I'm fine. There is a terrifying dark energy in Zi's body. Once an external force enters, it will automatically erupt. I can only temporarily seal this energy, but it won't last for long." Ning Chen wearily said, "Dark energy?" Mu Qianshang frowned. He looked at the woman beside him and asked, "Luo Fei, do you know where this energy comes from?" Luo Fei helped Xia Zi up and gently shook her head. "This energy seems to have always existed. Zi can use a portion of it, but is unable to fully control it. Whether this is a good or bad thing is still unknown. Let's leave this place first. The death of that star domain venerable is likely to draw the attention of other true realm experts. In our current situation, it's not suitable for us to fight with such experts." Ning Qin said. The two of them nodded. Abyss Sin City. Cold winds blew. The ancient city that had experienced a great battle had been completely destroyed. It no longer had its former majesty. At this time, the void stirred and four extremely powerful figures walked out. When they saw the corpse on the ground, they were all shocked. How was this possible? The head of the Z-Way, Starfield, walked forward. Looking at the old man kneeling on the ground, a trace of gloominess flashed through his eyes. "Immortal sword fiendish aura. One slash to the throat," said Shinji indifferently as he looked at the old man's wound. "The murderer is already very clear. Dawn Moon Pavilion Master, are you still going to protect that child?" said the head of the Z-Way Starfield. The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master frowned. "That guy was too impulsive this time. There's more than one remnant aura here. It would appear that Mo Gates' ninth son had other helpers," said the All-Heaven Starfield's head calmly. "This matter cannot be left at this. Gather the other exalts and return to the Hall of Exalts to discuss how to deal with that child," said the head of the Z-Way Starfield coldly. "Amen," the All-Heaven Starfield's head nodded. The next moment, the void stirred and the two of them disappeared. "Pavilion Master, that boy has provoked a great disaster this time," said Shinji indifferently as he looked around. "Ning Qin is not someone who likes to cause trouble." "There must be something here that we don't know about," said the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master. Shinji nodded. "Actually, it's not hard to guess. Every true realm exalted that opens a spatial channel has the ability to send the people that pass through to any place. With my understanding of that old monster, he must have used this opportunity to attack Mo Gates' ninth son. I've already warned him time and time again not to provoke that child. Never would I have thought that something like this would still happen. This time it's truly troublesome," sighed the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master. "For the sake of my adopted daughter, I can choose to stand on that child's side. However, the other exalts will definitely not leave this matter at that. You should think of a way to have M.O. Gates, ninth son, leave as soon as possible, said Shinji with a stern expression. That's impossible. The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master sighed again. For the sake of the time restriction, it's impossible for him to leave the ancient road. No one can persuade him to leave, not even your adopted daughter. Stubborn people are truly troublesome, said Shinji with a frown. Let's return to the Hall of Exalts first, and see if there's still a chance to turn the situation around. Then, with a wave of her hand, she brought over the Luo Jia Starfield's leader, who had died in battle and disappeared into the void. Shinji followed her and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In a majestic palace in an unknown space, figures appeared one after another. Among the experts of various starfields, an aged figure was floating up and down. It was the Luo Jia Starfield's leader who had died long ago. The various exalts were all silent as they looked at the figure before them. Thoughts were unceasingly flashing through their minds. That child's strength had truly surpassed their expectations. They had originally thought that he had only surpassed the youths of his generation. Although he was frightening, he did not pose much of a threat to them. Never would they have imagined that M.O. Gates' ninth son would give them such a pleasant surprise today. Everyone, state your position, said the leader of the Z-Way Starfield to the various exalts. Kill, said the All-Heaven Starfield's leader. Agree. Agree. Voices of agreement sounded throughout the palace. To them, M.O. Gates' ninth son's performance today was no longer merely a matter of exclamation. Instead, it had become a threat that they could sense. If they did not deal with him strictly, where would their dignity as the rulers of a starfield be? The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master and Shinji looked at the various exalts who were nodding their heads and sighed in their hearts. Now that things had come to this, it was useless for them to continue opposing. Chapter 732. The last half of the ancient starry sky path was a strange and desolate ancient world. Large stars floated in the starry sky, creating a magnificent scene. 1,000 miles away from the danger zone, the four of them appeared. The devil was still unconscious and had yet to wake up. Ning Chen looked at the surrounding desolate land and said, "Let's find a safe place for Z to recover first. Then we can discuss the future." Yes. Luofei nodded and continued on their way while supporting the unconscious Yazi. Half a day later, on the nearest life planet, in a sparsely populated ancient city, the three of them found an abandoned temple to rest for the time being. The sky was gloomy and dark clouds covered the sky. Muffled thunder echoed, blocking out the sunlight. Not long after, heavy rain began to pour down, filling the sky with fog. In front of the ruined temple, two figures stood there, looking at the rain outside. It was unknown what they were thinking. Inside the temple, Luofei was silently taking care of the unconscious devil. The worry in her eyes was clearly visible. Knowing destiny, what are your plans for the future? After standing there for a long time, Mu Qianshang asked. After we finish walking this path, we must obtain the time restriction, no matter what, calmly said Ningqin. That true realm expert's death will definitely bring about great trouble. You have to be careful, sternly said Mu Qianshang. I've implicated my good friend. Ningqin turned his head apologetically. Mu Qianshang faintly smiled. It's not the first time I've been implicated by you. I'm used to it. Knowing destiny, Marquis. Where is the celebratory wine you promised? Ningqin smiled and waved his hand. A phoenix image appeared and jugs of wine flew out, landing in front of the two of them. Today we won't leave until we're drunk. Ningqin tossed over a jug of wine. I'll keep you company. Mu Qianshang received the jug and straightforwardly agreed. The jugs collided with each other and a crisp sound rang out. The two of them smiled at each other and drank the wine in the jug. A burning sensation came from their throats. Unknowingly, it was no longer bitter. It was as if only this kind of wine could awaken the weary traveler. Knowing destiny, Marquis, how many years have you practiced martial arts? Asked Mu Qianshang. 33 years, replied Ning Qin. 33 years. If you were an ordinary person, you would have already reached the end of the road, smiled Mu Qianshang. If I could start over again, I'd rather be ordinary. Ning Qin took a sip of wine and replied. With a loud boom, the lightning illuminated the dusky heaven and earth. They were willing to be ordinary, but they were helpless against the autumn rain. Mu Qianshang extended his wine jug and clinked it with the former, saying, The world-renowned Jiming Marquis is actually saying such unambitious words. How ironic is that? My good friend is joking. Ning Chun replied softly and said, I've experienced too much along the way. The most unforgettable memory is still the time before I started learning martial arts. If you miss the past too much, your sword will become blunt. Knowing destiny, are you still unable to let go? Mu Qianshang sighed softly. I owe her this. Ning Qin calmly said she shouldn't have died. Knowing destiny, regardless of whether or not the ghost girl's death is your responsibility, it's been so many years. It's time to let go. You and I are both cultivators. We should know better than anyone how illusory the resurrection method is. Even if we obtain the time seal, how likely do you think the immortal peach tree will bear fruit? And how likely is the ghost girl to wake up? Knowing destiny, you're a human, not a cold stone. You can't hold on forever, said Mu Qianshang seriously. Soon. Ning Qin looked at the person beside him and smiled, saying, Good friend, perhaps there really will be a miracle. Hearing this, Mu Qianshang sighed softly. The knowing destiny Marquis had always been rational. Why was he deceiving himself again and again on this matter, refusing to wake up? Ugh! Suddenly, a painful groan rang out from within the temple. Immediately, demonic chi soared into the sky, and a huge demonic pillar pierced through heaven and earth. A terrifying pressure shook the world. In the next moment, the demonic cultivator opened his eyes amidst the black feathers that filled the sky. His divine sense surged out like a tide. Ning Chan narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure within the demonic chi. His aura was faintly discernible as he prepared to attack at any moment. Looking at each other, their eyes gradually calmed down. The demonic cultivator landed on the ground, his injuries completely healed. Ning Chen and Mu Qianshang's expression sank. It was this dark aura again. Was its existence a blessing or a curse? The demonic cultivator walked forward and calmly said, Wine. Ning Chen withdrew his divine sense and waved his right hand. A jug of wine flew towards the former. Xiazi received the jug and opened the seal. He took a sip and said indifferently, I know what you're worried about. At least until now, this energy hasn't shown any abnormalities. Before it completely erupts, I'll think of a way to refine it. Ning Chen nodded and suppressed the worry in his heart, saying, Since you've woken up, I can rest assured. Once the rain stops tomorrow, we'll go our separate ways. Not far away, Luo Fei frowned and said, Knowing destiny, Marquis, can we not go together? Ning Chen shook his head, saying, No, I'll bring a lot of trouble if I go with you. Soon, more than one true realm expert will come. There's no need to take this risk together. How can you deal with a true realm expert's pursuit alone? One more person means one more power. Do you think we'll care about this little bit of trouble? Luo Fei said solemnly, Say no more. Xiazi raised his hand and interrupted the former. He calmly looked at the person in front of him, saying, Knowing destiny, Marquis, if something happens to you, I'll kill all the true realm experts in sky beyond heaven to accompany you in death. Ning Chen smiled, saying, Good friend, you should know that I'm most afraid of death. How can I put myself in danger? Two lunatics. Mu Qianshang mocked, without holding back. Xiazi didn't say much. He extended his wine jug and looked at the two. Bang! The 3 wine jugs clinked. Although they often mocked each other and even disliked each other, they never forgot the precious memories of going through life and death together. Life was ordinary, but to be able to entrust one's life to a friend was worth it. Luo Fei looked at the three and sighed. She really didn't understand the feelings of men. She never agreed, but was willing to give up her life for them. She didn't want to go with them, but was willing to kill the world for them. A stormy night, a silent night. Only the sound of wine jugs clinking could be heard. When the sky was about to brighten, Sui got up and left without even saying goodbye. Knowing destiny, Marquis left. Mu Qian Shang glanced at the two and didn't stay any longer. Xiazi, don't lose to yourself. With that, Mo Bai disappeared into the morning fog, leaving no trace behind. In front of the ruined temple, Xiazi opened his eyes. His dark and cold eyes still didn't show any emotion, but he remembered every word. Demons were emotionless, but not ignorant. They could distinguish and see clearly. Perhaps demons were paranoid, but Xiazi was very clear that if there were still people he could trust in this world, it was undoubtedly these friends that he had entrusted his life to. Luo Fei, let's go. A moment later, Xiazi came back to his senses. Yes, Luo Fei softly nodded. At the same time, in the ruins of Abyss Inn, the void split open and three powerful figures walked out. Each one of them had a cultivation base no weaker than the previous Luo Jia, Starfield's manager. The three of them appeared at the same time, and their terrifying pressure connected. The leader of the three took half a step forward and condensed Yuan with a flip of his palm. Violet light shook, and a passage between the two worlds opened. In an instant, the three of them entered the vast, ancient world. They're here. Ning Qin stopped in the wilderness. He narrowed his eyes when he sensed the auras from the distance. They had really come quickly. It seemed these old monsters had made up their minds to eliminate him. Venerate Ing Qiong, it's up to you, said the manager of the Z-Way Starfield. Yes. Venerate Ing Qiong stepped forward. His body shone brightly as he used his supreme cultivation base to derive the secrets of the heavens, searching for the whereabouts of Mo Gates' 9 sons. His heavenly divination technique shook heaven and earth. Winds and clouds churned as he traced the latter's aura. Strange. After a long time, Venerate Ing Qiong stopped. He frowned and said, I can't find the whereabouts of Mo Gates' 9th son. It seems he's been concealed by something. There's actually such a thing. A strange light flashed through the eyes of the Z-Way Starfield's manager. He said, although there are treasures capable of concealing auras, with your ability, ordinary treasures would not be able to hide from your search. There are only two possibilities. The All-Heaven Starfield's manager's expression turned cold. He said, either there's someone of the same level helping Mo Gates' 9th son conceal his aura, or he possesses a treasure that even we don't know about. The Z-Way Starfield's manager nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said, Venerate Ing Qiong, let's issue the kill order. Wouldn't it be counterproductive to alert the enemy? Asked Venerate Ing Qiong. The Z-Way Starfield's manager shook his head. That child is no ordinary person. He must have already guessed that we would come. There's no such thing as alerting the enemy. Spread the kill order throughout the second half of the ancient road. Even if we can't force him to show himself, we'll make it difficult for him to move. Venerate Ing Qiong nodded. He flipped his hand seals, and rays of light soared into the sky. They turned into streams of light that rushed to every corner of the ancient road. In an instant, a dignified voice rang out in the ears of countless young geniuses. The 9th son of Mo Gate was wanted. The ancient road was shaken. The young geniuses were unable to conceal their shock. This was the first time in thousands of years that so many Starfields had jointly issued a kill order for someone. Young master, in an unfamiliar region, worry flashed through Ruashi's eyes. She did not understand what had happened. Not far away, in front of a heavenly pillar, a woman in a dark red dress, trembled. Unable to speak, she let out a furious snort. With a flip of her hand, she shattered the heavenly pillar in front of her. Behind her, many young geniuses were shocked. They hastily retreated to avoid the falling rocks. What's wrong with the Red King? Why is she so angry? Thousands of meters away, the young geniuses looked at the destroyed heavenly pillar with puzzlement. In the boundless wilderness, Ning Qin sneered when he heard the voice coming from the horizon. The kill order of the ancient road? He wanted to see how they could kill him. He took a few steps forward. In the wind and snow a light flashed. He walked out in plain clothes with a white fan. His appearance and aura had completely changed. There was no longer any resemblance between them. On the second floor of the Dawn Moon Chang, and the master of the Dawn Moon Tower looked at the light scroll in her hand. The Chaos Scroll? Jiming Marquis. I'll wait for the day when your name shakes the starry sky. Chapter 733. In the last part of the ancient road to the ancient battlefield in the vast ancient world, the competition between geniuses had finally reached its climax. Two kings were fighting in the wilderness. Divine furnaces were shining, and saber lights were shaking the world. The fight for the top attracted the attention of countless young experts. The woman in the crimson dress had strange footsteps. Her body was surrounded by flames. As she moved, the king's ring on her hand shone brightly. On the other hand, the saber wielder was agile. His saber light pierced through the clouds, making it difficult to distinguish. After exchanging hundreds of moves, it was difficult to determine the victor. The battle for the king was extremely intense. The young experts watching the battle couldn't help but stare. 100 miles to the west of the battle, a young man in black and purple stood on a mountain peak, quietly watching the battle. "Josher, who do you think will win?" asked the man in purple, seeing the stalemate. "The Red King," said Yen Josher calmly. "Oh, you're so sure," said the man in purple calmly. "Last time, the god's bloodline was saved by this woman. I exchanged a move with her, so I know what she's capable of," said Yen Josher calmly. "To be able to save someone from your hands, it seems that this woman's strength isn't just what it's shown so far," said the man in purple, slightly surprised. "She's more skilled with the sword. Let's see if this saber wielder can force her to use her true strength," said Yen Josher. "The swordsmen who appeared along the way are all quite strong. The experts of this world aren't as weak as we thought," said the man in purple. "Actually, there's something else that I'm more concerned about," said Yen Josher seriously. "Oh!" The man in purple looked surprised. "What is it?" Before he finished speaking, the battle on the mountain peak in the distance finally changed. The Red King didn't want to fight for a long time. She waved her hand, and the king's ring shone brightly. A crimson sword fell. The moment it fell into her hand, sword intent radiated. "It's here," said Yen Josher. He looked serious. At the same time, on another mountain peak, a plain-clothed figure with a white fan appeared. Looking at the battle, a gentle smile appeared in her eyes. This girl had grown to such a level. With a boom, the saber and sword collided. Chi waves rolled. In the void above, the crimson furnace shone even brighter. With the support of the king's weapon and the king's ring, the sword power surged and forced the king in front of her away. Tick-tock! Amid the dust, the sound of blood dripping could be heard. Blood dripped from the saber-wielding hand of the Saber King, dyeing the ground red. His skills are inferior. There won't be any more surprises in this battle. On the western peak, Yen Josher said slowly, "The Saber Master is not bad, but the Red King is indeed stronger." "What did you want to say just now?" The purple-clothed man asked. "This woman's sword is somewhat similar to the 9th son of Mo Gate, who fought against me in the past," said Yen Josher calmly. "Is that true?" The purple-robed man was surprised. A moment later, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. then the next target will be her. If this woman is really related to M.O. Gates' ninth disciple, it can be considered an unexpected gain. Sure, Yen Jiosher nodded. Do you need my help? The purple-robed man asked. No need. I alone am enough to deal with these so-called kings, Yen Jiosher said indifferently. We can't be careless. After all, the leaders of those star regions have their eyes on us. Once our identities are exposed, it'll be very troublesome, warned the violet-clothed man. I'll be careful. Yen Jiosher nodded. As the two of them chatted, the battle on the mountain peak reached its final moment. The Red King's figure flickered, and thousands of swords converged into one. A peak sword condensed with the might of a king item, and a king's ring broke through the air. When the saber user received the sword, an earth-shaking collision resounded. The peak collapsed in response, and the shock wave shattered it. The saber master was sent flying, his body dyed red. He smashed into the bottom of the mountain. The battle between kings had been lost on the verge of success. The Red King's mouth leaked a trace of blood. He had also been injured by the battle's shock waves. The Hall of Venerables was reflecting the battle between kings from an endless distance away. Numerous star regions, venerables, stood in the air, carefully watching this peak battle of the younger generation. This Red King is a promising talent. If any of you lack a direct disciple, you can take him in, said Shinji. For him to have such accomplishments, how could he not have a master? He still hasn't reached the point where we have to fight over him. Let's not talk about this for now. How is the search for M.O. Gates' ninth son going? Has there been any progress? Asked the Spirit Void, Starfield's leader. There's been no news. It's as if that child has disappeared from the ancient road, said the All-Heaven Starfield's leader. Appearances can be changed through a secret technique, but aura is difficult to conceal. Even with your abilities, you can't sense his aura? Asked the Spirit Void, Starfield's leader. Venerable Ing Cheong shook his head. It's very possible that M.O. Gates' ninth son has a treasure that conceals his aura. I've already tried several times, but any information about him has been concealed. It's very difficult to see. His name is no longer on the heavenly pillar. Finding him now will not be easy, said the All-Heaven Starfield's leader. He seems to have a maid with him. He can conceal his aura, but that maid shouldn't have that ability, said the Spirit Void, Starfield's leader. I've been paying attention for a long time. That maid is not with him, said Venerable Ing Cheong calmly. Desperate times call for desperate measures, reminded the Spirit Void, Starfield's leader. Hearing that, the Exalts fell silent. Although they had thought about it, none of them were willing to bear such an evil reputation. You are all leaders of your respective starfields. If you make things difficult for a little girl, isn't that going too far? Said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master with a cold expression. As long as she tells us the whereabouts of M.O. Gates' ninth son, I believe you Exalts will not make things difficult for her. Pavilion Master, could it be that you want to protect M.O. Gates' ninth son? Asked the Spirit Void, Starfield's leader coldly. Venerable Spirit Void, are you doubting me? Asked the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master as killing intent flashed through her eyes. Pavilion Master, you know better than anyone what the truth is, said the Spirit Void, Starfield's leader without the slightest fear. The two of you, don't let such a small matter affect your relationship. The matter of M.O. Gates' ninth son has already been handled by Ing Cheong and the All-Heaven Starfield. There's no need for us to worry about it, interrupted the Heavenly Mist Starfield's leader. Venerable Ing Cheong frowned slightly. With their status, it was indeed inappropriate for them to make things difficult for a little girl. However, other than that, they didn't seem to have any better ideas. Keep an eye on this girl for a few more days. If M.O. Gates' ninth son still doesn't show himself, then take action, said the Z-Way Starfield's leader indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the person in charge of the Z-Way Star zone disappeared. Venerable Ing Cheong sighed softly and didn't stay any longer. His figure gradually faded away. After the discussion ended, the exalts left one after another. Shinji looked at the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master and sternly asked, "What are your plans? You're not really planning on falling out with those old monsters over this child, are you?" "It hasn't reached that point yet," said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master indifferently. Shinji's expression changed. "Do you think M.O. Gates' ninth son will have a chance to turn things around this time?" "I don't know if there will be a chance to turn things around, but this child won't die so easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached this point. Shinji, if there really is a miracle of a mortal becoming an immortal, it will definitely be this child," said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master calmly. "Oh, since the Pavilion master says so, then this king will wait for the day this child leaps over the Dragon Gate," replied Shinji with a slight smile. On the ancient starry sky road, the battle between the two kings had ended, but the wind and clouds still hadn't calmed down. An oppressive aura filled the ancient road. The final competition had arrived. Everyone knew that only one person could reach the ancient battlefield in the end. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. No one could stand side by side. As strong as the 9 kings were, only one person could survive in the end. The other 8 would undoubtedly be eliminated. In the strange atmosphere, the number of companions among the many young powerhouses became fewer and fewer. Everyone knew that no one could be trusted now. On the ancient road, the Red King walked alone. At this moment, a beautiful woman caught up with him and whispered, "Miss Red King, my name is Ruo Shi." The Red King was startled and couldn't react for a moment. "Miss Red King, can we travel together?" Ruo Shi chuckled and asked again. A moment later, Hong Wulei came back to her senses. A happy smile appeared on her delicate face. She gestured a few times with her hands and asked about the former situation. "I'm fine. I just got separated from the Lord." "Wulei, you're one of the 9 kings now." "You've changed a lot," Ruo Shi smiled. Hong Wulei was a little embarrassed and gently shook her head. "Okay, let's stop joking. The Lord might be in trouble right now. We have to find him quickly," Ruo Shi said seriously. Hong Wulei nodded, thinking for a moment. She gestured a few times and asked how to find him. "I planted a goo in the Lord's body, but he has the chaos volume on him right now, so I can't sense it too clearly. We can only slowly find him," Ruo Shi whispered. Hearing this, Hong Wulei's expression became strange. "Goo, isn't that a harmful thing? Don't think too much." "How could I harm the Lord? Let's go quickly. The sooner we find the Lord, the sooner we can be at ease," Ruo Shi urged. Hong Wulei nodded again and stepped forward. Not long after the two left, evil Qi surged behind them and a black-robed figure appeared. In an instant he disappeared again. Strange. In the distance, Ji Yuqing appeared. Looking at the remnant evil Qi in the void, she frowned slightly. This evil Qi was almost exactly the same as the one that attacked her that day. Could it be M.O. Gates' 9th son? Is he going to attack the Red King this time? Thinking of this, Ji Yuqing took a step forward and quickly followed. In the distance, above the void, the 3 leaders of the star regions looked at this scene with astonishment on their faces. The maid of M.O. Gates' 9th son seemed to be acquainted with the Red King. But why would the other 2 kings also appear here? Was it a coincidence? The Ji family's daughter had a special status. If something happened to her on the ancient road, it would be troublesome. Continue to follow that woman. Also, do not let Ji Yuqing get involved. The Z-Way Starfield's manager said. Understood. Reverend Ing Cheong nodded. If that woman really is acquainted with the Red King, then once we attack, the Red King will very likely intervene. I'm afraid those 2 following behind us won't be safe, warned the All-Heaven Starfield's manager. As long as Ji Yuqing is not among them, it doesn't matter whether the others live or die, said the Z-Way Starfield's manager coldly. Chapter 734. In the second half of the ancient road, the flames of war rose everywhere. Kings fought and geniuses competed. Everywhere was filled with smoke. Among the flames, Hong Wulei pulled Ruo Shi out, blood dripping from his sword. The battle never stopped for a moment. Countless powerhouses joined forces to eliminate the strongest opponent on the ancient road. Wulei, go east. Ruo Shi sensed the surrounding aura and reminded him. Hong Wulei nodded and slashed his sword to open the path. His figure rushed out and rushed toward the former. Chase! In front of everyone, for young men's eyes were cold as they said in a deep voice. After the order was given, several figures flashed and continued to chase. No need to chase. Before the voice fell, a white-clothed figure walked out in front of everyone. He had a white fan and a silk headband. His face was calm, without the slightest threat. Looking at the man who appeared in front of them out of thin air, everyone's expression froze. When did this person come? Who are you? One of the four said in a deep voice. White Jade Jing, the white-clothed figure said calmly. Get out of the way or die. Another person said, no need for threats. Let's start. The white-clothed figure said indifferently. The clear sun Li Flame in his hand rose. A moment later, he moved and started the battle. With a bang, a wave of fire soared into the sky. After exchanging blows, the four of them took half a step back. Their blood qi violently surged. This shocking scene was unbelievable. In the next moment, the white fan turned and the clear sun Li Flame spread, breaking the four's joint attack. Blood splashed. The battle was not on the same level. The fan's blade slashed across, threatening to kill. Of the four, one died and three were injured. The falling vermilion was the cruel reflection of the truth. The three were shocked. They immediately raised their Jinyuan and fought with all their strength. Kill! With a command, the young powerhouses outside the battle joined the battle. They joined forces to besiege the people blocking the road. Remnant, wind passing, shadow. The white-clothed figures, clear sun, Li Flame, soared into the sky. The killing light of the fan shone brightly. The white-clothed figure disappeared in an instant. When they came back to their senses, there was a bone-chilling silence. Ugh! Muffled groans sounded in unison. A waterfall of blood gushed into the sky. Dozens of figures with their throats cut fell to the ground. Have a good trip on the road to the Yellow Springs. Suyi waved her hand to scatter the blood on her fan. Then she turned and left. 300 miles away, night fell. In the forest, a bonfire danced. In front of the bonfire, two women sat quietly, not saying a word. After a long time, Ruo Shi looked up at the woman in front of her and whispered, "Why don't we split up?" Hong Wulei was startled. He shook his head gently and refused the former's request. Since they had met before they found the young master, they would live and die together. Now that the ancient road had entered its darkest period, no one could guarantee their survival. Her young noble had given her a new lease of life. So no matter what, she couldn't leave Ruo Shi alone. In the distance, three powerful illusory figures stood tall. They had followed him all the way here, quietly waiting for Emo Gate's ninth disciple to appear. It seems that the Red King and the ninth son of the Mahe sect are old acquaintances. For him to risk his life to protect his maid is truly extraordinary, said the Z-Way Star Zone's manager. Are we to attack? Asked the All-Heaven Starfield's head. Not yet. Venerated Ing Cheong shook his head and reminded, the Ji family's daughter has always been paying attention to the Red King's whereabouts. She has secretly helped him several times. Once we attack, she will very likely intervene. Just temporarily stop her. Although the Ji family can't be easily provoked, as long as nothing happens to Ji Yuqing, the Ji family won't make a big fuss over such a small matter, said the All-Heaven Starfield's manager. There's no need for that. The Z-Way Star Zone's manager interrupted. Our target is Emo Gate's ninth disciple. Now that the ancient road has entered its final stage, no one can guarantee its safety. As long as Emo Gate's ninth disciple really cares about this woman, He will definitely appear. Oh, venerated Ing Cheong suddenly frowned. He flipped his hands and looked at the battle 300 miles away from the two women. How is this possible? Venerated Ing Cheong waved his hand and the battle appeared in front of them. What entered their eyes was a vermilion ground. The leaving silhouette was abnormally powerful. Strange, who is that person? Asked the all-heaven Starfield. I've never seen him before. With his strength, he's not inferior to King Emo Gates' 9th disciple. Venerated Ing Cheong replied. Since the second half of the ancient road had begun, some hidden experts had gradually revealed themselves. Now, several king-level experts had appeared. The ancient battlefield can only be opened by the heavenly chosen. It's about time for him to appear, said the Z-Way Star Zone's manager. Who could it be? King Emo Gates' 9th disciple? Hopefully, nothing will happen to him in this chaotic situation, said the All-Heaven Starfield's manager with a grave expression. Since he's the heavenly chosen, he won't die so easily. According to the heavenly signs, the ancient battlefield will reopen in this era. We only need to wait. The only thing we need to pay attention to is not to let Emo Gates' 9th disciple destroy the entire ancient road, said venerated Ing Cheong. Venerable Ing Cheong said in a deep voice. Amongst the younger generation experts, only the 9th disciple of Emo Gate possessed strength that was absolutely above everyone else. Such a variable was something that they should be wary of. The All-Heaven Starfield's manager was silent for a moment. Then he said, could Emo Gates' 9th disciple be the heavenly chosen? Absolutely impossible. The Z-Way Star Zone's manager shook his head. Emo Gates' 9th disciple's karma is extremely terrifying. From this, it can be seen what kind of killing he has done. He is a great sinner and is abandoned by the heavens. He will never be chosen. It's truly a miracle that he's still alive today, said venerated Ing Cheong. Disregarding grudges and grudges, that child's tenacity far surpasses that of ordinary people. If he can break through the heavenly fate of mortals, his future will be limitless. Unfortunately, the will of the heavens is the will of the heavens. He has obtained 2 immortal swords and a divine spirit source. His attainments in the sword have reached the pinnacle. His battle power is comparable to the peak of the corporeal realm, or even the true realm. Yet he is still unable to step into the mortal realm. To those geniuses with extraordinary talent, this step is not too difficult. But to him it's an insurmountable moat, said the Z-Way Star Zone's manager calmly. The heavenly Tao is fair. If he's unsuitable, then he's unsuitable. If he insists on going against the heavens, then he'll have to taste his own bitter consequences, said the All-Heaven Starfield's manager coldly. As the 3 of them conversed, an evil aura filled the distant mountain forest. The bonfire was immediately extinguished. The sudden killing intent caused Hong Wulei and Ruoshi's expressions to change. It was as if they had fallen into ice, and they felt chills all over their bodies. Hong Wulei came back to his senses and immediately rushed into the depths of the mountain forest with Ruoshi without hesitation. You can't escape. Yen Josher, dressed in black, walked out from the evil aura. His killing intent was biting cold, and it shook the heavens and the earth. Not far away, Ji Yuqing felt the evil aura in front of her. Her expression froze, and she immediately rushed forward. God's bloodline, it's not your turn yet. Wait for a while. As he spoke, a figure in purple appeared with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He blocked the path ahead. Seeing this, Ji Yuqing's expression sank. This is troublesome. In the mountain forest, Yen Josher blocked the path. His murderous aura was far more oppressive than the experts of the younger generation. Seeing that the path ahead was blocked, Hong Wulei let out a light shout. His true yuan rose from his body. Suddenly, the king weapon rose into the sky. A blood-red furnace floated between heaven and earth. Waves of fire surged out and drowned the mountain forest. The king weapon appeared, and the king's ring responded. The red light shone brightly, illuminating the night. The next moment, the sword fell into Hong Wulei's hand. The sword moved and broke through the sky. I hate people who use swords the most in my life. Yan Jiushi snorted coldly. He turned his palm and gathered his evil yuan. Without dodging, he blocked the former sword. In the confrontation between sword and palm, Hong Wulei's expression became more and more heavy. He didn't want to fight for a long time. The fire on his sword was extremely strong. He wanted to cut open a way out. Fight with your life? You are not qualified. Yan Jiushi took half a step forward. Black qi rolled around his body. His violent evil yuan soared into the sky, shaking 1,000 miles. The two moves collided, and a tragic collision occurred. The aftermath of the impact sent Hong Wulei's figure flying more than 10 feet away. The corner of his mouth was overflowing with blood. Dozens of miles away, the white-clothed figure who had been paying attention to the battle frowned. Red light emerged from her body and condensed into a shape. Her appearance and aura changed. In an instant, Hong Wulei appeared in the battle. Without saying a word, she turned her palm and gathered her evil yuan. With a bang, she sent both of them out of the battle. Before she could speak, Ruah, she looked at Hong Wulei's back with excitement in her eyes. Although her appearance and aura had changed, the love goose reaction would never be wrong. Reckless. Seeing someone blocking the way, Yan Jiushi's expression turned cold. He gathered evil yuan in his palm and rushed toward the former. At the same time, in the distant void, honored sage Ingqiong narrowed his eyes and said, "He has appeared. This person is—" "Go ahead." The Ziwei Starfield's manager nodded. It was indeed that child. Although he had deliberately concealed his aura, they could still feel a trace of familiarity with their cultivation. I thought he would hide for a while longer. It seems that I have overestimated him. This time let me do it. The All-Heaven Starfield's manager sneered. He took a step forward and rushed forward. "Are we not going to help?" asked honored sage Ingqiong. "No need. Last time it was because someone helped that honored Luo Jia died in battle. Now there is only M.O. Gates, ninth son." The All-Heaven Starfield's manager replied. In the mountain forest, the phoenix body blocked Yan Jiushi. The battle situation changed again. A terrifying aura descended from the sky, covering the sky and moon. The All-Heaven honored sage walked out from the clouds. Without saying a word, the wind and clouds turned into a palm and slammed down. True realm. Seeing the figure that appeared in the sky, Yan Jiushi narrowed his eyes. He no longer continued to fight and quickly retreated. M.O. Gates' ninth son, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. The All-Heaven honored sage's figure landed and looked at the young man before him coldly. You were able to recognize me even like this. Admirable, said Ningqian indifferently. Red light rose from his body, and his appearance and aura returned to normal. Pay with your life for honored Luo Jia. After saying that, the All-Heaven honored sage's figure rushed out. A golden sword appeared in his hand. It was 3 feet long and had 4 edges. The sword flickered with golden light. It was the first time the world had seen such a strange divine weapon. Ningqian waved his hand and Zhu Xian appeared. Baleful aura lingered as the battle began. Clanging sounds of swords rang out. The immortal sword met with the strange sword. Chapter 735. In the forest at night, a battle broke out at the peak. The phoenix body met the real realm. The battle of immortal swords and unorthodox weapons appeared for the first time in the human world. The sharpness of the god of sharpness in all 4 directions was sharp and fierce in its attacks. It was powerful and deadly. Ning Chen's footsteps spun, and his immortal sword met the attack head-on. Boundless, baleful qi swirled around him. His sword moved at extreme speed, and under the night sky, it was hard to distinguish. In the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had been exchanged. Hong Yi's sword moved faster and faster. The man and the sword disappeared, leaving only the flashing red light between heaven and earth. To be so capable at such a young age, Luo Jia's death was not unjust. The all heavens venerate snorted coldly. The divine blade in his hand glowed brightly, and golden blades separated from the divine blade and circled around him to block the sword light. With a clang, Zhu Xian shook the divine sharpness. Chaotic sword qi vibrated out, and the golden sword turned into streaks of golden light that swept toward the former. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He took a step back and retreated 300 meters. However, the sword followed him like a shadow, and he couldn't avoid it. With a ci-la sound, vermilion splashed out. A golden edge brushed past his shoulder, bringing with it a waterfall of dazzling blood. The all heavens are stronger than they were 100 years ago, Ing Cheong the Venerable said from afar. Although the ninth son of the Mahis sect has amazing attainments in the way of the sword, he has only been cultivating for a short period of time. His foundation is ordinary. Even if he has the support of the immortal sword, the chances of him defeating the all heavens is less than 1 in 100, said the manager of the Ziwei Star Zone. Venerable Ing Cheong nodded and said, "After this battle, it's time to take back the immortal trapping sword. The last time I lent it out, that old fellow was extremely dissatisfied." While the two of them were talking, the battle situation in the distance changed again. Red light filled the sky as the immortal entrapment was born. Boundless killing, intent surged and spread hundreds of miles away. With the support of the two swords, the battle prowess of the phoenix body became even stronger. Her black hair turned red, and she stood tall in the divine realm. With a bang, the sword light shook the heavens and the earth. Below the two of them, the mountain collapsed. The cracks continued to extend, reaching thousands of feet below. At the bottom of the mountain, the earth flame, rocks tumbled. Scorching heat waves rushed out along with the cracks, and the forest within 100 miles instantly turned into a sea of fire. Seeing this, the two swords in Ning Chen's hands became extremely powerful. They absorbed the primordial fire power between heaven and earth and reproduced the martial arts of the heavenly tomes. 9 suns burning the heavens. The divine suns that rose into the sky lit up the night sky. The void rumbled as huge cracks appeared. In the next moment, the 9 suns turned into swords that fell from the sky. The all heavens venerate frowned slightly as he took a step forward to avoid the sword streams. After 100 steps, the golden light around him regained its sharpness, and he slashed out with his sword. The sword moves collided with each other, creating a terrifying scene as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was caving in. The divine sharp sword light broke through the endless sword flow and swept forward. Skybreaker! Ning Chen waved the Zhu Xian sword in his hand. The sword cut through the air and scattered the remaining force. The world-shocking sword incantation was the only true realm venerable on the sword. They fought until the heavens fell and the earth fell. 100 li, 1,000 li, and a sandstorm raged. In the distance, the purple-robed man in front of Ji Yuqing left. He didn't want to face the true realm experts of the various starfields. Outside of the battlefield, Ji Yuqing was observing the battle quietly. She narrowed her eyes. Something was not right. Although the person who tried to kill her back then looked the same, his aura and moves were different from the person in front of her. Was it a disguise, or was someone trying to frame him? Just which one was the true 9th disciple of Mo Gate? Dragon Sparrow transformation. The battle was white-hot. The azure dragon coiled around and broke through the air, borrowing its strength. The vermilion bird followed behind, its sword intent rumbling and its divine might shocking the world. The all heavens venerate scattered the azure dragon's sword chi with a flip of his palm. His figure flashed forward, and the 4 divine sharp swords pierced through the vermilion bird's body. Black tortoise defense! The Zhu Xian sword soared through the sky and the black tortoise appeared. It had an absolute defense and blocked the divine sharp swords. Too weak. The swords collided and the black tortoise collapsed. In an instant, the all heavens venerate arrived before him. His sword pierced through the wind and clouds like lightning, stabbing towards the former's heart. At the moment of crisis, the immortal trapping soared. Its red light flourished and blocked the divine sharp swords. A huge force came and a smear of red splattered. His red clothes were dyed with blood, making him look even redder. Ning Chen didn't seem to feel it. He held his sword even tighter. His blood didn't stop flowing, and neither did the sword's momentum. The clanging of swords in the night sky didn't stop for even a moment. The killing light under the moonlight was dazzling and bleak as it cut open bottomless ravines. Although there was a gap in the foundation of the top-level sword technique, with the help of the immortal sword, the battle was barely in a stalemate. The knowing Destiny State cultivator was at a disadvantage. His injuries gradually accumulated. Blood flowed from the hand holding the sword. It was never easy to go against the heavens and kill the immortal sword. In the distance, the two-star region venerates watched the battle quietly. Neither of them intervened. It was not a glorious thing to attack a junior. If they joined forces again, it would be beneath their status as venerates of a region. In the stalemate, although the all heavens venerates had the upper hand, they couldn't completely suppress the opponent. Facing the knowing Destiny State cultivator with the help of the immortal sword, they didn't dare to be distracted for a moment. This boy's attainments in the sword are really terrifying. His talent is ordinary, but he can find a way to improve his strength. It's really rare. If our disciples had such great perseverance, we wouldn't have to worry about the prosperity of our sect. Ing Cheong Venerate sighed softly. When the world is prosperous, there must be some monstrous powerhouses. However, this whetstone is too much better than the younger generation. Otherwise, it would be a pity to kill him like this, the Ziwei Star region manager said calmly. Ing Cheong Venerate nodded. If this boy's strength wasn't so shocking, he would indeed be the best whetstone. No matter how monstrous a talent was, he still needed opponents and training in the process of growth. Their sect didn't lack geniuses. What they lacked were geniuses who could grow after experiencing hardships. However, when a whetstone was hard enough to easily break a sword, there was no need for it to exist. In the forest at night, fire burned the city walls. Earth fire surged, and waves of heat surged. All that could be seen was scorched earth. At the last moment of the battle, the two people had pushed their cultivation to the limit. Every move they made had the power to destroy the world. On the other side of the battle, Ji Yuqing watched this amazing battle. She couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. It was hard to believe that there was someone in the younger generation who was so terrifyingly powerful. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. A true realm expert was already the ruler of a region. In an era where fourth realm experts didn't appear, true realm experts were the strongest in this world. The younger generation had only cultivated for a short period of time. It was harder than ascending the heavens to fight a true realm expert who had lived for countless years. Nirvana! In the battle, rumbling sword intent soared into the sky. The final move was about to arrive. Heaven and earth were swords. It was a magnificent scene. Hong Yi stepped forward and leaped into the sky. Immortal execution reflected the moon. Rays of sword light crisscrossed and fell from the sky. Seeing this, the Venerate sneered. Divine Edge spun rapidly. He took a step forward and rushed forward to meet the swords. The final move collided. Broken swords filled the eyes. With a bang, the Divine Edge broke through Nirvana and pierced through his body. Arg! A muffled groan sounded. Scarlet blood flowed out from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. He waved immortal execution and forcefully counterattacked. I admire you for being able to fight with me until now. However, it's over. Taking the initiative, The Venerate flipped his palm and pushed away the immortal sword. His palm condensed vast origin energy, and a powerful palm force slammed into Ning Chen's chest. Blood splattered and dyed the sky red. Hong Yi flew out. The mountain shook, and the earth shook as she fell down the mountain. Earth fire surged, and a heat wave soared into the sky, instantly engulfing Hong Yi. Not good. The Venerate's expression changed slightly. He stepped forward and rushed down the mountain. However, his hesitation was too late. Under the mountain, the heavily injured and dying knowing destiny fell into the lava and disappeared in an instant. In front of the earth fire, the Venerate stopped and looked at Mo, Gates' ninth disciple, who was swallowed by the lava. His expression sank. He had been careless. The battle was over. In the distance, two auras flashed. They came forward and asked, "Where are the immortal swords?" "They fell into the earth fire due to a moment of carelessness," the Venerate said. "This is troublesome." Ing Cheong frowned. "This world is special. The earth fire below extends for hundreds of thousands of miles and is bottomless. It won't be easy to find the two immortal swords. Our cultivation bodies are consumed too quickly in the earth fire. We can't hold on for too long. Call Venerate Ling Su over. His cultivation body is of the fire attribute, so he should be able to do the job," the Ziwei Star Zone's manager suggested. "That's the only way." The Venerate nodded. "Let's leave first," said the man in charge of the Ziwei Star Zone. Then he disappeared into the night. Ing Cheong and the other two Venerates followed and left together. Not long after the three left, a purple light flashed and Ji Yuqing arrived. She frowned as she looked at the surging lava below. After standing there for a moment, Ji Yuqing turned and left. The night deepened and a cold wind blew. It was a desolate scene. The mountain forest that was riddled with holes finally calmed down. Su Yi walked over with a white fan and a silk scarf. Her expression was as calm as water. At this moment, the earth fire surged and specks of red light flew out and entered Su Yi's body. "I'll leave the rest to you." Su Yi nodded and then walked away. Hundreds of miles away, Ji Yuqing walked faster and faster. She couldn't hide the worry on her perfect face. Before that Star Zone Venerate had attacked, she had clearly sensed that the Red King was in danger. If the one who had died just now was the ninth son of Mo Gate, then the person who had appeared to kill the Red King and attacked her was intentionally trying to frame her. But when did the ancient path have so many powerful experts? In other words, if the person who had attacked her was the ninth son of Mo Gate, then the expert who had died just now was someone else. After thinking for a long time, Ji Yuqing still couldn't figure it out. She suddenly stopped and looked to the east, frowning. There really was no end to this. "Come out." Ji Yuqing's expression was cold. Two people walked out of the cold wind. One was dressed in black and the other in plain clothes. They had different faces and different auras. Mo Gate's ninth son. Seeing that loathsome face again, Ji Yuqing's eyes flickered coldly. She became even more vigilant. "I let you escape last time. You won't be so lucky today," said Yen Jiosher coldly. "What about you? Who are you?" Ji Yuqing looked at the plain-clothed youth. "I'm from White Jade Capital. I just happened to be passing by. Please go ahead." The plain-clothed youth glanced at the familiar face of the black-clothed youth and smiled. He walked away, leaving the two of them alone. The battle was about to begin. The tension could erupt at any moment. The plain-clothed youth opened his white fan and gently waved it. Wind and fire appeared. "Brother, you can change your face. When I came just now, I just happened to see Mo Gates' ninth son die in battle. Disguising yourself as someone who's already dead isn't too auspicious," said the plain-clothed youth. Chapter 736. In the wilderness, Yen Jiosher once again blocked the god bloodline. Su Yi appeared at the same time, watching quietly. "Who are you?" Ji Yuqing's expression was ice cold as she said in a cold voice, Yan Josher looked at the man not far away, unable to hide the killing intent in his eyes. Evil chi spread, and Yan Josher returned to his original appearance. His face was covered in black patterns, showing no emotion. Su Yi's eyes flashed when she saw the familiar black patterns. She stood there silently. The two experts clashed, and the divine scroll appeared again. Ji Yuqing used her ultimate move, and her god bloodline rose, shining with purple light. Divine scroll, divine dance of the heavens. The moment the earth-shattering heavenly book martial technique appeared, the 8 stars appeared in the night sky. The boundless power of the stars fell from the sky with a majestic divine might. Not far away, Su Yi's eyes flashed when she saw this. The divine scroll was indeed worthy of being a heavenly book. Yan Josher didn't dodge. Evil chi surged around his body like a dragon or tiger, and a powerful pressure rose rapidly, blocking the star power. The two moves clashed, and the shock waves caused the stars to collapse. Evil chi broke through the air and swept forward. Ji Yuqing stepped lightly, avoiding the shock waves. She waved her hand, and a purple ribbon flew out. It was soft and gentle, and it scattered the evil chi. Unstoppable divine master! The purple ribbon spread, splitting the sky and the sea. Ji Yuqing didn't want to drag this battle out, so she used another ultimate move. Her god bloodline's power surged, and her might became stronger. Yan Josher's eyes narrowed and black chi surrounded his body. He took a step forward and attacked first. The two forces clashed at close range, and the ground couldn't withstand the extreme power. It collapsed. Blood flowed from the corner of Ji Yuqing's mouth, and she was at a disadvantage. Enough, stop. Brother, you're a man, but you're bullying a woman. It's against your status as a king. Seeing that the situation was clear, the corners of the plain-clothed figure's mouth curled up slightly. Yan Josher snorted coldly, and his palm energy split, and the surging evil chi slammed toward the talkative person. The clear sunly fire in Su Yi's hand flashed, and it silently dissolved the evil chi. An expert. Yan Josher glanced at Yi Futian from the corner of his eyes, and his expression turned serious. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Yi Futian. Evil chi gathered on his palm, and a mighty palm strike came at Yi Futian. With a loud explosion, Bai flipped her palm and also met the attack with a palm. Immediately, the sand was like a raging wave that rose tens of thousands of feet high. Who are you? When Yan Josher and Shao Qin looked at each other coldly, Yan Josher pushed his palm origin even further. Bai Yujing, just a scholar. The white-clothed figure's expression was the same as before. She turned her white fan and flames filled the sky as she casually made a move. Seeing this, Yan Josher turned his feet and avoided the fire waves. He turned his palm into a fist and punched the sky. The white fan moved again, not yielding an inch, shocking the world, once again responding to the attack. With a loud rumble, the heavens and earth became boundless. In close combat, moves were simplified and only relying on their foundation and cultivation. Neither of them took half a step back. Move after move bombarded each other, and the aftershocks shook the heavens and earth within 100 miles, as if they were being punished by the heavens. All life was destroyed. There's actually an expert like you on the ancient road? I'm truly surprised. After exchanging several moves, Yan Josher found it difficult to gain the upper hand. His eyes became even colder. We're the same. Brother, you can't kill me, so why waste time here? Ning Chen flipped his palm and shook off the battle, smiling gently. Yan Josher snorted coldly and instantly retreated. Bai Yujing, I look forward to meeting you in life and death. The voice that echoed in the night was emotionless and cold. The night wind blew gently, stirring up a strand of sand that reflected the vermilion dots. It was so beautiful. Thank you for your help, Sir Bai. Ji Yuqing suppressed the surging blood qi in her body and stepped forward, bowing gracefully. "Miss, you're too courteous. It was nothing." Ning Qin closed his white fan and smiled. "I will remember Sir Bai's kindness today and will definitely repay you in the future. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Ji Yuqing once again bowed politely before turning and leaving. "That person might come back at any moment. Miss, you're injured and traveling alone is dangerous. Why don't I travel with you? We can take care of each other on the way," Ning Qin suggested. Ji Yuqing hesitated, but after a while she nodded slightly and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, sir." Ning Qin saw her hesitation, but he didn't point it out. He smiled faintly and walked forward. It was impossible for anyone not to have any doubts about what had happened today. A pure hero saving a damsel in distress? It was just a beautiful fairy tale. Ji Yuqing had seen far too much cruelty on the ancient road. If she really trusted someone of unknown origins so easily, she wouldn't have lived until now. "May I know your name?" Ning Qin asked under the moonlight. "Ji Yuqing," Ji Yuqing replied. "So, it's the Clear Prince. Nice to meet you." Ning Qin smiled gently. "Sir, I must be joking. Who dares to call themselves king in front of you?" Ji Yuqing said softly, "Miss Ji, there's no need to be so polite. I know you're suspicious of my identity, but I can guarantee you that I have no ill intentions," Ning Qin said seriously. Ji Yuqing fell silent and didn't reply. "Miss Ji, do you know the identity of that person from before? Why did he attack you?" Ning Qin asked. "I don't know." Ji Yuqing shook her head. "I've never met him, so there's no enmity between us. However, from his words, he should have come for the Ji family's bloodline." "Oh," Ning Chen's expression changed. "The bloodline of a deity? This person's strength is extraordinary. Even a corporeal realm expert might not necessarily be his match. Miss Ji, you should be more careful in the future. It's us who have been narrow-minded." Ji Yuqing sighed. "Today, I've learned that there are always people stronger than me. Miss, there's no need to belittle yourself. A difference of one day on the path of cultivation is like the difference between heaven and earth. That person from before, and even that 9th son of Maha's sect, have cultivated for nearly 100 years. In a few more years, we'll surpass the qualifications to enter the ancient road. Miss, you've already achieved so much at such a young age. Your future is limitless," Ning Qin smiled. Ji Yuqing collected her thoughts, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. "Young master, Bai is truly someone who knows how to comfort others." "Thank you. It's not comfort. I'm just speaking the truth. Scholars never lie." Ning Qin said with a smile. Ji Yuqing chuckled and said, "Then why have you been concealing your strength? Could it be that you always win people over with virtue?" "Huh." Ning Qin chuckled. "It's not that I want to hide it. I'm friends with the Red King. In the past, whenever something happened, it was the Red King who solved it." "The Red King?" Ji Yuqing narrowed her eyes and asked, "You know the Red King, Master Bai?" "We've known each other for a long time," Ning Qin casually replied. Anyway, the girl Wu disliked communicating with others. No matter what he said, Ji Yuqing couldn't verify it. What a coincidence! Ji Yuqing's smile grew wider. "I was just looking for the Red King. With your help, it'll be even faster." Hundreds of miles away, two women were walking together. Ruah, she was supporting the injured woman. Her face was full of worry. "Wu, stop and heal first." "Ruah," she said. Wu shook her head and looked into the distance. Tears flashed in her eyes. After searching for so many years, she finally saw him again. She couldn't catch up with the changes in the central state. This time, no matter what, she would not let him face all the dangers alone. "I planted the love voodoo in Sir. If something happens to him, I will sense it. Your injury is not light. If you don't heal, Even if you find Sir, he will only be worried. Ruah, she advised again. Wulei didn't answer, but her stumbling footsteps never stopped. She was still the stubborn girl in the past. When the cold moon shone in the sky, in the distance, two figures stepped forward. They looked so familiar. That is, Sir. Ruah, she looked startled and shocked. Girl, long time no see. Ning Chun walked over with a smile on his face, seeing the person coming. Even if the appearance was changed, the familiar feeling was still very clear. Wulei could no longer suppress the tears in her eyes and dripped down. The body that hadn't knelt for more than 10 years finally knelt down. The grace of rebirth was hard to taste in this life. Well, you are now a king. Why are you still like a little girl? Get up quickly. Don't let Miss Ji laugh at you. Ning Chin went up to help the former up and chuckled softly. Wulei raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. A smile appeared on her delicate face. After so many years, Sir still hasn't changed at all. On the side, Ji Yuqing recovered from the shock. In any case, she didn't expect that the famous Red Monarch would kneel to a young man like a maid. Sir Bai, how are you? Ruah, she saw the former's face and smiled playfully. Oh, Miss Ruashi, how are you? I haven't seen you for many years. You have become more and more beautiful. Ningchen smiled and cooperated. Hearing the conversation between the two, Wulei reacted. She looked at the woman in purple on the side, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. It seems that this clear monarch is very useful to Sir. Red Monarch, thank you for that day. Ji Yuqing stepped forward and said softly. Compared with the man beside her whose strength and origin were difficult to discern, the Red Monarch in front of her was obviously more trustworthy. Wulei smiled, pointed to the former, and then pointed to herself. She made a few difficult gestures. Ji Yuqing's eyes showed a puzzled look. Wulei invites Miss to go together. One more person means one more person to take care of each other. Ning Chin explained. Wulei nodded slightly, and her bright eyes showed a look of expectation. This, Ji Yuqing hesitated again. Originally, she only came here to confirm whether this white Jade Jing had been lying. She always felt that this person was too mysterious and difficult to understand. Seeing the former hesitating, Wulei stepped forward and put the former's hand on her meridians. Sensing the Red Monarch's injury, Ji Yuqing sighed in her heart and nodded. Okay. Next to her, Ning Chun looked at Wulei's action and smiled gently. After all, this was his girl. She knew to share the young master's burden. Sir, is Wulei's injury okay? Ruah, she was still a little worried, and asked. It's fine. I have just checked. He will be fine after a few days of rest. Ning Chin replied. Chapter 737. On the ancient starry sky path, a majestic hall floated up and down. Inside the hall, experts from various starfields stood, their powerful auras unfathomable. Supremacy Ziwei, why have you called us here? Asked Shinji. Mahis Sek's 9th son is dead, but the 2 swords fell into the lava. Do you have any ideas? Asked Supremacy Ziwei. Shinji frowned. Mahis Sek's 9th son is dead. I did it myself. There's no mistake. Shenji, there's no need to doubt it, said Supremacy Ziwei. We can't lose the immortal slaying and immortal trapping swords. However, the lava below the ancient path is unusual. It won't be easy to find them, said Supremacy Ziwei. I'll do it. Supremacy, Lingshu said calmly. Among all the supremacies present, he was the only one with a fire attribute body. Rather than letting others speak, he might as well do it himself. Supremacy, Lingshu, it won't be easy for you to find them alone. I'll go and help you, said the waning Moonhouse Master, who had been silent all this time. That's good. I'll have to trouble you too, said Supremacy Ziwei. Aside from the matter of the swords, we also need to deal with those 3 mysterious experts from the unknown world as soon as possible. Can we find any traces of them? Asked Supremacy Sky Mist. We can only see that they're still on the ancient path, but we can't see their exact whereabouts, replied Shinji. These people's strength and schemes aren't something ordinary people can compare to. If we want to find them, we need to plan carefully, said Supremacy Jinyao. Since they're on the ancient path, their goal is very likely the same as ours. We need to find them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable, reminded Supremacy Ziwei. Ziwei, all heaven, Ingqiong, since your main bodies are already on the ancient path, you'll be in charge of this matter, suggested Supremacy Sky Mist. All right. Supremacy, Ziwei nodded. This matter couldn't be ignored. They had to find a way to solve it. Everyone go back to work. The ancient battlefield is about to open. Supremacies, please prepare yourselves. Understood. The Supremacies left one after another. House Master. At the last moment, Shinji called out to her. House Master, you took the initiative to go to the ancient path. Could it be that you really want to help us find the swords? Is there anything else? The Dawn Moon Brothel Master stopped and asked, Tower Master, you also believe that M.O. Gates' ninth son is dead? Shinji asked with a slight frown. How can it be wrong when the venerables of the All Heavens personally said it? The Waning Moon Tower's master said indifferently. Hearing this, Shinji looked at the person in front of him. After a while, he said seriously, Tower Lord, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. All this time, you have been paying more attention to this child than anyone else. If this child were to fall like this, wouldn't all of your efforts be wasted? Compared to the opening of the ancient battlefield, the sacrifice of anyone is not worth mentioning. Shinji, there's no need to probe any further. The death of M.O. Gates' ninth disciple is already an indisputable fact. Now, we should shift our attention to proper business. The opening of the ancient battlefield is at hand, and whether or not we can obtain the immortal karma will depend on this. After saying that, the Dawn Moon House mistress didn't stay any longer. Her figure dissipated and disappeared. Shinji frowned again. Mistress of the Dawn Moon Tower, what are you thinking? In Jinsei City, on the second floor of the Dawn Moon Tower, the Bright Room's door opened. The Dawn Moon Tower's master, who was dressed in a silver-gray cloak, walked out. She had starry eyes and sharp eyebrows. Her usual gentleness was gone, and her cold face was expressionless. The aura around her was sharp and powerful. Hongwan, I'm going out. You stay and watch the restaurant, the Waning Moon Brothel Master said, and then she walked out. On the high platform, Hongwan, who was playing the zither, was startled. Looking at the departing figure of the Dawn Moon Tower, her eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Usually, the Tower Lord would bring her along when she went out. Why did she leave alone this time? At the same time, in the sky above Sinuan Sky City in the vast ancient world, a spatial passage opened. A young man in silver walked in. His incomparably noble aura was like that of a god, making people not dare to look at him directly. Not long after, tens of thousands of miles away, the space swirled and the silver-clothed figure walked out, appearing on the ancient road. Josher, how's the matter? The silver-clothed man asked. It's not going well. Yin Josher looked at the newcomer and honestly said, a new expert has appeared on the ancient road. His strength is unfathomable, especially his foundation, which is beyond imagination. When I was trying to kill the god's bloodline, I was stopped by this person and failed on the verge of success. Oh, even you can't test his ability. It seems that this is a true expert, the silver-clothed man said in surprise. Now that the god's bloodline and the Red King are together with this person, if we want to get rid of them, unless we can deceive the Star Area Venerables and use all of our cultivation, we won't have a chance, Yin Jusher said seriously. Hearing this, the silver-clothed man pondered for a moment. After a while he said, it's not impossible to deceive the Star Area Venerables. I can deceive them, but Li Tianxiong isn't here. Can you two guarantee that you can get rid of them in one go? I'm 100% sure, Yan Jiosha replied. That's good. The silver-clothed man nodded and said, I'll deceive them for you for 2 hours. In these 2 hours, you must get rid of these 3 people as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the Star Area Venerables find out, the consequences will be very troublesome. Understood. Yan Jiosha replied again. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, under the bright moon, 3 women and a man were walking together. Beside the young man were 3 women with outstanding appearances. They were like 100 flowers competing with each other. It was hard to look at them. Miss Ruoshi, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it, Ji Yuqing couldn't help but ask after a while. Clear Prince, please speak. Ruoshi turned her head and said, Aren't you the maid of the 9th son of the Mo clan? Why don't I see any sadness when something happened to your young master? Ji Yuqing asked in confusion. Hearing this, Ruoshi curled the corners of her mouth. After a while, a worried look appeared on her face. She sighed and said, Clear Prince, you don't know this. I was originally a commoner's daughter. When the 9th son of the Mo clan saw that I was pretty, he abducted me and kept me as his maid. He even planted a poison in me to prevent me from escaping. Cough, cough. At the side, when Ning Chen heard this, he couldn't catch his breath and choked to the point of coughing. Hong Wulei quickly patted Ning Chen's back to help him breathe. Ji Yuqing also found it hard to believe. With the 9th son of the Mo clan, there was no need for him to abduct a commoner's daughter, right? If Clear Prince doesn't believe me, you can check it yourself. Ruoshi stretched out her arm. The worry on her face deepened. Ji Yuqing doubtfully reached out to check Ning Chen's vein. Not long after, her beautiful face gradually sank. Scum! Ji Yuqing retracted her hand and said coldly. Being scolded to his face, Ning Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. He touched his nose helplessly and turned to glare at Ruoshi. This girl is getting bolder and bolder. She even dares to bully my young master. Ruoshi covered her mouth and smiled. She hugged Ning Chen's arm and said, Young Master Bai, you are so powerful. Can you help me get rid of the poison? I will be your woman in the future. Ji Yuqing frowned unconsciously. She wanted to stop it, but she didn't know much about poison, so she couldn't do anything. Hong Wulei's face carried an undetectable smile. This time, young master is really going to suffer in silence. I don't know about poison. I don't have the fortune to accept Miss Ruoshi. Ning Chen angrily shook off the arm that was being hugged and said, Miss Ruoshi, you don't have to be too discouraged. Although I don't know much about poison, there are elders in my Ji family who are quite knowledgeable about it. After this trip is over, I will take you to my Ji family to solve this problem. Ji Yuqing said seriously. Then, thank you very much, Clear Prince. Ruoshi stuck out her tongue. It seems the joke was a bit too much. I was just joking a moment ago. Miss Ji doesn't need to worry about this matter. I still have some research on goo poisons. Since Ruoshi and Wu Lei are friends, I will certainly solve this small matter. Ning Chen's face showed a smile as he spoke. Are you sure? Ji Yuqing was still a little worried. 100%, Ning Chen nodded. At this time, Hong Wulei gently pulled the arm of the person next to him and raised his hand to point forward. Ning Chen looked up and narrowed his eyes. Sky Pillar? This should be the 68th one. The second half of the ancient road didn't branch. So, the ancient immortal domain wasn't far away. Seeing the Sky Pillar in front of them, Ruoshi's face flashed with a touch of worry. This is troublesome. Each Sky Pillar had the power of law, so no one else's name could be written on it. How would the young master leave his name? Ji Yuqing also saw the Sky Pillar in the distance. She looked at the young man next to her, and her eyes flashed. Whether this person was lying or not, she would soon know. Half a quarter of an hour later, for people came in front of the 68th Sky Pillar. The towering Sky Pillar went straight into the starry sky. On it, the names exuded a powerful aura. Even after countless years, they were still preserved by the power of law. Among them, several names were not unfamiliar. It was recorded in ancient books that once shook the starry sky and were invincible. Ning Chen stood in front of the sky pillar and looked at the names on it, memorizing them one by one. Ruo Shi and Hong Wulei stepped forward one after another to carve their names. Ji Yuqing glanced at the young man next to her and also waved her hand to carve her name. Then she stood quietly and waited. This young master, Bai, was a smart person. The thing he lacked the most on the ancient road was trust. Now it was time for them to show their trust. After a moment, Ning Chen came back to his senses and smiled gently. He stepped forward, waved his white fan, and carved his name. White Jade Capital. Seeing this, Ji Yuqing narrowed her eyes. He wasn't lying, but why had she never heard of this name? On the side, Ruo Shi and Hong Wulei looked at each other. Their eyes were full of doubts. They also couldn't see how the young master did it. Didn't the sky pillars on the ancient road only allow one to carve their name? Let's go. Ning Chen turned around and said softly. Then he continued to walk forward. Ji Yuqing, Ruo Shi, and Hong Wulei came back to their senses and followed with doubts. Not long after the four left, cracks appeared on the sky pillar, starting from the three words, White Jade Capital. It spread all the way to the top. The next moment, a rumbling sound echoed and the sky pillar collapsed. Chapter 738. On the final stretch of the ancient starry sky path, the 68th heavenly pillar collapsed. This shocking scene left all the young experts who had rushed over speechless. No one knew why a heavenly pillar had collapsed for no reason. This was something that had never happened in the past. The various managers of the various star fields opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the ancient starry sky path. What was going on? At the same time, illusory figures appeared in the last few heavenly cities on the ancient starry sky path. They looked at the 68th heavenly pillar that had collapsed and said, "Immediately go and investigate what happened." Yes, the enforcers in the various heavenly cities respectfully accepted the order and quickly rushed in the direction of the 68th heavenly pillar. Far away, on a mountain peak covered in falling maple leaves, a man in luxurious purple robes stood quietly. Light flashed through his eyes. Who was Bai Yujing? Shinji, you've been staying at the divine secret peak for a long time. Do you have any plans to come out? The void rippled, and an illusory figure walked out. The matter of the ancient path is handled by Ziwei, the various sovereigns and the other sovereigns. There's no need for me to interfere, said Shinji indifferently. The ancient battlefield is about to open. Everyone will fight for their own opportunities. The sooner you come out, the higher your chances, reminded the illusory figure. Becoming an immortal and obtaining the Tao has always been illusory. If it was so easy to become a true immortal, then the four immortal realms wouldn't have collapsed in the ancient era, and the true immortals wouldn't have all disappeared, said Shinji calmly. You don't believe in immortals? Asked the illusory figure. I only believe in myself, said Shinji indifferently. What about that adopted daughter of yours? Shinji, we've known each other for hundreds of years, and I have some understanding of you. You haven't accepted a disciple for hundreds of years. Why did you accept this girl this time? Questioned the illusory figure. I don't need to explain my actions to anyone. Bai Wei, you didn't come to the divine secret peak just to reminisce about old times, right? Tell me what you came for, said Shinji coldly. I came to borrow something from you, said the illusory figure. What is it? Asked Shinji. The heaven ceiling chessboard, replied the illusory figure. Starfall Sky City was one of the last 3 sky cities before the ancient battlefield. The experts of the younger generation were about to arrive. The 9 law enforcers in the city had already arrived many days in advance. Looking at the broken ancient road in front of them, their expressions were grave. The youngsters who set out first are about to arrive. Is there still no way to repair this path? Within the multicolored light, a powerful figure appeared and asked. One of the 9 enforcers stepped forward and respectfully said, "Sovereign, this crack is really too large. Moreover, the power of the laws here is extremely unstable. I'm afraid that at least 2 true stage sovereigns will be needed to repair it. We all have things to do, so it's impossible for us to come here and deal with this matter. We'll just do our best. If we really can't fix it, then let those youngsters find a way to get through it themselves." As he spoke, the figure in the multicolored light gradually dissipated, and a moment later it disappeared. Thousands of miles away, the night sky was dotted with stars. A bonfire danced. 3 women sat in front of the bonfire, using the light of the fire to warm their bodies. After cultivating for dozens of years, he was no longer afraid of heat and cold. However, in front of this initial fire, he could still feel a trace of indescribable warmth. Not far from the bonfire, Sue stood quietly. She habitually stayed away from the bonfire, and no one knew why. Hong Wulei looked over, and a little brilliance flashed in his eyes. Ruoshi was silent and said nothing. This habit of the young master was not just a day or 2. It had been like this since he was still a Marquis of Great Xia. In the study of the Marquis mansion, no fire was lit all year round. In winter it was even colder. If the young master did not allow it, no one dared to light a fire in the study. At first, she did not understand. Later, when the young master was not around, she stayed in the study for a night and finally understood. The night in the study was so cold that it made one unable to feel sleepy. Was the young master tired? There was no doubt. However, the enemies of Great Xia were the world's #1 sage, Fan Lingyue, and the divine continent's #1 martial artist, the eternal night hierarch. How could the young master have any time to rest? Behind the peace of Great Xia, who knew how many soldiers had sacrificed, and who knew how many days and nights the young master had risked his life to think of a plan. Facing the 2 strongest people in the divine continent, even someone as smart as the young master felt strained. Now, Great Xia was finally at peace, but the young master still owed a lifetime of kindness. The ghost girl gave up her life and was willing to fall into the darkness forever. This kind of kindness was too heavy. The cold wind blew, and the bonfire flickered violently. The warmth was blown to Sui's body. Perhaps even the wind couldn't bear it and wanted to warm this exhausted body. Hong Wulei got up, walked to the former's side, and reached out to pull his arm. "Girl, what's wrong?" Ning Chen withdrew his mind and looked at the woman, puzzled. Hong Wulei pulled the former to the bonfire, then pressed his shoulders with both hands and let him sit down. "Young master, rest for a while. With Miss Qing and Wulei here, nothing will happen." "Ruo," she said softly. Ji Yuqing noticed the former's address, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. "Young master Bai has promised to help me remove the goo poison, so I am now young master Bai's maid." "Ruo," she explained. Ji Yuqing nodded and didn't think much about it. Ning Chen smiled and glanced at the 2 girls beside him. "What's wrong?" "I'm not used to being so good to the young master all of a sudden." Hong Wulei stubbornly pulled the former's arm. Her delicate face was full of persistence. Ning Chen was helpless. He couldn't persuade the girl in front of him, so he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll rest for a while. Call me if there's anything." After speaking, Ning Chen closed his eyes and rested for a while. Hong Wulei and Ruo, she looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. "Wulei, where are you and young master Bai from?" After half a quarter of an hour, Ji Yuqing felt the man beside Hong Wulei had fallen asleep. She asked the question in her heart. "Tearless city of Central State." Hong Wulei wrote on the ground with a dead branch. Ji Yuqing saw it and frowned slightly. Tearless City, where was this place? She had never heard of it. Which star field is Tearless City in? Ji Yuqing continued to ask. Hong Wulei heard this and looked at Ruoshi. She also didn't know which star field the inner realm belonged to. Z-Way Starfield. Ruah, she replied. She had heard from her young master that the inner realm and Z-Way Starfield were connected. If she had to say which star field the inner realm belonged to, it could only be this one. Ji Yuqing nodded and made a mental note. It seemed that when she returned, she would have to carefully investigate this tearless city. For two young experts to come out at once, such an inheritance absolutely couldn't be unknown. At this moment, 300 miles away, the void split open and a young man in silver walked out. He had a handsome face and a noble temperament. His powerful pressure was far superior to that of the executors of the ancient road. Behind the silver-clothed man, two other men walked out. One was in black and the other was in purple. Both of them had a powerful aura that shook heaven and earth. "Is that him?" The silver-clothed man looked at the figure in the distance and asked. "Yes." Yan Jiosher nodded. "From now on, I will conceal the heavenly secrets within 1,000 miles for 2 hours. You two fight quickly. Don't delay," the silver-clothed man said calmly. "Understood." The two of them nodded. Immediately, their figures rushed out and hurried forward. "Someone is coming." Next to the bonfire, Ji Yuqing's body suddenly shook and she looked into the distance. Hearing this, Hong Wulei looked at Ruah Shi and signaled her to take care of the young master. She then stood up. The divine furnace shone brightly and a blood-red light fell down, covering a radius of 10 meters. Hong Wulei walked out and walked forward. Seeing this, Ji Yuqing subconsciously glanced at the sleeping man and also got up to follow. "Red Monarch, these two aren't simple. Be careful." Feeling the heavy pressure from the distance getting closer and closer, Ji Yuqing warned. Hong Wulei nodded. Her eyes filled with determination. More than 10 years ago, the young master had protected her time and time again. Now, it was her turn to protect the young master. "Young master, do you see? Wulei has also grown up. You're no longer alone." Ruah, she looked at the man beside her with a gentle expression. They had been a burden to the young master for 30 years. From now on, they didn't want to be a burden anymore. In the distance, 2 streams of light flashed and soon arrived in front of the group. 300 miles away, the young man in silver raised his right hand and a silver brilliance spread out from his body. A disdainful power spread out and sealed the space. "Finally, I don't have to be afraid anymore." The two landed. Yan Jiosher looked at the silver brilliance in the sky with a cold expression. He took half a step forward and released his aura. The evil chi that exploded suddenly rose to the extreme. It was boundless, and it was so powerful that it was shocking. "Everyone, I've already greeted you several times. This time, I'll send you on your way." Yan Jiosher coldly said, "Time is limited. No need to talk anymore. Let's end this quickly." On the side, the man in purple also unsealed his cultivation. His vast true yuan spread out and reached the peak. Sensing that the two's cultivation far exceeded the true realm, Ji Yuqing's expression changed. Half-step true realm or true realm. How could this be? Hong Wulei also felt the powerful pressure from the two, but she refused to budge. Her eyes were unwavering. Under the furnace, Ning Chen opened his eyes and looked at Hong Wulei, who was standing outside. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. This girl had indeed grown up. She was no longer the little girl who was at a loss when she encountered danger. "Young master." Seeing the former wake up, Ruah, she couldn't hide the worry on her face. No matter what, she didn't expect 2 such terrifying powerhouses to appear here. Wasn't the ancient road only accessible to those who cultivated for less than 100 years? Why didn't the sovereigns discover these 2? It's fine. Young master is here. Ning Chen smiled and softly comforted her. But, seeing the young master about to attack, Ruah, she became even more anxious and tried to stop him. "Ruah Shi, do you know why I can carve a fake name on Heavenly Pillar?" Ning Chen interrupted the former, stood up and walked forward. He said indifferently, because since the ancient road existed, Your young master has been the strongest person on this ancient road, including those venerables who injected the laws into the heavenly pillars. Chapter 739. Under the cold night sky, Yan Jiushi and Yin Qianjiang joined hands. Evil energy and demonic energy spread out, and their might was shocking. A power that surpassed the corporeal realm was fully released. The biggest black hand of the ancient road appeared once again. Ji Yuqing and Hong Wulei had grave expressions. Even though they were kings, they were like duckweed in the rain, on the verge of death. Wulei stepped back. Young master will feel ashamed to let a girl stand in front of him. As the voice spoke, a plain-clothed person walked to the front with a gentle expression. When Hong Wulei saw the former walk out, he was stunned at first. Then he showed an anxious expression. Let young master deal with it. Ruo, she stepped forward and shook her head gently. Ji Yuqing narrowed her eyes, feeling that something was wrong. Miss Qing, let's withdraw first. Ruo, she looked at the clear prince and reminded him. Then, without saying anything else, she pulled Wulei, who was beside her, and retreated from the battle. Ji Yuqing hesitated for a moment. Then, she stepped forward and left. In the battle, Yan Jiushi and Yin Qianjiang did not stop her. They knew that their greatest opponent today was the plain-clothed youth before them. The other three were not a concern. Gentlemen, please. As soon as the request for battle was made, snow fell around plain-clothed. Amid the snow, the clear sun leaf fire fan swayed. The white flame in the snow was dazzling. When the two saw this, they no longer hesitated. Their figures flashed, and they started the battle. The first move, the might of the heavens dispelled the wind and clouds, causing gods to descend into the mortal world. The moves of the three of them collided, causing boundless torrents to sweep out with shocking aftershock that caused waves to sweep out, and its world-shocking might instantly destroyed the heavens and the earth and the surroundings, causing mountains to move and the earth to move. The clear sun, leaf fire, wind fire, fan, danced in the wind and snow. Plain-clothed, who was as immovable as a mountain, had an unparalleled foundation. She did not show any weakness when facing two experts working together. Expert. After the first move, everyone knew. Yan Jiushi gathered his evil energy with a flip of his palm. Immediately, a violent sandstorm spread out in all directions. The shocking might swept through the sky and clouds. Furious lightning fell from the sky, supporting the might of the ultimate move. The evil king's moves were ruthless. A vigorous might greeted the opponent head-on. Everywhere the move passed, the void turned into darkness. When the ultimate move arrived, plain-clothed did not dodge. Instead, the dark yellow light around her flourished. The ground seemed to sense it, and the ground shook violently. This is a heavenly book. Outside the battle, Ji Yuqing was shocked. She looked at the figure in the battle with disbelief. The tomes of arcane appeared. Dust billowed and the earth bulged. It helped the knowing destiny state to resist the extreme move of the evil vitality. With a loud rumble, the earth in all directions sank. Yan Jiushi took half a step back as the blood and qi in his body surged violently. What a strong foundation! The moment the two separated, lightning flashed. Yin Qianjiang gathered all his demonic qi and attacked with a killing move. Ning Chen's expression turned cold as he unfurled the white fan in his right hand. Flames rose from it as he countered the attack with attack. Close combat, murderous intent. Cold light flickered in the wind. Was it fast or was it fast? Speed? I'll keep you company. Ning Qin clenched his left hand and Yan Qing came out of the sheath. The next moment, Bai Yi moved first. The blade of pleasure was unrestrained. In terms of speed, knowing destiny never lost to anyone. Clashing lights flashed continuously in the night sky. Demonic qi surged like roaring thunder. Bai Yi flashed like a rainbow breaking through the sky. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 100 moves. Before the outcome was clear, Yan Jiushi shouted. His evil vitality condensed into a black spear. Black dragon, Qi spread out and entered the battle again. The white fan shook the dragon Qi. On the other side, Nian Qing blocked the lightning. Bai Yi, who stood in the air, shouted. Her body glowed brightly and forced the two back. Such a shocking ability shocked the two. Since when did such a terrifying expert appear on the ancient road? Outside the battle, Ji Yuqing was also shocked. Could someone who had cultivated for less than 100 years reach such a level? Be careful. This person is no weaker than those star domain venerables. Yan Jiushi reminded and stepped into the air. Black, demonic Qi coiled around him. Dragon roars resounded. The evil soldier dragon soul's aura rose to its peak. On the ground, Ing Qianjiang also gathered his demonic Qi. A white sword appeared in the rumbling thunder. The thunder made the world tremble. After an instant, the two figures disappeared at the same time. The black dragon broke through the clouds, and the thunder crisscrossed. Is this all the schemes you've been scheming for so long? Ning Qin swung his saber to block the sword. At the same time, he gathered his extreme essence on his white fan and faced the evil dragon soul's power head-on. The four weapons clashed. Turbulence surged. Wind blew sand and stones. The two experts' auras rose. They worked together to kill the first person on the ancient road. Evil dragon overture. Birth Nether devours the heavens. After exchanging blows for a long time, Yan Jiushi found it difficult to gain the upper hand. He forcibly destroyed the evil vitality in the spear and absorbed the dragon's soul back into his body. Demonic marks immediately appeared on his face, and his aura rose again. Black spear light tore through the air. The evil vitality surged, and a dragon roared in the wild. This was a desperate move. Its might was incomparably strong. Wherever the evil vitality passed, the void disappeared and ice melted. When Ing Qianjiang saw this, he slashed his sword with his left hand. Scarlet demonic Qi splashed on the sword. Instantly, demonic Qi soared into the sky and covered the moon. The two moves combined to destroy the world. However, Su Yi stood still like a divine tree. Light flashed around her. The end of the heavenly book appeared for the first time. It was a world-shocking ability. When the move arrived, it suddenly stopped 3 feet away. After a moment, it quickly melted away. This unbelievable scene surpassed everyone's understanding. It shocked everyone present. Nothing scroll. Outside the battle, Ji Yuqing recovered from the shock and said, slowly, there was no mistake. Among the 10 scrolls of the heavenly tomes, life was the beginning, God was the most respected, and nothingness was the end. Only the volume of nothingness could eliminate all power and return it to nothingness. The wind and sand dissipated. Ing Qianjiang moved. The next moment, thunder rumbled and sword light arrived. With a clang, the sword and saber collided. Ning Qin looked at the sword in the former's hand. The coldness in his eyes became clearer. Back off. After shaking off the battle, Ning Qian waved his hand and put away Nian Qing and Clear Sun's leaf fire. He looked at the two and coldly said, the test is over. From now on, life and death are in your own hands. Leave it to fate. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a thunderous rumble, and thunder rumbled in the sky. Below, blood mist filled the air, and a beautiful green sword slowly descended. The moment it touched her hand, the runes on the sword spread out and stabbed into her arm. His cold eyes and disdainful figure looked down on the world. His sword aura didn't move, but a boundless pressure pressed down on everyone. Outside the battle, Ji Yuqing and Hong Wulei immediately retreated 5 miles away. An unprecedented pressure came. Yan Jiushi and Ing Qianjiang's expressions changed. They didn't dare to hesitate. They rushed out and took the initiative. Sword style only won. Absolute sword pressure eliminated the filth in front of them. Su-yi and Su-yi were defeated. Ugh. Blood gushed out and dyed the void red. Before only one, they suddenly felt so insignificant that they couldn't even control their own lives. A cold wind whistled through the night. The falling figures kicked up dust and sand. Su-yi and Su-yi staggered and vomited blood. Blood flowed from their bodies, staining the ground. Chapter 740. Drip, drip. Under the moonlight in the wilderness, the killing situation changed. The one who had planned this had become a fish in a net. His life was in danger. It's over. Su-yi stepped forward. Blood light lingered on her sword. Her killing intent didn't diminish at all. Knowing destiny would never spare an enemy's life. The sound of approaching footsteps was the prelude of the death god's call. The two wanted to resist, but they vomited another mouthful of blood. They couldn't hold on. The sword slashed down with boundless sharpness. The entire world was cut apart, rumbling and trembling. The death god had arrived. At this moment of life and death, a silver light suddenly appeared in the sky. The void swirled, turning into a hurricane that blocked the sword. With a loud bang, the dust and sand scattered. In the aftermath, a young man in luxurious silver divine clothes appeared. His face was handsome and devilish, and the silver pearl curtain on his head emitted a dazzling sound. He had an extremely noble temperament, and it was as if a god had descended to the mortal world, causing others to not dare look directly at him. "You've disappointed me." Di Mingtian glanced at the two of them and said calmly, "Your Highness, please forgive us." Yan Jiushi and Ing Qianjiang lowered their heads. "You can leave," Di Mingtian calmly said. His gaze shifted to the plain-clothed young man. "Powerful swordsman. With an expert like you on the ancient path, this trip wasn't in vain." Likewise, Ning Chen looked coldly at the person in front of him. The true schemer had finally appeared. To be able to come here without alerting a group of sovereigns, this person's ability could be imagined. "I want to take them away. Swordsman, can you let me go?" asked Di Mingtian. "You've come from afar. I can't be rude. Whether you and these two can leave or not, we'll see," said Ning Chen calmly. "Deference is no substitute for obedience. Please." Di Mingtian didn't say anything else. He raised his left hand. Immediately, a fierce wind howled. Outside the battle, Ji Yuqing's expression froze. The heavens were descending. White clothes flashed past, a sword splitting heaven and earth, a world-shocking sword pressure, splitting apart 10,000 techniques, loudly descending. As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, boundless pressure roared and surged violently, causing numerous expanses of the ground to collapse rapidly and sink down by over 1 kilometer. Retreat! Seeing this, Ji Yuqing and Hong Wulei quickly retreated with Ruo Shi, unwilling to be affected by this terrifying aftershock. This was a world-shaking battle that had never occurred on the ancient road before, something that surpassed the limits of the younger generation. In fact, not even the executors of the ancient road could compare. Sword style! As the palm and the sword collided, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The wind and snow around him surged. He activated the heavenly book martial arts with his unparalleled foundation, and his ultimate move reappeared. Earth destruction, mountain destruction. The sword that soared into the sky tore apart the earth. It was boundless and dazzling, illuminating the cold moon of the 9 heavens. Di Mingtian flipped his left hand, and the heavens and earth trembled. Cracks appeared in the space, swallowing the sword chi and moving it to another world. Law. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It had been a long time since he had met such an expert. When he was in the Divine Prefecture, he had fought with Zhong Qianqiu and knew how difficult it was to deal with a sorcery master. However, due to the influence of the Pluto barrier, it was very difficult for inner realm cultivators to cultivate. Compared to the person in front of him, Zhong Qianqiu's cultivation was much weaker. There was no difference between martial arts and sorcery. They were just two paths of cultivation. If one could prove one of them, it was enough to stand among the strongest. While he was thinking, the sword moved rapidly. Every move broke the mountains and overturned the seas. The earth could not bear the extreme power of the sword, and huge gullies were created. Di Mingtian's heavenly fate transformed into the power of the law. The wind and thunder around him were ordered to meet the sword attack head-on. Between the two, space and time continued to collapse. Black cracks crisscrossed, and it was the clearest portrayal of the battle on the top. Forbidden Dark Seal, Light of Heaven. After fighting for a while, Di Mingtian's heavenly fate transformed into the power of the law. In an instant, endless pressure swept out. Above the 9 heavens, the heavenly light shone, an invisible murderous intent spread down. Under the heavenly light, the space collapsed. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He took a step forward, and wind and snow gathered on his sword. A huge vortex appeared and rushed into the sky, covering the heavenly light. Sword style, ultimate heaven. The power of the sword spread for thousands of miles, and the ultimate martial art reflected the stars. In Su Yi's hand, the sword light was extremely bright. It was as if the heavenly river was falling. In the next moment, the sword light fell, and the heavenly river shone brightly. The unparalleled sword power descended, destroying the world. Di Mingtian's expression turned serious. He flipped his palm, and the scene of the destruction of the world and the universe collapsing appeared. It was a shocking scene. The sword light and the phenomenon collided. Shocking shockwaves spread out for thousands of miles, and mountains collapsed. Ji Yuqing and the other two retreated again and again. They looked at the destroyed world in front of them, and their minds were shaken again and again. They had all cultivated for less than 100 years. How could someone reach such a shocking level? Ji Yuqing looked at the Red King. For the first time, she understood. No wonder a maid under him had the strength of a king. This person was too terrifying. He was even stronger than the 9th son of Mo Gate. Swordsman, your name? Di Mingtian waved his hand to disperse the dust in the aftermath. By Yujing, Ning Chen said coldly. I will remember your name. Di Mingtian, formally request for a fight. As soon as he said that, Di Mingtian shouted softly. Immediately, the dust under his feet rose without any wind. Waves of abnormally powerful might spread rapidly. The world seemed to feel it, and it shook violently. A light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He flipped his left hand, and the world opened. They merged together, and the extreme might of his sword reached its peak. Forbidden Dark Seal, 6 Sins Tao Destruction. Di Mingtian raised his hand. Purple light flashed in his eyes, and the sun, moon, and stars appeared. Divine Yuan surged, and the void sank. Everything turned to dust. Sword technique, divine seal. As the extreme essence reached, Ning Chen's body spread out. He waved his sword, and a sword sealed the gods, breaking all laws. The world shook violently, and the dual essences swallowed rapidly. Turbulence surged, and endless destruction spread out. This was an indescribably shocking battle. It was the first time in one's life to see someone in the life-knowing destiny state. His battle prowess had reached an unprecedented height, and his sword technique was shocking. Di Mingtian looked at the former. There was no change on his handsome face. In the wind and waves, the silver bead curtain on his head that symbolized the royal family rustled. His eyes that looked down on the world gradually showed a hint of interest. Be careful, I'm going to get serious. Di Mingtian's figure rose into the sky. He formed a seal with his hands, and starlight appeared around him. A silver totem appeared, rotating slowly, and a dazzling brilliance bloomed. Di Mingtian token. The extreme move was used, and meteors fell from all directions. Fiery light shone, and they fell into the mortal world. This was the first move seen in the mortal world. It commanded the stars, and the most terrifying might of the world turned into a rain of meteors. Seeing this, Ning Chen took a step forward, and the 4 waves split open the sky. The extreme martial technique was like the beginning of the world, and the divine seal descended into the mortal world again. The 4 origins of the sword appeared at the same time. Wind, fire, ice, and thunder spread out and surrounded the sword. The shocking move reflected the rain of fire, and the wind and snow rushed into the sky. They collided. With a loud boom, the most terrifying collision caused the spatial seal to collapse. The aftershock spread out thousands of miles. The ancient starry sky road could not withstand the extreme might of the art of world extermination. The road was cut off, and thousands of miles around it disappeared. Endless distance away, the star domains felt this terrifying aura and looked at the ancient road at the same time, their faces filled with shock. The seal was broken, and the heavenly secrets were revealed. Di Mingtian looked at the white-clothed figure in front of him with regret. He had never seen such an opponent in his life. Unfortunately, it was too late to decide the victor. This battle will end for now. I look forward to the moment of life and death in the future. As he spoke, silver light rose around Di Mingtian. At the same time, silver light appeared around Yan Jiushi and Ying Qianjiang. In an instant, the 3 figures disappeared at the same time. Chapter 741. In the wilderness, the shocking battle had ended. Heaven and earth were still shaking. The ancient road had collapsed. Thousands of miles of turbulence and sand were flying everywhere. Ning Chen looked at the 3 people who had disappeared and didn't stop them. This Di Mingtian was extraordinary and difficult to injure in a short time. There was no need to continue fighting. More importantly, the masters of those star fields had been watching him. Now that someone who could threaten them had appeared, he was happy to see it happen. The blood mist gathered and the sword disappeared. Ning Chen's white fan reappeared. He restrained his aura and walked forward. 100 miles away, Hong Wulei saw the figure in the distance and immediately went to greet him. Seeing the worried look, Ning Chen smiled and said, "I'm fine." Ruo, she also walked up with a gentle smile on her face. "Let's go. Let's continue." Ning Chen said softly, "N." The 2 nodded and walked forward, one on the left and one on the right. Not far away, Ji Yuqing looked at the man in front of her with a complicated expression. The battle of the ancient road, the competition of kings, it was really funny. The real geniuses, such as Bai Yujing, the former 9th disciple of Ma's sect, and the young man in silver just now, were much stronger than the younger generation. Compared to the strongest in this part of the starry sky, they were probably not inferior. "Miss Ji, let's continue." Ning Chen reminded her softly when they passed each other. The smile on his face was still the same, without any arrogance. There was only peace and tranquility. The cold wind blew and sand filled the air. His clean white clothes were not stained by a trace of dust. He was like a knowing destiny state cultivator fighting in the filth, but his heart had never changed. The road of cultivation was originally thought to be difficult. Those with peerless talent would undoubtedly have a better starting point. Knowing destiny state cultivators were not the chosen ones. They could only rely on themselves, step by step, to overcome thousands of disasters. Ji Yuqing turned around and looked at the former. A moment later, she stepped forward and followed. "Master Bai, can 100 years of cultivation really reach your level?" Ji Yuqing asked softly, "Is it important?" Ning Chen looked away and asked, "Who doesn't dream of becoming the world's #1 martial artist?" Ji Yuqing sighed softly. Although it was only a childhood dream, there was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Since she wanted to learn martial arts, how could she not compete with the strongest cultivators in the world? A faint smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. In truth, Other than the curiosity I had when I first started learning martial arts, I don't have much interest in martial arts. I won't hide it from you, Miss G. Focusing too much on improving your cultivation will only bring you harm. With your talent, you'll sooner or later become a supreme expert whose name will shake the starry sky. As for my cultivation path, I've long since overdrafted my life's potential. I think that M.O. Gates' ninth son isn't much better off. Ji Yuqing was shocked, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? Ning Qin smiled and said, I don't think anyone would joke about this kind of thing. Miss G, all of you are truly favored by the heavens, so there's no need to belittle yourselves. Sooner or later, all of you will welcome your most glorious era. Young master Bai really knows how to comfort people. Ji Yuqing said, softly with a smile on her face. On the side, Ruo she gently smiled. She believed that there was no woman in this world that the young master couldn't handle, although he was also a fool when it came to relationships. Hong Wulei reached out and tugged at the clothes of the woman next to her with a trace of doubt in her eyes. Silly girl. Ruo she whispered and transmitted her voice. If the young master wants to break through to the immortal treading realm, he must obtain the cultivation method of the divine scroll. However, the young master is kind and unwilling to take it by force, so he can only become friends with Miss Qing. It's always easier to discuss things between friends than strangers. To be honest, the young master is indeed not particularly enlightened when it comes to personal relationships. However, when it comes to the ability to cheer a woman up, no one would dare to be ranked first. Between people, sincerity is more useful than any flowery words. Women are very attentive and sensitive to this feeling. Most of the time, the young master does seem to be like a block of wood. However, he always cherishes and treats the people around him with sincerity. There aren't so many fools in this world, and not all women are fools with long hair and short knowledge. They can see clearly whether it's true or false. In the past, Empress Zhang's son and Qingning had seen countless conspiracies in the palace. This was the reason why they trusted the young master, who is still a little eunuch. The young master is smart enough, smarter than everyone in the world. However, the young master never uses his schemes on the people around him. She could see that the young master was really trying to become friends with Miss Qing along the way. It wasn't just to use her. Otherwise, with the young master's ability and means, he would have already obtained the divine scroll. On the road, after a big battle, the smile on Ji Yuqing's face became more and more real. She knew very well that when a person's strength reached a certain level, there was no need to scheme. If the young man around her had any ulterior motives, she wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Young Master Bai, with your strength, there is almost no place in the world you can't go. Why did you come to this ancient road to bully us martial juniors? Ji Yuqing chuckled. Miss G is joking. Ning Qin whispered and honestly said, I need the time restriction, so I have to come. Time restriction? A trace of surprise flashed through Ji Yuqing's eyes when she heard this. Although the 3 divine prohibitions were profound, they were difficult to be understood by humans. Even if one could learn the surface, it would take a lot of time and energy, which was not a good thing for cultivators. The time restriction, execution immortal, and yellow springs were called divine restrictions because if one wanted to truly control them, they needed divine guidance. There is no one on this ancient road who can stop the young master. Yuqing will quietly wait for the young master to open the ancient battlefield and fulfill his wish. Ji Yuqing sincerely said, Thank you for the auspicious words. What about Miss G? With the G family's background, why did you come all the way here to take the risk? Ning Qin asked. I originally wanted to verify the things I learned over the years, but I didn't expect to be defeated by the young master. Ji Yuqing smiled. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I'll be more careful next time. Ning Qin said seriously. While the two were chatting, Ruoshi and Hong Wulei deliberately slowed down and walked behind the two, quietly exchanging glances. Hong Wulei's mind was a little simple and didn't think too much. In any case, everything the young master did was right. She just needed to follow. Ruo, she kept smiling. Since the death of Zhang Sun, no one dared to interfere with the young master's life. She was just a servant. She could bully the young master, but she didn't dare to talk about such a big matter. She really hoped that there would be someone by the young master's side who cared about him. As for who this person was, it didn't matter. If this Ji Yuqing had such ability, she would definitely agree. Feeling the gaze of the girl behind him, Ning Chen turned around and saw through the meaning of her smile at a glance. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and knocked the girl's forehead. Ruo, she cried out in pain and rubbed her forehead in dissatisfaction. She didn't dare to laugh again. Seeing this, Hong Wulei covered her mouth and secretly laughed. She knew it. The young master was so smart. Laughing at him behind his back would definitely not end well. What's wrong? Ji Yuqing didn't understand what was going on and was puzzled. It's nothing. This girl has dirt on her forehead. I'm just brushing it off for her. Ning Qin said in a bad mood. A new girl really isn't as good as the one who has been following the young master. Ruo, she complained softly. Ning Chen raised his hand again. Seeing this, Ruo, she was immediately frightened and didn't dare to say anything. Young Master Bai's luck with women is not shallow. The two girls he took in are not only beautiful, but also have extraordinary strength. I wonder how many people would be envious of them. Ji Yuqing smiled. Ning Qin chuckled. Miss Ji really thinks highly of these two girls. Wulei is fine since I watched her grow up. Her temperament is simple. As for Ruo, she even dares to make fun of her young master. She really needs to be taught a lesson. If there are too many restrictions, one will lose their nature. Young Master Bai should know this truth. Ji Yuqing shook her head. Heh. Ning Chen smiled softly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly stopped and looked back. They're finally here. Thousands of miles behind, in the ruins of the battle, above the collapsed ancient road, space swirled and 3 figures walked out. They were all powerhouses of the star field, and the surrounding world shook under the pressure. What a terrifying battle, Venerable Ing Cheung said as he looked at the completely destroyed section of the ancient road. This aura, it's those people. But who were the ones fighting with them? The Venerables were puzzled. Venerable Ziwei was silent. Originally, the biggest suspect was Mo Gates' 9th son, but they had seen him die in battle and fall into the magma. It couldn't be him. Could it be related to Sky Pillar's sudden collapse? Venerable Ing Cheung reminded. It's not impossible. Venerable Ziwei nodded and said, Did you find out who left their names on Sky Pillar in the end? Lu Ruoxi, Hong Wulei, Ji Yuqing, and one more person. They disappeared with Sky Pillar before their names could reach the Hall of Venerables. Venerable Ing Cheung replied, It's them again. Upon hearing their names, Supremacy, Ziwei frowned slightly. Everything that had happened recently was definitely related to these women. It was most likely not just a coincidence. 3,000 miles away, Ning Chen retracted his gaze and looked at the woman beside him. He smiled and said, Miss Ji, I'll have to ask for your help this time. Ji Yuqing understood and asked, You don't want to expose your strength in front of the Star Venerables. One must always be on guard against others, right? Ning Qin said seriously. Ji Yuqing nodded and said, Sir, Bai saved Yuqing's life. Yuqing naturally won't refuse such a small matter. Thank you, Miss Ji. Ning Qin replied. Immediately, he took half a step back and stood behind the former. At this moment, 3 powerful auras rushed over from afar. An oppressive atmosphere spread between heaven and earth, causing the stars to lose their color. Ji family's Yuqing respectfully welcomes the 3 venerables. Seeing the 3 of them, Ji Yuqing bowed respectfully as a junior and said calmly. Venerable Ziwei looked at the 4 people in front of him and narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he noticed the only man among the 4. You, what's your name? Venerable Ziwei asked indifferently. Bai Yujing. Ning Chen raised his head, the corners of his mouth slightly curved as he replied. Chapter 742. The cold night was bleak, the winter wind was bleak, and a cold moon hung high in the sky. Under the moon, the heavy atmosphere spread and stagnated for 10 miles. 3 powerhouses of the star field appeared at the same time, standing in the void to stop Knowing Destiny's group. This one is Bai Yujing. Dressed in plain clothes, Ning Chen bowed. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, but his expression was calm. Bai Yujing. Crepe Myrtle, All Heaven, and Ing Cheong's expressions froze. What a strange name. They had never heard of it. Hong Wulei took half a step forward and looked at the 3, quiet and indifferent. Crepe Myrtle's eyes narrowed. Red King's people? 3 venerables, what are your orders? We are in a hurry, Ji Yuqing said. Where were you during the battle just now? The All-Heaven venerables asked. Watching from outside, Ji Yuqing replied. Did you see who was fighting? The All-Heaven venerables continued to ask. I saw, but the battle was covered by the power of the laws. I couldn't see their faces, Ji Yuqing said lightly. The All-Heaven venerables frowned slightly. If the Ji family's girl wasn't lying, then someone who could use the power of the laws to hide from them was at least a true boundary cultivator. Venerables, can we go now? Ji Yuqing calmly asked. The All-Heaven venerables nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Let's go. Ji Yuqing turned around and spoke softly. Then she started walking forward. Hong Wulei and Ruo she exchanged a glance and walked forward together. At the back, Ning Chen followed with an indifferent expression. The moment he passed by, a sneer flashed in his eyes and disappeared in an instant. Looking at the 4's departing figures, Crepe Myrtle's frown deepened. His intuition told him that there must be something wrong with these people, but he couldn't figure out the reason. That young man may not be simple, Ing Cheong reminded. Did you see anything? Crepe Myrtle asked. No. Ing Cheong shook his head. It's because he's too ordinary that I feel something is wrong. Red King and Ji Yuqing have always been alone, so it's strange for them to be together. But this young man can follow them, so he shouldn't be so ordinary. Perhaps he chose to side with the 2 kings because he was too weak, said the All-Heaven's venerables. Only one person will be able to reach the end of this path. Trust is the most undesirable thing. I'm sure these people understand that, said Reverend Myrtle Star. That's the logic. However, no matter how extraordinary that child is, it's impossible for him to have fought with those mysterious experts. The difference in strength is too great. It's impossible for an exception like M.O. Gates' 9th son to appear again, said the sovereign. Crepe Myrtle and Ing Cheong nodded. That was indeed the case. They did not want to care about the schemes and schemes on the ancient road, nor did they have the energy to do so. Who would die and who would live would be left to fate. The void swirled, and the 3 figures faded away, disappearing in an instant. 5 kilometers away, Ning Chen stopped and turned around to look behind him. A cold smile flashed on his face once more. All previous favors and grudges would be repaid in the future. Master Bai, Ji Yuqing called. What happened? Ning Chen's expression returned to normal as he said with a smile. We're about to reach Starfall Sky City. When I came here, I heard from the elders that the ancient road ends here. There's no road behind us. We need to be careful, Ji Yuqing said seriously. Thank you for the reminder. Ning Chen nodded and looked into the distance. It seemed that the true test of the ancient road was about to begin. There were still 3 cities left. If there was no road behind them, then Starfall Sky City might be the last remaining city. Ruashi Wulei, from now on, you're not allowed to leave my side, Ning Chen said seriously. N. Ruashi and Hong Wulei nodded. For 1,000 kilometers away, a majestic city was located. 9 enforcers stood in the air, using a secret method to repair the broken ancient road. However, It was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It was difficult to play a big role. Half a day later, the four of them walked over. Looking at the turbulent space in front of them, their expressions all became solemn. Above the void, the 9 enforcers did not say a word and did not interfere in the slightest. "Let's go," Ning Qin said calmly as he stepped into the spatial turbulence. Ruo Shi and Hong Wulei followed without hesitation. Ji Yuqing hesitated for a moment, but after a moment, she sighed inwardly and followed. The turbulent space swept past. Not long after, the 4 figures disappeared without a trace. 14 days later, outside Starfall Sky City, a beautiful figure in green walked over. Her face was soft and beautiful. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Her Buddha nature was smooth, rare in the world. The green figure entered the turbulent space and gradually disappeared. Time passed by on the ancient road. Day after day, more and more young powerhouses walked into Starfall Sky City. In the end, they chose to enter the turbulent space. 7 months passed in the blink of an eye. At the end of the turbulent space, no one walked out. In the Hall of Venerables, the Venerables appeared with a solemn expression. It had been too long. Something was not right. Everyone, these young people may have encountered some danger in the turbulent space. Who has time, please take a trip, Venerable Sky Mist said seriously. The immortal slaying and immortal trapping swords have not been found yet. The waning moon Tower Master, and I can't leave for the time being, Venerable Lingshu said first. I, Myriad Heavens, and Ing Qiong are tracking the whereabouts of the 3 mysterious powerhouses. We can't leave for a while, Venerable Ziwei said. What about you, Divine Armament? Venerable Sky Mist asked. My apologies, Divine Armament said calmly. My adopted daughter is at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. I can't leave either. The Venerables were silent for a moment, but then a voice rang out. I'll do it. When the Venerables heard that, they looked over at the person who had spoken, their eyes flickering with surprise. Venerable Moon. She had actually agreed to help. She had never been interested in the ancient battlefield, and had rarely even attended the Hall of Venerables. Venerable Moon, Venerable Sky Mist said seriously. These young people are very important, and it's highly likely that the Heaven's Sun is among them. We absolutely can't let them die in the turbulent space. Please, I'll bring them out, Venerable Moon said coolly. Reverend Bayou said indifferently. Then he disappeared from the hall. In Starfall Sky City, the air rippled as a woman in a white robe appeared. As soon as she appeared, the 9 executors of the ancient road dropped to their knees. Our respects, Venerable Moon. Rise, Venerable Moon said. Venerable Moon said, looking calmly at the turbulent space up ahead. A moment later, he stepped inside. The turbulent space was boundless, and spatial tempests were everywhere. Danger lurked everywhere, and no one dared to be careless. For people were walking through the turbulent space, led by a plain-robed man. He waved his white fan, which was surrounded by white flames that swept away the turbulent space. As Ji Yuqing looked at the man leading the way, a look of confusion flickered in her eyes. For some reason, she got the feeling that this person was very familiar with the turbulent space and didn't seem nervous at all. Swish! A beam of silver light slashed through the air toward the 3 people behind them. Ning Qin spun the leaf flame of the clear sun, causing it to transform into a sword that shattered the turbulent space. Miss Ji, do you have some questions? Ning Qin asked with a smile. Young Sir Bai, have you always been this smart? Ji Yuqing sighed. You can even tell what people are thinking. Not really. Ning Qin smiled and shook his head. There are also people I don't understand. It's just that your questions are written all over your face. It's hard for me not to see it. Since young Sir I can tell, Yuqing won't hide it any longer. With young Sir's familiarity with the turbulent space, it doesn't seem as simple as just understanding it. Ji Yuqing voiced her question. I have indeed seen similar, turbulent space in the past. Ning Chen didn't conceal anything and spoke truthfully. At that time, I was still weak and couldn't resist the spatial turbulence, so I could only be careful with every step I took. After being trapped within it for a long time, I gradually became slightly familiar with it. Ning Chen waved his hand to disperse the tempests and smiled. Miss G, if you have any questions, you can ask them directly. After knowing each other for so long, we should be considered friends. It's too tiring for friends to be so careful all the time. Friends? Ji Yuqing smiled and said, to be able to become friends with a heavenly genius like young Sir, Yuqing is extremely honored. Can young Sir answer my questions? Why does young Sir know so much, and why your strength far surpasses ours? Is it just because you overdraft your life potential? I wouldn't dare to call myself a heavenly genius. Ning Chen shook his head. I wasn't born with such knowledge. After suffering, I naturally remember it clearly. Miss Ji, you can call me Yuqing, Ji Yuqing said softly. Ning Chen nodded. Miss Yuqing, I won't hide it from you. I've cultivated heavenly book martial arts, so my foundation will be strengthened to a certain extent. As for battle strength, it's very difficult to describe it in a few words. Ning Chen paused for a moment, then continued. In battle, the most important things are undoubtedly experience and cultivation. Cultivation is determined by heaven, and talent is crucial. However, experience can only be tempered. The closer it is to a life or death situation, the clearer this memory will be. This is determined by people, and talent doesn't have much of an effect. Miss G was born in a family that has been passed down for generations. Even if you want to temper yourself, you can't truly experience life or death situations. In the end, there is still a difference between tempering yourself and a true life or death battle. Hearing the former's words, Ji Yuqing fell silent. After a long time, she asked softly, Young sir, if you don't hold back, how many moves can I last against you? Ning Chen hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still answered honestly, If it's an arena match, I can't do anything to you within 100 moves. However, if it's a life or death battle, you will die within 10 moves. To the side, Hong Wulei and Ruo, she gently tugged at the former's clothes. Their eyes flashed with worry. Young sir's words are too direct, it will hurt. Yuqing is a woman after all, and a heavenly genius at that. These words are too cruel. In the rear, Ji Yuqing's expression darkened. After cultivating for so many years, she was told she couldn't even last 10 moves. It really wasn't a good thing. In the past, she only focused on cultivation. She never thought the gap in battle experience would have such a big impact. Chapter 743. Time and space were turbulent. Storms were howling, and time and space were intertwined. Every step was dangerous, and no one dared to be careless. In the turbulence, thousands of young experts from various star zones were trapped, and it was difficult for them to escape. In the 8th month, outside Meteor Sky City, the sand was in a mess, and in the wind, 3 figures walked over. Their auras were unusually strong, and they covered the sky and the moon. In the city, the 9 enforcers sensed it, and their expressions changed. Leave no one alive. Di Mingtian said calmly. Yes. Yan Zhoushi and Ying Qianjiang accepted the order respectfully, and they flew toward the city. In the next moment, the shocking sound of a great battle rang out, and the whole Meteor Sky City shook. Killing intent filled the sky. Go and inform the Star Venerables. In the killing trap, Enforcer shouted anxiously, It's too late. None of you can leave today. Yan Zhoushi said coldly, and evil energy spread out from him like waves, covering 100 miles. Outside Meteor Sky City, Di Mingtian walked to the turbulence and looked ahead. After a while, he slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, the sky above Meteor Sky City was covered by dark clouds, and thunder rolled violently. A terrifying pressure descended and kept rising. Forbidden Dark Seal, Doomsday Imperial Order. It was a forbidden technique, doomsday setting off. Around Di Mingtian, silver light shot into the sky, commanding the world. The thundercloud sensed it, and 10,000 heavenly thunders struck down. Endless, destructive power instantly drowned the turbulence in front of them. In the doomsday calamity, the world changed drastically in the turbulence, and the violent spatial power roared. Hundreds of young experts were torn to pieces before they could react. Boom! Outside the turbulence, 10,000 thunders struck down again, and the glaring light cut through the night, illuminating the entire ancient road as bright as day. In the turbulence, more and more people were swallowed by the violent spatial power. Blood and bones were everywhere, and death became the only tone. Sword technique, ultimate heaven. At this moment, an extremely dazzling sword light shot into the sky from the turbulence, and the brilliant Milky Way fell from the sky. In front of the turbulence, Di Mingtian saw it, and he turned his palm to the sky. The moment his palm and sword met, a terrifying aftershock spread out, and the mountains within 1,000 miles collapsed. It was like the end of the world. This is... In the turbulence, the figure in green clothes shook, and she looked at the sky. It's him. Sword art, divine seal. After one sword strike, another sword strike rose. Absolute, sword pressure surged, slaying immortals and sealing gods. Di Mingtian narrowed his eyes and formed a seal with his hands. Silver light shone brightly, and a protective shield spread out to block the sword power. With a hong sound, the two powerful moves collided once again. The heavy air pressure surged. This was a battle of the pinnacle. Gods and ghosts would be frightened. Even though they were separated by an unknown amount of space, their sword might was shocking even before they could see each other. In the chaotic flow of time and space, Bai Yi stood there quietly. The aura of the sword in her hand curled up, and the blood-colored runes spread out along the sword blade. Specks of red light shone on the sword. This was a sword that coexisted with the same body. It had been nurtured for 30 years, and there was only one sword on the sword. Watching from a close distance, Ji Yuqing could feel the terrifying cultivation of the young man in front of her. Behind them, Ruo, she was quietly waiting. Her beautiful eyes were looking at her young master with a gentle gaze. For more than 30 years, young master had never rested for a moment. Including the time spent cultivating in the Taojia's stomach, young master had actually lived for close to 100 years. She had seen with her own eyes how much the young master had suffered on this long road. For him to be where he was today, the heavens were deliberately making things difficult for him. Her young master had said that the happiest thing in the world was to be rewarded with hard work. If she encountered it, she must not miss it. She didn't know how these descendants of aristocratic families walked their path, but she knew that her young master's path was different from theirs. Starfall Sky City. Bang, 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 bang. Several figures fell to the ground, splashing up sand and dust. Yan Zhoushi and Ying Qianjiang walked out. They looked at the silver-robed figure in front of the space-time turbulence and said respectfully, "Your Highness, it's all settled." Di Mingtian nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he frowned slightly. "It's finally here." In the distance, the moonlight spread, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. In the moonlight, a woman in a moon-white dress walked over. Her aura covered the sky and shook everything. "Let's go." Di Mingtian withdrew his mind and said. Immediately, he stepped into the space-time turbulence. Yan Zhoushi and Ying Qianjiang followed behind. In an instant, they disappeared. In the sky, the woman in a moon-white dress landed. She looked at the 9 law enforcers who died in the battle in the city. Her eyes flashed. "Am I too late?" After pondering for a moment, Reverend Yu waved his hand to disperse the dust and sand in the sky. He then stepped into the space-time turbulence outside the city. In the space-time turbulence, Ning Chen's body was covered in red light. The sword returned to his body, and his aura was restrained. Let's continue. Ning Qin turned around, glanced at the three, and smiled. Ji Yuqing, Hong Wulei, and Ruoshi nodded and continued to follow. On the other side of the turbulence, Di Mingtian walked step by step. His divine sense swept out, looking for traces of swordsmen. Let's go separately. Eliminate all the people trapped in this space-time turbulence. Yes, the two accepted the order and left. Outside the space-time turbulence, the moon set and the sun rose. Day after day passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the turbulence, no one could walk out. Young master, have you found a way out? On the way, Ruoshi asked softly. These days, her young master had obviously sped up. He seemed to know how to get out. I have some ideas. Ning Qin nodded. Di Mingtian's attack before can be considered to have given us a direction. He attacked in Starfall Sky City, so we just need to go in the opposite direction. However, the space-time turbulence is very unstable. While I can still grasp the direction, we need to find a way out quickly. Ruoshi and Ji Yuqing looked at each other. How could they not notice such a simple truth? Young master's intelligence and wisdom are really admirable. Ji Yuqing praised. Miss Yuqing is too kind. I can think of such a small thing with just a little bit of attention. Ning Qin responded and quickened his pace. He deliberately left his aura outside when he fought with Di Mingtian. However, this aura couldn't last long and would soon disappear. Now, every step he took was a higher chance of getting out. At the same time, a massacre began in the turbulence. Two true realm powerhouses took advantage of the space-time turbulence to obscure the heavens and continuously slaughtered the young powerhouses on the ancient road. In just half a month, hundreds of people had fallen. Bang! Time and space intersected, and the two auras collided. The azure divine spear in the woman's hand was like a dragon breaking through the clouds, breaking through the evil. With a loud tremor, the woman's figure faded away. Time and space were distorted, and she disappeared. You can't leave, Yan Jiosher coldly snorted. Looking at the turbulence around him, he continued to walk forward. Not long after, the staggered space-time intersected again. The woman frowned slightly, and a lotus bloomed around her. Buddha energy poured into her body, and she pushed her cultivation to the peak. The azure divine spear trembled, and a powerful aura rose rapidly. With the help of a secret technique, the pressure was several times stronger than before. Knowing that there were many variables in the space-time turbulence, Yan Jiosher didn't want to fight for a long time. He raised his hand and used his ultimate move. Evil energy spread out, and he flipped his palm towards the woman in front of him. Heavenly Dragon breaks the city. The azure divine spear in the woman's hand turned into a dragon, and the Buddha energy increased its power to break through evil and kill demons. The two moves collided, and the space-time turbulence attacked again. The two separated, and a smear of blood spilled. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. Yan Jiosher's expression turned cold after seeing that the two moves didn't take her life. This woman wasn't weak, and she wasn't any weaker than those kings. However, he was sure that there wasn't such a woman among the 9 kings. From the looks of it, there should still be many hidden experts on this ancient road. His strength was already known by the woman just now. No matter what, this woman couldn't be left alive. A spatial storm swept past, and on the other side of the turbulence the woman appeared. Her right hand was holding the spear, and blood was dripping down, dyeing the spear red. With a ripping sound, the woman tore her skirt and tied it to her right hand. Her eyes flashed. Without a doubt, the person who attacked was at least a half-step true realm expert, or even a true realm expert. Since when was there such an expert on the ancient road? Furthermore, who was the person who fought against Ning Qin earlier? She couldn't figure out all these questions, so she gathered her thoughts and quickened her pace, walking forward. At the same time, Reverend Bayou was moving forward rapidly, passing through layers of turbulence. As soon as he saw it, an illusory figure in silver clothes flashed and disappeared in an instant. Reverend Bayou furrowed his brows. He changed his direction and chased after the figure. In the turbulent space, Di Mingtian showed a cold smile. A true realm star, Venerable, came so quickly. Dream summoning token. After chasing for a long time, Reverend Bayou turned his right hand, and a beam of flowing light shot out, heading toward Di Mingtian. The space intertwined, and the dream summoning token flew out, attacking the silver-clothed figure in front of him. Di Mingtian's eyes narrowed. Air currents surged around him, and the silver light shone brightly, blocking the token. With a violent tremor, the space collapsed. Reverend Bayou walked out of the turbulence in a white dress. He didn't say anything, and his body flashed. Is this how the star venerables of the human realm beyond heaven treat their guests? Di Mingtian's face turned cold. He didn't dodge, but raised his right hand to block the might of the true realm expert. The two experts fought head-on, and turbulence surged. Reverend Bayou's eyes became grave. He increased the power of his palm and started the fight. Who are you? Why did you come to the ancient road? Reverend Bayou asked coldly. You don't need to know who we are. We came here to take back what belongs to our clan, Di Mingtian said calmly. You are not a human. Reverend Bayou's face turned colder. He didn't ask any more questions. He took a step forward and released all his aura. You want to take my life alone? Are you too confident, or are you just stupid? Di Mingtian said coldly. He opened his eyes and a vague aura appeared. The turbulence in the surrounding space collapsed, and no one could get close to him. The two experts started fighting in a single step. They didn't test each other, and their first move was a destructive one. The heavenly might was vast, and the rumbling shook the starry sky. Ning Chen, who was far away, stopped. He felt the aura of the two experts fighting, and he squinted his eyes. Di Mingtian still has star venerables? Chapter 744. Di Mingtian and Bayou the Venerable exchanged blows for the first time. Space and time were in a mess as the shock waves passed by. This was a battle of the pinnacle. It was so intense that it was too much for the eyes to take in. Space and time were in a mess around the two. As the battle continued, the power of the chaotic space became stronger and stronger. The destructive power engulfed everything. In the distance, Ning Chen felt the shock waves of the battle coming from the chaotic space and time. His eyes flashed. Di Mingtian and the Venerables had finally started fighting. From now on, the show was about to begin. Sword technique, returning to truth. The sword intense soared and broke through space. It was dazzling as it passed through countless layers of space and time. It chased after the aura of the battle and entered the chaotic space. In the battle, Di Mingtian's expression suddenly froze. He flipped his left palm and blocked the danger coming from afar. In the next moment, a dazzling sword light rushed over. It was extremely powerful and cut open all the chaotic space in its way. With a boom, the sword and palm collided. The blood-red sword light spun rapidly. The sharp and concentrated sword had returned to its original state. Its power was earth-shattering and overwhelming. Reverend Baiwa was shocked, but he quickly came to his senses. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Suemo. He condensed Yuan Qi with his slender hand and slapped at Sumo's heart. Do you think it's that easy? Di Mingtian's eyes turned cold. He raised his right palm. Vigorous true Yuan rose and blocked the fatal palm. The three of them fought. Di Mingtian blocked the two attacks with his palms. The true qi in his body surged, and he took half a step back. After a single move, Ning Chen sheathed his sword, and a wisp of a cold arc appeared on the corners of his mouth. He didn't attack again. In the battle, Di Mingtian was fighting Bayou. Every move was shocking. However, with the previous attack, he had to pay attention to it. He did not know when the sword light would appear. 10 moves, 100 moves. Di Mingtian, who had held back a little, gradually fell into a disadvantage. He flipped his palm and shook off the battle. His cold eyes looked at the other side of the boundless space. He did not attack, but it was more terrifying than attacking. This was the most terrifying pincer attack in the world. 9 Rainbow Song. The situation had taken a turn for the better. Reverend Moon flipped her delicate hand, and the sky was filled with rainbows. The sound of the great Tao was heard, and it was intangible. A song sealed the sky. The extreme mystic sound came, and the sound waves spread out like raging waves. Di Mingtian's expression turned serious, and he forcefully circulated his true essence, using the illusory world to block the mystic sound. Di Mingtian's lips turned red as he took another half-step back. Even with his supreme cultivation, he could not withstand the extreme Xianin and was injured for the first time. Surrounded by tigers and wolves, the situation was not in his favor. Di Mingtian did not want to continue fighting. Silver light flashed around him, and he disappeared into the space-time turbulence. Reverend Moon immediately chased after him and disappeared into the turbulence. On the other side of the battlefield, Yan Jiushi was trying to kill the woman in green. He unleashed his true realm cultivation and passed through the space-time turbulence to kill the King Realm expert. The green-robed woman's green divine spear was filled with a lotus aura. The Buddha energy destroyed the evil, and she managed to survive in the midst of danger. They had fought for an unknown number of rounds. With the aid of the turbulence, the azure-clothed woman constantly shifted her position. Although she was injured, she managed to escape from the former's hands time and time again. Yan Jiushi's expression became more and more gloomy, and his patience was running out. His figure flashed through the boundary of space, looking for the woman's trace. "Young master, what are you waiting for?" In the space-time turbulence, she looked at the figure in front of her and asked in confusion. "Nothing." Ning Chen came back to his senses and gently shook his head. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Was it an illusion? He kept feeling that someone familiar had come. If it was not Mu Qianshang and the others, who could it be? "Young Master Bai, let's continue." Ji Yuqing stepped forward and reminded. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and stepped forward. 2 days later, at the end of the space-time turbulence, where the space intersected, a violent airflow was spinning, blocking the path ahead. The 4 walked over and stopped in front of the turbulence. Ji Yuqing and Hong Wulei's expressions were solemn. Such a terrifying turbulence was not something an emptiness realm expert could pass through. Hong Wulei looked at the young master beside him. Now, he could only let the young master take action. "You guys step back." Ning Chan whispered and immediately clenched his right hand. In the midst of the blood mist, a divine sword appeared. His bloodline was symbiotic, and an incomparably powerful sword pressure swept out. With a swing of the sword light broke through the sky. In the midst of the bloody light, the turbulence collapsed. A huge black hole more than 100 feet wide appeared and directly disappeared 100 miles away. "Go." The wind and snow swept over. Ning Chen moved and quickly rushed forward with the 3 people. Not long after, the end of the turbulence was in sight. Ning Chen was just about to take the 3 people out when his expression changed. But behind him, a familiar aura came through the chaotic space again. It was so clear, so unforgettable, and so unforgettable. "You guys go first." Without time to say more, Ning Chen flipped his palm and sent the 3 people out of the turbulence. Then he turned around and returned. "Young master," she anxiously called out. However, the whistling turbulence covered everything, and it was difficult to distinguish. "Why did young master Bai go back?" Ji Yuqing's eyes flashed and asked. "I don't know." She shook her head worriedly. There must be something important for young master to leave in such a hurry. But what could be more important than winning this competition? In the turbulence of time and space, Sue quickly passed through. The sword in her hand slashed and cut through all obstacles. You must wait for me. Ning Chen's pace became faster and faster. He no longer cared about hiding his aura. Using all his strength and the phoenix source, he disappeared into the turbulence in a flash. In the 3 battles, the sound of battle was deafening. Yin Qianjiang raised his hand and broke the neck of a young expert. He stepped away and continued to look for the next target. The shattered corpse was torn apart by the turbulence of space. Flesh and bones flew everywhere. It was extremely miserable. In another battle, Di Mingtian and Reverend Baiyu were fighting again. They were both true realm experts. In the turbulence of time and space, no one could do anything to the other. In the 3rd battle, Yan Jiushi forced the blue-clothed woman to kill. He chased her all the way. The blue-clothed woman's blood-stained dress was abnormally dazzling. Every time they met, the blue-clothed woman didn't stay to fight. However, the difference in cultivation couldn't be made up for. Her injuries accumulated, and she gradually found it hard to maintain her cultivation. Just at this moment, within the turbulence, a brilliant light flickered, and an extremely charming and beautiful figure appeared. She was dressed in pink, and her fine black hair hung down. Her charming appearance was somewhat cold and somewhat charming. Her appearance was completely different, and it was difficult to recognize her. Wisdom King AI, Ran, had appeared. HM? Yan Jioshi's expression became serious as he looked at the newcomer. You can't touch her. AI Ran spoke softly. Her true yuan surged. With every step she took, the Buddhist will behind her turned a bit redder. The Buddhist lady had turned into a demon. Her eyes were blood red. Buddha and demon were one. They were the most extreme opposites. Buddha Mountain, which had been changing for 1,000 years, once again displayed a terrifying ability. A pair of blood-red eyes opened and a blood-red wave swept out. Wisdom King AI ran. The blue-clothed woman looked at the newcomer and said calmly, You shouldn't have come here. Since we're both from the Buddhist sect, AI Ran naturally can't just sit by and watch. Wisdom King AI Rant's lips curled up in a beautiful arc as she softly replied, You and I aren't his match even if we work together. Why throw away your life for no reason? If something happens to you, this ancient path will turn into hell. My Buddha is merciful and will naturally stop him. Wisdom King AI Ran smiled. Are you done? If you are, then let's go. Yan Jiushi snorted coldly as he flipped his palms. His evil chi exploded with a thunderous rumble. Rolling waves roared out and swallowed everything. Buddha's 6 images. Lust confuses the void. AI Ran knew that the person in front of her wasn't an ordinary opponent. She formed hand seals, and the surrounding devil yuan shook. Her slender hands glowed as she used one technique after another. Devil's 6 ashes, Brahma ghost annihilation. Her hands formed 2 techniques. The Bodhisattva of the Buddha and the Wisdom King of the Devil both attacked at the same time. Green myrtle lotus. On the other side, the blue-clothed woman also condensed her true yuan. Her heaven-cleansing lotus aura swept out and suppressed all evil. After the collision of the 3 extremes, there was a moment of silence. Soon after, there was a great terror that shook the heavens and the earth. The momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas instantly destroyed everything in the surroundings. Layer after layer of space collapsed and was swallowed by the roaring aftershocks. 2 beautiful figures flew out from the turbulence. After a few steps, they stopped and vomited a mouthful of blood that dyed their clothes red. Going against the flow and killing immortals was harder than ascending the heavens. How many people in the world could do it? Run. The blue-clothed woman suppressed her injuries and stepped in front of AI Ran. There's no need to stay and throw away your life. None of you will be able to escape. Yan Josher waved his hand to disperse the shock waves. He looked at the two with killing intent. AI ran, run. The blue-clothed woman spoke once more. If we can't do it, AI ran will have a way to leave. Wisdom King AI Rant's smile didn't fade. Her blood-red eyes became even more demonic as her devil yuan surged. The Buddha follows the devil path. How ironic! Yan Josher sneered and stepped forward. His evil aura spread across the 9 heavens as he slapped at the two. AI ran didn't dodge. She stepped forward, and her slender hand turned into the sharpest weapon in the world as she faced the attack. The blue-clothed woman's expression changed slightly. Her lotus aura changed, and she used all her Buddhist holy power. Suddenly, the blue divine spear's radiance soared into the sky. Evil, devil, and Buddha clashed. After one move, heaven and earth turned into chaos. It was an irreversible outcome. Red dyed their Buddhist robes red. To be able to last until now, you have impressed me. However, it's time to end this. Yan Josher stepped forward and shattered the Buddha and devil radiance. He condensed all his evil essence into one palm. The extreme evil could subdue Buddha. The extreme evil could subdue devil. Buddha and devil faced the same tribulation. Life was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. If you dare to touch her, I will kill you for 9 lifetimes. At this moment, space collapsed. An angry and cold voice came. Before the person arrived, sword intent filled 100 miles. The next moment, AIE stepped out from the turbulence. Layers of space collapsed. Unable to withstand the anger of the person who came, they dissipated in the crisscrossing sword light. It's you. Yan Josher's expression changed. How could this be? Didn't he leave long ago? Not far away, the blue-clothed woman saw the person who came. A gentle smile flashed across her gentle face. He finally came. Sister Qingning, I'm sorry. I came late, said Ningchen apologetically. You're not late. Help me vent my anger. Qingning chuckled and said,